Hello, everybody. I'm back. And hey, Bo, I resemble that remark. I'm in this post and I don't like it. How's it going? I am live on Twitch and I started streaming on YouTube as well at the same time. So if YouTube is just a better option for you, you can feel free to tune in over there. You won't have all the cool features that Twitch has, and unfortunately right now the only chat that I have live, I can read the YouTube chat, but the only chat that I have on screen is my Twitch chat. So if you want to be more directly involved in the chat, that would love as always, I hope. Of course, and the same to you, obviously. We are... I am back. I was sick for so long. It was like days and days of maybe the worst cold I've had in a very long time. But I'm back. I have some new ideas. We've got some fun stuff planned. I've been playing a lot of RuneScape lately, so I can put that up on screen now while I'm just chatting and hanging out, which is probably what's going to happen. Quite a bit, because I have bitten hard back into the RuneScape bug, as it were. You just take extended breaks from RuneScape, you know? You always come back. You always come crawling back. But I've been doing pretty well other than being sick as fuck. Been developing, you know, a lot of, like, thoughts and ideas about things that I want to do with my stream and with videos that I want to write and put together. As of right now... the big one that I found, I've been doing a lot of reading lately. I have this really nice little, like, paperweight tablet that has Android loaded on it that uses a e-ink screen. So I've been using it to do tons and tons of reading. But I thought, why not just read to chat? If I'm already reading, why not read the books I'm reading to everybody? And for that specific purpose also, I have broken out my illustrated The Hobbit, which we could go through at some point. I also have a copy that I picked up from like one of those little street libraries, which is Miss Frisbee and the Rats of Nim. I think that would be very, very fun to go through. It's actually a book I've never read. I've seen The Secret of Nim, but I've never read the book that it was, you know, based off of. I thought that could be really, really fun. Forced Your Boyfriend through the movies. Very, very, very fun. I think that The Hobbit is a really fun little book to read through, so that wouldn't be a fun one to do. Plus, it'd be nice to use this, like, this nice little illustrated edition that I have. I love the little Bilbo. He's so cute. I love him there. Look at him. He's so friendly. And it's got that, like, nice gilding on it, too. But I figure what we could do is go through and then we'll take breaks at chapters for bio breaks and like discussion questions. Obviously, y'all can keep chatting. April audiobook production win. I mean, if this is successful and this is something people really like, I would be more than happy to put together audiobook productions. If that's something that the people want, that is something that people can get, absolutely. People have been very happy with my reading lately, and it has been really nice to like get the excuse to read a story to people. I've been really, really enjoying that. So I think that that's a lot of fun to do. We're still doing good. No dropped frames, nothing. We're all doing awesome. The technical issue earlier is still, I'm fighting a lot with my VPN lately. my ISP does not like it very much when I am streaming. But I am going to still be, unfortunately, a little stuffy, a little snorty. But that is a consequence I'm willing to live with. I no longer sound like death. So, I was actually thinking of busting out a copy of Gideon the Ninth, which is one of my favorite recent novels. One that I suggest basically all my friends should read. And so why not share it? Why not share it with the greatest people that I can think of, which is all of my lovely guests here on stream. I've already gotten some practice running through the first couple chapters. It's been really fun. So, I think the first thing that I want to do, where did it go? I had a video. Oh, yeah. I wanted to pull up a quick little win video. Getting the 9th all S rank and all chapters run multi-segment. So true. I can... Is this the right... It is. This is the right Firefox. I would like to pull up this video. It's not the video I wanted. Okay. That one. There was a recent, I think definitely when this is reported on by Aaron in the morning, this was where this news broke for me. My friend Dizzy shot me this message, shot me a message with this asking me if I'd seen it yet, so I wanted to put it up.
The representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Keating, also wonderful.
I love that.
Chairman, could you repeat your introduction again, please?
Yes, we have set the standard on the floor of the House, and I'm simply...
What is that standard, Mr. Chairman? Would you repeat what you just said when you introduced a duly elected representative from the United States of America? Please.
I will. The representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Mr. Chairman, you are out of order. Mr. Chairman, have you no decency? I've come to know you a little bit, but this is not decent.
We will continue this
You
hearing.
will not continue it with me unless you introduce a duly elected representative the right way.
This hearing is adjourned.
Full on coward. Amazing. I really liked that. Stream really laggy for you? Is it just your connection? It might be. I'm so sorry. It might just literally be because I'm streaming on the same network as you. I'm not dropping any frames or anything. Yeah, literally, that he was like, he got asked to repeat himself, and you could hear him go, I thought it could just be transphobic with no pushback. Literal, like, finally, like, Democrats are finally fucking standing up at all for this kind of shit, which is, you know, bare minimum, I guess, but, you know, we gotta be impressed by that nowadays, unfortunately. I want to get my hands on this movie, by the way. This has been, like, sitting. I need to download it at some point, but Cowboys vs. Dinosaurs sounds amazing. Got Eric Roberts in it. Who the hell's this guy? Okay. Perfect. Literally, like, literal coward, running away, like closing the meeting, adjourning the meeting because you're, like, called out. What a fucking loser. I love it. And that was they're challenging the chairman. I did like that Sarah McBride shot back a little and called him Mr. Chairman. Big fan of that. Or Miss Chairman or Madam Chairman. Yeah, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat your introduction?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Awesome. I love that. If I can't be transphobic, you can't do anything. I'm gonna adjourn the meeting. Fucking shut up. Love that. Finally, we're getting some pushback. Hit him with the critical milady. Absolutely. What is this? Oh, we're getting a little bit of the outside world. I have to move the green screen just a bit. There we go. Sorry about that. You could tell he was pissed too. You could tell he was pissed. Oh, so sorry. Did you not like it when somebody called you the wrong pronouns? Did you not like that? Man, that's weird. That's fucking crazy. I thought you didn't like pronouns. I thought you didn't care. There's been a lot lot of bullshit happening lately. But I'm really glad that we're finally seeing like a little bit less spineless cowardice, a little bit more decent human being. Let's see. Well, I guess I can show you what I've been working on in RuneScape. Absolutely, I agree with that. Oh, it doesn't like that I'm on my VPN, I'll bet you. Failed to log in, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's not gonna let me. Shit. And my launcher session has expired. Awesome. RuneScape indeed. I need to get a VPN because like RuneScape does not like my current VPN at all. It's a real big shame. I want to show this off. I got a copy of Vera Drew's The People's Joker. You can't, unfortunately, we're getting a lot, it's got a lot of green on it, obviously. So we're getting green screen. But this is one of, if not the best film that came out last year. I managed to get a copy of it on VHS just because I'm weird like that. I can put it on my VHS player. It does work. It is very cool. But this movie, if you have not seen Vera Drew's stuff, please, please, please go watch some of Vera Drew's work. If not The People's Joker, which you should watch, please watch something that she's put together because she is an extraordinary artist in all kinds of things. Actually, I might as well pull up, if the thing that I was trying to show wasn't working anyway, I might as well pull up I pulled her whole I Love David series. This was done, I think, before she transitioned, but this is a man, David Liebehart, who is in her production. Obviously you can see it on, I don't know if you can see it on the thing, but he's down there in the corner. That's David Liebehart. He's a hero. He's amazing. I love him. And this is a show all about David Liebehart. Why not? Let's just watch.
Nothing but Christian Scientists. I want to do a topic about the church I was raised in: Christian Science, aliens, trains, love. Trying to find the right girl. And then I'm going to be doing songs on this show about everything I've been through and everything I like.
Everything I like.
Feels relatable, feels real.
Feels relatable.
I should try Plenty of Fish, and that means some wholesome Christian women.
Do you want us to set up a Plenty of Fish account for you?
Spit time. And then I get abducted by aliens and taken in a spacecraft. Jesus was originally black, and the Catholic Church made him white. Since you're the set designer, and I know the show's going to go on more than one season, I like that.
I love this is like
that are above me. And then I want to do a
you literally switched away from the air. Yeah, this video is insane. I love it. David Liebehart is such an amazing little person. This is such a beautiful portrait. A beautiful portrait of this person through film. And I think that's so fucking cool.
I want the title of my show to be I Love David, and I'd like you to share that idea.
I love David.
I wrote I Love Dave.
Yeah, I just noticed that. It's okay. Do you want the show to be called I Love Dave, or do you want it to be I Love David?
I Love David. Let me get another show.
Okay. I love David. I have no notes, by the way. Like, I'm just gonna let this play and talk. I can't imagine myself stopping this for an instant because I enjoy every second of it. I love David. I'm pretty sure that David Liebehart did some public access television, like a long-running public access television show. That's kind of what this is. Like, my stream has kind of slowly become some sort of weird public access television. And I actually do want to do I want to put together a call-in section where people can just call and talk to me.
The topic of this show.
I would love to just hear about like random people.
David.
I need to start. I have a thing set up. Sorry, I am gonna pause that because it distracted me just a moment. I'm looking at putting together a vertical stream so that I can stream to things like YouTube Shorts and maybe Instagram Reels or something like that, and see if we can get like the phone number out there to people that are not necessarily in my audience. I can call you and just say ah wah wah for 6 hours straight or 3 hours straight. Yeah, yeah, perfect. That's perfect. Sounds like just what we need.
Born in Chicago, Illinois.
He's born in Chicago.
April the 19th, 1957. My parents didn't believe in going to a doctor's. They were Christian scientists, and I was homeborn right here. My grandparents stayed on the second floor, and my mom and dad and sister stayed on the first
I'm
floor.
gonna use this opportunity to pack a bowl.
German on both sides of my family, and on my dad's side, I'm related to Orville Wright and President Grant. My dad's name was Helibus. He was a painter and artist like me, but he never taught me how to draw or paint. But my first drawing was when my mother took me on the Jackson Park L, which is now called the Green Line. In 1968, my family moved to Park Forest, Illinois.
Oh, hello, Morgana.
Wow. Yeah, I grew up in this home from 1968 all the way until I went in the U.S. Navy in 1976.
Hey, Ali, how are you?
Looks like nobody lives here anymore. Wow.
And anyone can call. That's the thing, is I want it to be like anyone can call for any reason. I'd be happy to talk about whatever you want to talk about. Do like some therapy gecko stuff.
Really sad.
But also, like, I mean, there's gonna be people that call in just to harass. But I'd like to, like, see if they have something they actually want to talk about. It's like, do you want to debate about something? I may have topics to talk about. Ideally, I would like to set up, like, a panel discussion between me and a couple of other of my friends and, like, film
I'll never forget what
that studio area. I'm working on setting up a studio, like a proper studio.
And it was a group of aliens of all different races telling
This
me
happened to me,
where I
too.
was gonna be born,
Yeah.
and that I was going to be born an African American, and I was
They didn't tell me
born
that.
in a time where there's a lot of racism. And
Pipe weed
I would
moment.
make it through that, and I'd become a famous actor and musician. And in the 70s, I fulfilled that dream and came out here. Then I was like thrown through a tunnel, a long, dark tunnel with a light at the end of it. And next thing I knew, I was born in this world. April the 19th, 1957. My producers of this show want to learn more about my ancestry. And since I am German on both sides of my family, my grandmother Schroeder made the best German food. I'm going to go to my favorite German restaurant, get my favorite German sandwich, just like Grandma Schroeder used to make. Yeah!
I love it. I love it all so much. Do your best with our worst. Cute.
Wow, there's so much good to choose from. My grandmother Schroeder used to make all these good dishes. You know, France used to be a part of Germany, and
They do abduct him. He's a busy boy. David has places to be, and he can't be bothered to walk there.
I think it's
Blood is your favorite.
yeah, blood, and I would like to get the German sausage and the Hungarian sausage. Pepper loaf would be good, and then the
Planetary ambassador. Honestly, if this man was in charge of being the planetary ambassador to the aliens, I think we'd be doing okay. This is Ra's al Ghul, yeah. This is just a portrait of his life that they put together. Vera Drew made this.
Okay, I made that have this one. Yeah, I'm gonna have this on my side.
David has been coming here for more than 7 years, probably, maybe even before me.
You know, our boss Tim Heidecker, he loves pretzels.
He always talks about himself, about his life.
He just, I think people just love him.
Lady named Bridget but she's history. She left me for Roberto. I've had to really practice forgiving and moving on.
Eating at the same time, talking at the same time.
What a joyful man.
I just keep wondering, who is this guy?
What else do I normally get on that sandwich?
Some smoked cheese, I see?
Yeah, smoked cheese. Head cheese. Don't forget the head cheese. You,
It's almost forgot. That was your second favorite after blood, right?
yeah. Wow. I was thinking you'd call this the David Leave a Heart sandwich since I come in here all the time.
That's an excellent idea, David. This is exactly David Lieberhardt sandwich.
Yeah.
I love that.
Ta-da!
They love
David
him.
Leave a Heart sandwich.
And I expect you to see soon next time, all right?
We'll see you again, Dr.
See you,
Shane.
take care.
Can I get a free German magazine or?
Oh yeah, of course.
You know, I put ads in here to meet girls, a German girlfriend, but nobody ever responded.
That's tragic.
Getting a sandwich day.
Oh, goodness. Bo, eat something, please, darling.
But it was bittersweet because German food reminds me of one very
There is this really nice gay guy at the corner store.
From a police officer telling me that my mama had died. Oh God, it makes me wanna cry. She taught me right.
He's so nice.
She taught me how to go on. She taught me that care to people through thick and thin. She knew how to be a true friend to everyone, and she knew how to smile through her tears. And she never drank beer. I don't think it's fair that my mama died. It makes me wanna cry. Oh God, it makes me wanna cry.
Thank you, David Liebehart.
Go on and be strong. I gotta go on. I gotta call that my mama had died. The Lancaster, Texas police officer called me, telling me that my mama had died. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted.
Thank you, David Liebehart.
I pray that Cartoon Network will give David Liebehart 7 seasons on Cartoon Network and on the internet. And that David will get paid well through ASCAP as a songwriter. He deserves it. It's important for people to know about their heritage because you got to be proud of what you are and what you come from. Like me, for instance, I used to be a Siamese cat. And then, because of copyright reasons, I was reborn into a tiger. Like they say cats have 9 lives, I had 2 lives. I got the meow in me and the row in me.
Oh, yeah.
Amen to the end.
Say goodbye to everybody.
Goodbye. Come back next week.
Yeah!
I'm probably one of the rare Germans and part German and Irish that's not an alcoholic. I get drunk.
Thank you, David Liebehart.
Absolutely.
Genuinely, what a wonderful little like biopic. There's 6 episodes of this, and I definitely suggest you go take a look at them. I do wish there was more, but what a wonderful little man. Truly, truly, a joy to be able to experience that. Give me just one moment, because I am going to go grab some more water. All right, friends, we're back. I got my water. Oop, punched my microphone there for a second. That off for a sec. Oh my god. Scared the shit out of me. I was just trying to... Alright, there we go. Got some music. Got some water. I hope everybody's settled in, having a nice day. I'm going to be reading for the next little section. Please remember, if you want to ask questions, feel free to type them in chat, but I won't be able to stop until there's a good break point to answer them. Eventually, I'd like to put up like a hand raising system of some kind. Hey, Olive, good to see you. Thank you so much. I think we're gonna give Gideon a shot. If people are all right with that. All right. My Gideon voices are on point. Thank you so much. I will, I'm probably just going to be reading right from the tablet, so if I'm not looking up, tell AD to get my attention. And again, sorry about my voice. If it's a little stuffy, my nose is a little stuffy. But this is one of my favorite little stories, and I hope that you all enjoy it. We are losing some frames, but it's not too many. It's still only roughly 5%, so I think we're all right. 2 is for discipline, heedless of trial. 3 for the gleam of a jewel or a smile. 4 for fidelity, facing ahead. 5 for tradition and debts to the dead. 6 for the truth over solace in lies. 7 for beauty that blossoms and dies. 8 for salvation, no matter the cost. 9 for the tomb, and for all that was lost. Looks like an ad break is starting soonish. No, we can't really slow it down, unfortunately. I'm just going to go into it, and once the ad break hits, I will stop. And I'll discuss. Chapter 1, Act 1. In the myriadic year of our Lord, the 10,000th year of the King Undying, the kindly Prince of Death, Gideon Nav packed her sword, her shoes, and her dirty magazines, and she escaped from the house of the 9th. She didn't run. Gideon never ran unless she had to. In the absolute darkness before dawn, she brushed her teeth without concern and splashed her face with water, and even went so far as to sweep the dust off the floor of her cell. She shook out her big black church robe and hung it from the hook. Having done this every day for over a decade, she no longer needed light to do it by. This late in the equinox, no light would make it here for months in any case. You could tell the season by how hard the heating vents were creaking. She dressed herself from head to toe in polymer and synthetic weave. She combed her hair. Then Gideon whistled through her teeth as she unlocked her security cuff and arranged it and its stolen key considerately on her pillow, like a chocolate in a fancy hotel. Leaving her cell and swinging her pack over one shoulder, she took the time to walk down 5 flights to her mother's nameless catacomb niche. This was pure sentiment, as her mother hadn't been there since Gideon was little, and would never go back in it now. Then came the long hike up 22 flights the back way, not one light relieving the greasy dark. Heading to the split-off shaft in the pit where her ride would arrive. The shuttle was due in 2 hours. Out here, you had an unimpeded view up to a pocket of 9th sky. It was soupy white where the atmosphere was pumped in thickest, and thin and navy where it wasn't. The bright head of Dominicus winked benignly down from the mouth of the long vertical tunnel. In the dark, she made an opening amble up the field's perimeter, and she pressed her hands up hard against the cold and oily rock of the cave walls. Once this was done, she spent a long time methodically kicking apart every single innocuous drift and hummock of dirt and rock that had been left on the worn floor of the landing field. She dug the shabby steel toe of her boot into the hard-packed floor, but satisfied with the sheer improbability of anyone digging through it, left it alone. Not an inch of that huge, empty space did Gideon leave unchecked, and as the generator lights grumbled to half-hearted life, she checked it twice by sight. She climbed up the wire-meshed frames of the floodlights and checked them too, blinded by the glare, feeling blindly behind the metal housing, grimly comforted by what she didn't find. She parked herself on one of the destroyed humps of rubble in the dead center. The lamps made lackluster any real light. They explosively birthed malformed shadow all around. The shades of the 9th were deep and shifty. They were bruise-colored and cold. In these surrounds, Gideon rewarded herself with a little plastic bag of porridge. It tasted gorgeously gray and horrible. The morning started as every other morning had started in the 9th since the 9th began. She took a turn around the vast landing site just for a change of pace, kicking absently at an untidy drift of grit as she went. She moved out to the balcony tier and looked down at the central cavern for signs of movement, worrying porridge from her molars with the tip of her tongue. After a while, there was a faraway upward clatter of the skeletons going to pick mindlessly at the snow leaks in the planter fields. Gideon saw them in her mind's eye, mucky ivory in the sulphurous dim, picks clattering over the ground, eyes a multitude of wavering red pinpricks. The first bell clanged its uncannerous, complaining call for beginning prayers, sounding, as always, like it was getting kicked down some stairs, a sort of blah-blang, blah-blang, blah-blang that had woken her up every morning that she could recall. Movement resulted. Gideon peered down at the bottom where shadows gathered over the cold, white doors of Castle Drearba, stately in the dirt, set into the rock 3 bodies wide and 6 bodies tall. 2 braziers stood on either side of the door and perpetually burned fatty, crappy smoke. Over the doors were tiny white figures in a multitude of poses, hundreds to thousands of them, carved using some weird trick where their eyes seemed to look right at you. Whenever Gideon had been made to go through those doors as a kid, she'd screamed like she was dying. More activity in the lowest tiers now. The light had settled into visibility. The ninth would be coming out of their cells after morning contemplation, getting ready to head for Arisian, and the Drirba retainers would be preparing for the day ahead. They would perform many a solemn and inane ritual in the lower recesses. Gideon tossed her empty porridge bag over the side of the tier and sat down with her sword over her knees, cleaning it with a bit of rag. 40 minutes to go. Suddenly, the unchanging tedium of a 9th morning changed. The first bell sounded again. Blang, blah blang, blah blang. Gideon cocked her head to listen, finding her hands had stilled on her sword. It rang fully 20 times before stopping. Huh. Muster call. After a while came the clatter of the skeletons again, having obediently tossed down pick and hoe to meet their summons. They streamed down the tiers in an angular current, broken up every so often by some limping figure in vestments of rusting black. Gideon picked up her sword and cloth again. It was a cute try, but she wasn't buying. She didn't look up when heavy, stumping footsteps sounded on her tier, or for the rattle of rusting armor and the rusty rattle of breath. 30 whole minutes since I took it off, Crux, she said, hands busy. It's almost like you want me to leave forever. Oh, shit, you absolutely do, though. You ordered a shuttle through deception, bubbled the Marshal of Drirba, whose main claim to fame was that he was more decrepit alive than some of the legitimately dead. He stood before her on the landing field and gurgled with indignation. You falsified documents. You stole a key. You removed your cuff. You wrong this house. You misuse its goods. You steal its stock. Come on, Crux, we can come to some arrangement, Gideon coaxed, flipping her sword over and looking at it critically for nicks. You hate me, I hate you. Just let me go without a fight, and you can retire in peace. Take up a hobby, write your memoirs. You wrong this house. You misuse its goods. You steal its stock. Crux loved verbs. Say my shuttle exploded. I died, and it was such a shame. Give me a break, Crux. I'm begging you here. I'll trade you your skin, Mag. Frontline titties of the 5th. This rendered the Marshal momentarily too aghast to respond. Okay, I take it back. Frontline titties isn't a real publication. Crux advanced like a glacier with an agenda. Gideon rolled backwards off her seat as his antique fist came down, skidding out of the way with a shower of dust and gravel. Her sword she swiftly locked within its scabbard, and the scabbard she clutched in her arms like a child. She propelled herself backward, out of the way of his boot and his huge, hoary hands. Crux might have been very nearly dead, but he was built like gristle with what seemed like 30 knuckles to each fist. He was old, but he was goddamn ghastly. Easy, Marshal, she said, though she was the one floundering in the dirt. Take this much further and you're in danger of enjoying yourself. You talk so loudly for chattel, Nav, said the Marshal. You chatter so much for a debt. I hate you, and yet you are my wares and inventory. I have written up your lungs as lungs for the 9th. I have measured your gall as gall for the 9th. Your brain is a base and shriveled sponge, but it too is for the 9th. Come here, and I'll black your eyes for you and knock you dead. Gideon slid backwards, keeping her distance. Crux, she said, a threat's meant to be, come here, or... Come here, and I'll black your eyes for you and knock you dead, croaked the advancing old man, and then the lady has said that you will come to her. Only then did Gideon's hands prickle. She looked up at the scarecrow towering before her, and she stared back, one-eyed, horrible, baleful. The antiquated armor seemed to be rotting right off his body, even though the livid, overstretched skin on his skull looked in danger of peeling right off. He gave the impression he simply wouldn't care. Gideon suspected that, even though he had not a whit of necromancy in him, the day he died, Crux would keep going anyway out of sheer malice. "Black my eyes and knock me dead," she said slowly, "but your lady can go right to hell." Crux spat on her. That was disgusting, but whatever. His hand went to the long knife kept over one shoulder in a mold-splattered sheath, which he twitched to show a thin slice of blade. But at that, Gideon was on her feet, with her scabbard held before her like a shield. One hand was on the grip, the other on the locket of the sheath. They both faced each other in impasse, her very still. The old man's breath loud and wet. Gideon said, "Don't make the mistake of drawing on me, Crux." "You are not half as good with that sword as you think you are, Gideon Nav," said the Marshal of Drearba, "and one day I'll flay you for disrespect. One day we will use your parts for paper. One day the sisters of the locked tomb will brush the os with your bristles. One day your obedient bones will dust all places you disdain, and make the stones there shine with your fat. There is a muster, Nav, and I command you now to go!" Oh, that's a voice. Hi there, these cute paws. Excuse me. Oh my god. That voice really... Again, I'm sick, so... Of course, you have to choose the nastiest, oldest voice for this nasty old man. But that really sits in your throat. Ugh. Gideon lost her temper. "You go, you dead old dog, and you damn well tell her I'm already gone." To her enormous surprise, he wheeled around and stumped back to the dark and slippery tier. He rattled and cursed all the way, and she told herself that she had won before she even woke up this morning. That Crux was an impotent symbol of control, one last attempt to test if she was stupid enough or cowed enough to walk back behind the cold bars of her prison. The grey and putrid heart of Drearba. The greyer and more putrid heart of its lady. She pulled her watch out of her pocket and checked it. 20 minutes to go. A quarter hour and change. Gideon was home free. Gideon was gone. Nothing and nobody could change that now. Take a quick break. Right at the beginning, too. Absolutely. Yes, it is stoner story time, so let's take a quick break to take a puff, if you have it. And I'm going to close this window. Probably a good chance. I'm sorry. Probably a good chance to show off my cool-ass shirt. Death first to vultures and scavengers, everybody. It felt appropriate. Since I was planning on this. Oh. Oh. Please excuse me. All right. All right. Let's continue, friends. "Crux is abusing you to anyone who will listen," said a voice from the entryway with 15 minutes to go. "He said you made your blade naked to him. He said you offered him sick pornographies." Gideon's palms prickled again. She sat back on her awkward throne of rocks and balanced her watch between her knees, staring at the tiny mechanical hand that counted the minutes. "I'm not that dumb, I Glamonet," she said. "Threaten a house official and I wouldn't make toilet wiper in the cohort. And the pornography? I did offer him a stupendous work of a titty nature, and he got offended," said Gideon. "It was a very perfect moment. The cohort's not going to care about that, though. Have I mentioned the cohort? You do know the cohort, right? The cohort I've left to enlist in 33 times. Save the drama, you baby, said her swordmaster. I know of your desires. Iglamine dragged herself into the small light of the landing field. The captain of the house guard had a head of melty scars and a missing leg which an indifferently talented bone adept had replaced for her. It bowed horribly and gave her the appearance of a building with the foundations hastily shored up. She was younger than Crux, which was to say old as balls, but she had a quickness to her, a liveliness that was clean. The marshal was classic ninth, and he was filthy rotten all the way through. 33 times, repeated Gideon, somewhat wearily. She checked back on her clockwork. 14 minutes to go. The last time, she jammed me in the lift. The time before that, she turned off the heating, and I got frostbite in 3 toes. Time before that, she poisoned my food and had me crapping blood for a month. Need I go on? Her teacher was unmoved. There was no disservice done. You didn't get her permission. I'm allowed to apply for the military, Captain. I'm indentured, not a slave. I'm no fiscal use to her here. Beside the point, you chose a bad day to fly the coop. Iglamine jerked her head downward. There's house business, and you're wanted downstairs. This is her being sad and desperate, said Gideon. This is her obsession. This is a need for control. There's nothing she can do. I'll keep my nose clean, keep my mouth shut. You can write this down, you can quote me here, do my duty to the 9th house. But don't pretend to me, Iglamine, that the moment I go down there a sack won't come down over my head, and I won't spend the next 5 weeks concussed in an os. You egotistical fetus! You think Our Lady rang the muster call just for you? So, here's the thing. Your lady would set the locked tomb on fire if it meant I'd never see a sky, Gideon said, looking up. Your lady would stone-cold eat a baby if it meant she got to lock me up indefinitely. Your lady would slather burning turds on the great aunts if she thought it would ruin my day. Your lady is the nastiest bit. When Iglamine slapped her, it had none of the trembling affrontedness Crux might have slapped her with. She simply backhanded Gideon the way you might hit a barking animal. Gideon's head was starry with pain. You forget yourself, Gideon Nav, her teacher said shortly. You're no slave, but you'll serve the house of the 9th until the day you die, and then thereafter, and you'll commit no sin of perfidy in my heir. The bell was real. Will you come to the muster of your own accord, or will you disgrace me? There was a time when she had done many things to avoid disgracing Iglamine. It was easy to be a disgrace in a vacuum, but she had a soft spot for the old soldier. Nobody had ever loved her in the house of the 9th, and certainly Iglamine did not love her, and would have laughed herself to her overdue death at the idea. But in her had been a measure of tolerance, a willingness to loosen the leash, and see what Gideon could do with free rein. Gideon loved free rein. Iglamine had convinced the house to put a sword in Gideon's hands, not to waste her on serving altar or drudging in the os. Iglamine wasn't faithless. Gideon looked down and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and saw the blood in her saliva, and saw her sword, and she loved her sword so much she could friggin' marry it. But she also saw her clock's minute hand ticking down. 12 minutes to go. You didn't cut loose by going soft. For all its moldering brittleness, the 9th was hard as iron. I guess I'll disgrace you, Gideon admitted easily. I feel like I was born to it. I'm naturally demeaning. Her swordmaster held her gaze with her aged hawk's face and her pouchy socket of an eye, and it was grim. But Gideon didn't look away. It would have made it somewhat easier if Iglamine had made a crux out of it and cursed her lavishly. But all she said was, Such a quick study, and you still don't understand. That's on my head, I suppose. The more you struggle against the 9th, Nav, the deeper it takes you. The louder you curse it, the louder they'll have you scream. Back straight as a poker, Iglamine walked away with her funny, seesawing walk, and Gideon felt as though she'd failed a test. It didn't matter, she told herself. 2 down, none to go. 11 minutes until landing, her clockwork told her. 11 minutes and she was out. That was the only thing that mattered. That was the only thing that had mattered, since a much younger Gideon had realized that unless she did something drastic, she was going to die down here in the dark. And worst of all, that would only be the beginning. I hope we're all enjoying so far. And back to it, friends. Nav was a Niner name, but Gideon didn't know where she'd been born. The remote and sensate planet where she lived was home to both the stronghold of the house and a tiny prison, used only for those criminals whose crimes were too repugnant for their own houses to rehabilitate them on home turf. She'd never seen the place. The ninth house was an enormous hole cracked vertically into the planet's core, and the prison, a bubble installation set halfway up into the atmosphere where the living conditions were probably a hell of a lot more clement. One day, 18 years ago, Gideon's mother had tumbled down the middle of the shaft in a drag chute and a battered hazard suit, like some moth drifting slowly down into the dark. The suit had been out of power for a couple minutes. The woman landed brain dead. All the battery power had been sucked away by a biocontainer plugged into the suit, the kind you'd carry a transplant limb in, and inside that container was Gideon, only a day old. This was obviously mysterious as hell. Gideon had spent her life poring over the facts. The woman must have run out of juice an hour before landing. It was impossible that she would have cleared gravity from a drop above the planet, as her simple haz would have exploded. The prison, which recorded every coming and going obsessively, denied her as an escapee. Some of the nun adepts of the locked tomb were sent for, those who knew the secrets for caging ghosts. Even they, old in their power then, seasoned necromancers of the dark and powerful House of the Ninth, couldn't rip the woman's shade back to explain herself. She would not be tempted back for fresh blood or old. She was too far gone by the time the exhausted nuns had tethered her by force, as though death had been a catalyst for the woman to hit the ground running, and they only got one word out of her. She had screamed, "Gideon! Gideon! Gideon!" 3 times, and fled. If the ninth, enigmatic, uncanny ninth, the house of the sewn tongue, the anchorite's house, the house of heretical secrets, was nonplussed at having an infant on their hands, they moved fast anyway. The ninth had historically filled its halls with penitents from other houses, mystics and pilgrims, who found the call of this dreary order more attractive than their own birthrights. And the antiquated rules of those supplicants who moved between the 8 great households, she was taken as a very small bondswoman, not of the ninth, but beholden to it. What greater debt could be accrued than that of being brought up? What position more honorable than vassal to Drirba? Let the baby grow up postulant. Push the child to be an oblate. They chipped her, surnamed her, and put her in the nursery. At that time, the tiny ninth house boasted 200 children between infancy and 19 years of age, and Gideon was number 201st. Less than 2 years later, Gideon Nav would be one of only 3 children left. Herself, a much older boy, and the infant heir of the ninth house, daughter of its lord and lady. They knew by age 5 that she was not a necromancer, and suspected by 8 that she would never be a nun. Certainly they would have known by 10 that she knew too much, and that she could never be allowed to go. Gideon's appeals to better natures, financial rewards, moral obligations, outline plans, and simple attempts to run away numbered 86 by the time she was 18. She'd started when she was 4. Chapter 2. Alright, friends, take a quick break, as we do between chapters. Any questions from the audience? Anything I can do to answer your questions? Anything that I can do for you in this meantime? Take a quick moment to breathe, get a glass of water. Take a little smoke if you got it. You want a little smoke? Strawberry one? That's my girl. All right. And now we get to introduce my favorite character. Chapter 2 is a good chapter. There were 5 minutes to go when Gideon's 87th escape plan got messed up fantastically. I see that your genius strategy, Griddle, said a final voice from the tierway, was to order a shuttle and walk out the door. The lady of the 9th house stood before the drill shaft, wearing black and sneering. The reverend daughter Harrowhark Nonagesimus had pretty much cornered the market on wearing black and sneering. It comprised 100% of her personality. Gideon marveled that someone could live in the universe only 17 years and yet wear black and sneer with such ancient self-assurance. Gideon said, "Hey, what can I say? I'm a tactician." The ornate, slightly soiled robes of the house dragged in the dust as the reverend daughter approached. She'd brought her marshal along, and Iglamine too. A few sisters were behind her on the tier, having sunk down to their knees. The cloister women painted their faces alabaster gray and drew black patterns on their cheeks and lips like death's heads. Dressed in breadths of rusty black cloth, they looked like a peanut gallery of sad old waist-high masks. "It's embarrassing that it had to come to this," said the lady of the 9th, pulling back her hood. Her pale-painted face was a white blotch among all the black. Even her hands were gloved. "I don't care that you run away. I care that you do it badly. Take your hand from your sword. You're humiliating yourself." "In under 10 minutes, a shuttle's going to come down and take me to Trentham on the 2nd, Gideon said, and did not take her hand from her sword. "I'm going to get on it. I'm going to close the door. I'm going to wave goodbye. There is literally nothing you can do any more to stop me." Harrow put one gloved hand before her and massaged her fingers thoughtfully. The light fell on her painted face and all black daubed chin, and her short-cropped, dead crow-colored hair. "All right, let's play this through for interest's sake," she said. "First objection, the cohort won't enlist an unreleased serf, you know." "I faked your signature on the release form," said Gideon. "But a single word from me, and you're brought back in cuffs." "You'll say nothing." Harrowhark ringed 2 fingers around one wrist and slowly worked the hand up and down. "It's a cute story, but badly characterized," she said. "Why the sudden mercy on my part?" "The moment you deny me leave to go," said Gideon, hand unmoving on her scabbard. "The moment you call me back. The moment you give the cohort cause, or, I don't know, some list of trumped-up criminal charges." "Some of your magazines are very nasty," admitted the lady. "That's the moment I squeal," said Gideon. "I squeal so long and so loud they hear me from the 8th. I'll tell them everything. You know what I know, and I'll tell them the numbers. They'd bring me home in cuffs, but I'd come back laughing my ass off." At that, Harrowhark stopped working her scaphoid and glanced at Gideon. She gave a rather brusque hand wave to the geriatric fan club behind her, and they scattered, tottering, kissing the floor and rattling both their prayer beads and their unlubricated knee joints, disappearing into the darkness and down the tier. Only Crux and Iglamine remained. Then Harrow cocked her head to the side like a quizzical bird and smiled a tiny, contemptuous smile. "How coarse and ordinary," she said. "How effective. How crass. My parents should have smothered you." "I'd like to see them try it now," said Gideon, unmoved. "You'd do it even if there was no ultimate gain," the lady said, and she even seemed to be marveling at it. "Even though you know what you'd suffer, even though you know what it means. And all because—" "All because," said Gideon, checking her clock again, "I completely fucking hate you. Because you are a hideous witch from hell. No offense." There was a pause. "Oh, Griddle," said Harrow pityingly in the silence, "but I don't even remember about you most of the time." They stared at each other. There was a lopsided smile tugging at Gideon's mouth, unsuppressed, and looking at it made Harrowhark's expression slide into something even moodier and more petulant. "You have me at an impasse," she said. and she sounded grudgingly amazed by the fact. "Your ride will be here in 5 minutes. I don't doubt you have all the documents and that they look good. It'd be master's sin if I employed unwarranted violence. There is really nothing I can do." Gideon said nothing. Harrow said, "The muster call is real, you know. There's no important ninth business afoot. Won't give a handful of minutes to take part in your house's last muster." "Oh, hell no," said Gideon. "Can I appeal to your deep sense of loyalty?" "Nope," said Gideon. "Worth a try," admitted Harrow. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. "What about a bribe?" "This is going to be good," said Gideon to nobody in particular. "Gideon, here's some money. You can spend it right here on Bones. Gideon, I'll always be nice and not a dick to you if you come back. You can have Crux's room. Gideon, here's a bed of writhing babes. It's the Cloisterites, though, so they're 90% osteoporosis." From out of her pocket, with no small amount of drama, Harrowhark drew a fresh piece of parchment. It was paper, real paper, with the official letterhead of the House of the Ninth on the top. She must have raided the coffers for that one. The hairs on the back of Gideon's neck prickled in warning. Harrow ostentatiously walked forward to leave it at a safe middle point between them both, and backed away with hands open in surrender. "Or," said the lady, as Gideon slowly went to pick it up, "it could be an absolutely authentic purchase of your commission in the cohort. You can't forge this, Griddle. It's to be signed in blood, so don't stuff it down your trousers yet." It was real ninth bond, written correctly and clearly. It purchased Gideon Nav's commission to second lieutenant, not privy to resale, but relinquishing capital if she honorably retired. It would grant her full officer training. The usual huge percentage of prizes and territories would be tithed to her house if they were won, but her inflated ninth serfdom would be paid for in 5 years on good conditions, rather than 30. It was more than generous. Hera was shooting herself in the foot. She was gamely firing into one foot and then taking aim at the other. She'd lose rights to Gideon forever. Gideon went absolutely cold. "You can't say I don't care," said Harrow. "You don't care," said Gideon. "You'd have the nuns eat each other if you got bored. You are a psychopath." Harrow said, "If you don't want it, return it. I can still use the paper." The only sensible option was to fold the bond into a dart and sail it back the way it came. 4 minutes until the shuttle landed, and she was able to make it hot tracks far away from this place. She'd already won, and this was a vulnerability that would put everything she'd worked for, months of puzzling out how to infiltrate the shuttle's standing order system, months to hide her tracks, to get the right forms, to intercept communications, to wait and sweat, into jeopardy. It was a trick, and it was a Harrowhark Nonagesimus trick, which meant it was going to be particularly nasty. Gideon said, "Okay, name your price." "I want you downstairs at the muster meeting." She didn't bother to hide her amazement. "What are you announcing, Harrow?" The reverend daughter remained smileless. "Wouldn't you like to know?" There was a long moment. Gideon let a long breath escape through her teeth, and with a heroic effort, she dropped the paper on the ground and backed away. "Nah," she said, and was interested to see a tiny beetling of the lady's black eyebrows. "I'll go my own way. I'm not going down to Dredriba before you. Hell, I'm not going down to Dredriba if you get my mother's skeleton to come do a jig for me." Harrow bunched her gloved hands into fists and lost her composure. "For God's sake, Griddle, this is the perfect offer. I am giving you everything you've ever asked for, everything you've whined for so incessantly, without you even needing to have the grace or understanding to know why you couldn't have it. You threaten my house, you disrespect my retainers, you lie and cheat and sneak and steal. You know full well what you've done, and you know that you are a disgusting little cuckoo." "I hate it when you act like a butt-touched nun," said Gideon, who was only honestly sorry for one of the things in that lineup. "Fine," snarled Harrowhark, now in every appearance of a fine temper. She was struggling out of her long, ornate robes, the human rib cage she wore clasped around her long torso shining whitely against the black. Crux cried out in dismay as she began to detach the little silver snaps that held it to her chest, but she silenced him with a curt gesture as she took it off. Gideon knew what she was doing. A great wave of commingled pity and disgust moved through her as she watched Harrow take off her bone bracelets, the teeth she kept at her neck, the little bone studs in her ears. All these she dumped in Crux's arms, stalking back to the shuttle field and presenting herself like an emptied quiver. Just in gloves and boots and shirt and trousers, with her cropped black head and her face pinched with wrath, she seemed like what she really was, a desperate girl younger than Gideon, and rather small and feeble. "Look, Nona Gesimus," said Gideon, though thoroughly unbalanced, and now actually embarrassed. "Cut the bull. Don't do whatever it is you're about to do. Let me go." "You don't get to turn and leave quite so easily, Nav," said Harrowhark, with palpable chill. "You want your ass kicked by way of goodbye?" "Shut up," said the Lady of the Ninth, and horrifyingly. "I'll alter the terms. A fair fight, and I leave scot-free? I'm not that stupid." "No, a fair fight, and you can go with the commission," said Harrow. "If I win, you come to the muster, and you leave afterwards, with the commission. If I lose, you leave now, with the commission." She snatched the paper from the ground, pulled a fountain pen from her pocket, and slid it between her teeth to stab it deeply into her cheek. It came out thick with blood, one of her party tricks, Gideon thought numbly, and signed Peliamina Novenarius, Reverend Mother of the Locked Tomb, Lady of Drirba, Ruler of the Ninth House. Gideon said, feeling idiotic, "That's your mother's signature." "I'm not going to sign as me, you utter moron. That would give the whole game away," said Harrow. This close, Gideon could see the red starbursts at the corners of her eyes, the pink smears of someone who hadn't slept all night. She held out the commission, and Gideon snatched it with shameless hunger, folding it up and shoving it down her shirt and into her bandeau. Harrow didn't even smirk. "Agree to duel me, Nav, in front of my marshal and guard. A fair fight." Above all else, Harrowhark was a skeleton maker, and in her rage and pride she was offering an unfair fight instead. The thoroughbred ninth adept had unmanned herself by starting a fight with no body to raise and not even a bone button to help her. Gideon had seen Harrow in this mood only once before, and had thought she would probably never see her in this mood again. Only a complete asshole would agree to such a duel, and Harrowhark knew it. It would take a dyed-in-the-wool douchebag. It would be an embarrassing act of cruelty. "If I lose, I go to your meeting and leave with the commission," said Gideon. "Yes, if I win, I go with the commission." With the commission now," said Gideon. Blood flecked Harrow's lips. "Yes." Overhead, a roar of displaced air. A searchlight flickered over the drill shaft as the shuttle, finally making its descent, approached the wound in the planet's mantle. Gideon checked her clock. 2 minutes. Without a moment's hesitation, she patted the reverend daughter down, arms, midsection, legs, a quick clutch around the boots. Crux cried out again in disgust and dismay at the sight. Harrow said nothing, which was more contemptuous than anything she could have said. But she didn't get anywhere through softness. The house was hard as iron. You smashed iron where it was weak. "You all heard her," she said to Crux, to Iglamine. Crux stared back at her with the hate of an exploding star, the empty hate of pressure pulled inward, a deforming, light-devouring resentment. Iglamine refused to meet her gaze. That sucked, but fine. Gideon started digging around in her pack for her gloves. "You heard her. You witnessed. I'm going either way, and she offered the terms. Fair fight. You swear by your mother it's a fair fight?" "How dare you, Nav? By your mother, and to the floor." "I swear by my mother I have nothing on me. To the floor," she snapped, breath coming out in staccato pants of anger. Staccato pants of anger. As Gideon hastily slipped on her polymer mitts, flipping the thick clasps shut at the wrists, her smile twisted. "My God, Gretel, you're not even wearing leather. I'm hardly that good." They stepped away from each other. Aglamene finally raised her voice over the growing noise of the shuttle. "Gideon Nav, take back your honor and give your lady a weapon!" Gideon couldn't help herself. "Are you asking me to throw her a bone?" "Nav! I gave her my whole life," said Gideon, and unsheathed her blade. The sword was really just a gesture. What ought to have happened was that Gideon raised a booted foot and kicked Harrow ass over tits, hard enough to prevent the Lady of the Ninth embarrassing herself by getting up over and over and over. A booted foot on Harrow's stomach and it would have all been done. She would have sat on Harrow if she needed to. No one in the Ninth House understood what cruelty was. Not really. None of them but the Reverend Daughter. None of them understood brutality. The knowledge had been dried out of them, evaporated by the dark that pooled at the bottom of Druba's endless catacombs. Iglamine or Crux would have had to call it a fair fight won, and Gideon would have walked away a nearly free woman. What happened was that Harrowhark peeled off her gloves. Her hands were wrecked. The fingers were riddled with dirt and oozing cuts, and grit stuck in the wounds and beneath the messed-up nails. She dropped the gloves and wiggled her fingers in Gideon's direction, and Gideon had a split second to realize that it was drill shaft grit, and that she was absolutely boned in all directions. She charged. It was too late. Next to the drifts of dirt and stone that she had carefully kicked apart, skeletons burst out of the hard earth where they had been hastily interred. Hands erupted from little pockets in the ground, perfect, four-fingered and thumbed. Gideon, stupid with assumption, kicked them off and careened sideways. She ran. It didn't matter. Every 5 feet, every 5 goddamned feet, bones burst from the ground, grasping her boots, her ankles, her trousers. She staggered away, desperate to find the limits of the field. There was none. The floor of the drill shaft was erupting in fingers and wrists, waving gently as though buffeted by the wind. Gideon looked at Harrow. Harrow was breaking out in blood sweat, and her return stare was calm and cold and assured. She plunged back towards the Lady of Drearba with an incoherent yell, smashing carpals and metacarpals to bits as she ran, but it didn't matter. From as little as a buried femur, a hidden tibia, skeletons formed for Harrow in perfect wholeness, and as Gideon neared their mistress, a tidal wave of reanimated bones crested down on her. Her booted foot knocked Harrow into the arms of 2 of her creations, who carted her easily out of harm's way. Harrowhark's unperturbed gaze disappeared behind a blur of fleshless men, of femur and tibia and supernaturally quick grasp. Gideon used her sword like a lever, showering herself in chips of bone and cartilage and trying to make each cut count. But there were too many of them. There were just so many. Replacements rose even as she pulverized them into rains of bone. More and more cannonballed her down to the ground, no matter what direction she lurched, from the fruits of the morbid garden Harrow had sowed. The roar of the shuttle drowned out the clattering of bones and the blood in her ears as she was grabbed by dozens of hands. Harrowhark's talent had always been in scale, making fully realized constructs from as little as an arm bone or a pelvis, able to make an army of them from what anyone else would need for one. And in some far-off way, Gideon had always known that this would be how she went, gang-banged to death by skeletons. The melee melted away to admit a booted foot that knocked her down. The bone men held her to the earth as she reared up, spitting and bleeding, to find Harrow, tucked between her grinning minions, pensive, serene. Harrowhark kicked her in the face. For a couple of seconds, everything was red and black and white. Gideon's head lolled to the side as she coughed out a tooth, choking, thrashing to rise. The boot pressed itself to her throat, then down and down and down, forcing her back into the hard grit floor. The shuttle's descent whipped up a storm of stinging dust, sending some of the skeletons flying. Harrow discarded them, and they rattled into still anatomical piles. "It's pathetic, Griddle," said the Lady of the Ninth. Bones were shedding from her minions now after the initial adrenaline rush, peeling off and falling inert to earth, an arm there, a jawbone here, as they wobbled out of shape. She'd pushed herself very hard. Radiating out from them was a circle of burst pockets in the hard ground, like tiny exploded mines. She stood among her holes with a hot, bloody face and trickling nosebleed, and indifferently wiped her face to her with her forearm. "It's pathetic," she repeated, slightly thick with blood. "I turn up the volume, and I put on a show. You feel bad. You make it so easy. I got more hot and bothered digging all night." "You dug," wheezed Gideon, rather muffled with grit and dust. "All night." "Of course. This floor's hard as hell, and there's a lot to cover." "You insane creep," said Gideon. "Call it, Crux," ordered Harrowhark. It was with poorly hidden glee that her marshal called out, "A fair fight. The foe is floored. A win for the Lady Nonagesimus." The Lady Nonagesimus turned back to her two retainers and raised her arms up for her discarded robe to be slipped back around her shoulders. She coughed a small knot of blood up into the dirt and waved Crux off as he hovered about her. Gideon lifted her head, then let it fall back hard on the grit floor, dazed and cold. Aglamine was looking down at her now with an expression she couldn't parse. Disappointment? Sympathy? Guilt? The shuttle connected its docking feet to the ground, crunching hard into the floor. Gideon looked at it, its gleaming sides, its steaming engine vents, and tried to pull herself up on her elbows. She couldn't. She was too winded still. She couldn't even raise a shaking middle finger to the victor. She just kept looking at the shuttle, and her suitcase, and her sword. "Buck up, Griddle," Harrowhark was saying. She spat another clod out on the ground, close to Gideon's head. "Captain, go and tell the pilot to sit and wait. He'll get paid for his time." "What if he asks after his passenger, my lady?" "God bless Aglamine." "She's been delayed. Tell him she'll stand by on my grace for an hour, with apologies. My parents have been waiting long enough, and this took somewhat longer than I thought it would. Marshal, get her down to the sanctuary." And that's the chapter. I hope you're all enjoying so far. I'm going to go grab some more water. Please take care of yourself. Something nice for yourself. I'm back. I'm doing good, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the story so far. This is, again, one of my favorites, and I'm glad to be sharing it with everybody. I'm sure I'm probably not allowed to read on stream due to some fucking copyright something, but that's never stopped me before. Oh no, they might take my 7 cents of ad revenue. Which is why, if you like me and you want to support me, you should check out my donation links down below. There's a Ko-fi link, and there's a Patreon, though I haven't worked on the Patreon very much. I guess we'll see. Alright, make sure that the YouTube stream is still going strong for me real quick. Just want to double check. Yep, seems like we're doing all right. Cool. Subscribe to the Forest Puppy. If you do want to show support, follows and subscriptions are really appreciated. Obviously, sharing me with people that you like, who you think they might like me. Word of mouth, all that. All right. Wow. Without further ado, if we're all ready, I might continue to the next chapter. Let me do one more puff. We'll do another chapter 2, and then we'll hang out and play some RuneScape. No, I can't, because I got my fucking VPN. I can't. I'll have to take a look. Alright. Chapter 3. Gideon willed herself to pass out as Crux's cold, bony fingers closed around one of her ankles. It nearly worked. She woke up a few times to blink at the monotonous light that illuminated the lift down to the bottom of the main shaft, and stayed awake when the marshal dragged her like a sack of rotten goods across the bottom of the tier. She felt nothing. Not pain, not anger, not disappointment. Just a curious sense of wonder, and a disconnect as she was hauled bodily through the doors of Drearba. She stirred to life for one last escape attempt, but when he saw her scrabbling at the threadbare carpets on the slick, dark floor, Crux kicked her in the head. Then she did pass out for a while. For real, only waking up when she was heaped onto a forward pew. The pew was so cold her skin stuck to it, and each breath was like needles in the lung. She came to, freezing, to the sound of the prayers. There was no spoken invocation in the 9th service. There was only the clatter of bones, knuckle bones, all threaded on woven cords, notched and worn, worked by the nuns whose old fingers could prey on them so swiftly that the service became a murmurous rattle. It was a long, narrow hall, and she had been dumped right at the front of it. It was very dark. A rail of gas-discharged light ran all around the aisles, but it always lit like it didn't like the idea, and glowed dismally. The arches overhead had been dusted with bioluminescent powders that sometimes trickled down as pale green glitter into the nave. And in all the radiating chapels sat speechless skeletons, still dusty from the farming. Squinting blearily over her shoulder, she saw that most of the sanctum was skeletons. It was a skeleton party. There was room in this deep, long channel of a church for 1,000, and it was half full of skeletons and only very pockmarked with people. The people mostly sat in the transept, veiled nuns and solitaires, shaven heads and cropped, the wary and scant inhabitants of the 9th house, mostly priests of the locked tomb now. There hadn't been soldiers or military friars since she was very young. The only member left of that order was Iglamine, who'd left her leg and any hope of getting the hell out of here on some far-off front line. The clatter in the transept was occasionally interrupted by a wet, racking cough or the haggard clearing of somebody's throat. In the apse was a long bench, and there sat the last handful of the nobles of the House of the 9th. Reverend Daughter Harrowhark, sitting modestly to the side, face dusted with a handful of luminescent powder that had stuck to the blood trails coming out of her nose, her ghastly great-aunts, and her parents, the lord and lady of the house, the Reverend Father and the Reverend Mother. The latter two had pride of place, before the altar, side on to the congregation. Crux had the honor of sitting on a chair next to one of the dank chevets, amid a sea of candles, half of them already out. Next to him sat the only house cavalier, Ortis, a wide and sad 9th youngster of 35, and next to Ortis sat his lady mother, an absolutely standard 9th crone who kept fussing at his ear with a handkerchief. Gideon blinked so that her vision would stop wobbling, and focused on the apse. They hadn't managed to cozen her inside Drearba for a good 2 years, and she hadn't seen the hideous great-aunts nor the lord and lady for a while. Blessed Sister Lacrimorta and Blessed Sister Isamorta were unaltered. They were still tiny, their faces still tight, grey-painted dribbles, and as the 9th was free from miracles, they were still blind. They had black bands tied over their faces with white, staring eyes painted on the front. Each preferred to pray 2 sets of beads, 1 string in each shriveled hand, so they sat there clicking a 4-part percussion with their suspiciously agile hands. Ortis hadn't changed either. He was still lumpy and sad. Being the primary cavalier to the House of the 9th had not been for eras a title of any renown. Cavaliers in other houses might be revered and noble men and women of long genealogy or particular talent, frequent heroes of Gideon's less prurient magazines, but in the 9th, everyone knew you were chosen for how many bones you could hump around. Ortis was basically a morbid donkey. His father, Cavalier de Harrow's father, had been an enormous, stony man of some gravity and devotion, with a sword and 2 huge panniers of fibulae, but Ortis wasn't made in his mold. Coupling him to Harrow had been rather like yoking a donut to a cobra. Iglamine had probably focused her frustrations on Gideon because Ortis was such a drip. He was a sensitive, awful young man, and his mother was obsessed with him. Each time he caught a cold, he was swaddled and made to lie still until he got bed sores. The lord and lady she looked at too, though she honestly didn't want to. Lady Peliamina and Lord Priamarch sat side by side, one gloved hand placed on a knee, the other joined to their partners, as they prayed simultaneously on a string of ornate bones. Black cloth swayed them toe to neck, and their faces were mostly obscured by dark hoods. Gideon could see their pale, waxy profiles, streaked with luminescent powder, the mark of Harrow's handprint still visible on both. Their eyes were still closed, Peliamina's face still frozen and fine as it had been the last time Gideon had seen her, the dark wings of her brows unsilvered, the thin fretwork of lines next to each eye uncrowded by new. Priam's jaw was still firm, his shoulders unstooped, his brow clear and unlined. They were utterly unchanged, less changed even than the shitty great aunts. This was because they'd both been dead for years. Their mummified faces did not yield to time because, as Gideon knew, and the marshal, and the captain of the guard, and nobody else in the universe, Harrowhark had frozen them forever. Ever the obsessive and secretive scholar, she had derived at great cost some forgotten way of preserving and puppeting their bodies. She had found a nasty, forbidden little book in the great 9th repositories of nasty, forbidden little books, and all the houses would have had a collective aneurysm if they knew she'd read it. She hadn't executed it very well. Her parents were fine from the shoulders up, but from the shoulders down they were bad, though she had, admittedly, been 10. Gideon had been 11 when the lord and the lady of the house of the 9th had slipped into death in sudden, awful secret. It was such a huge bag of ass how that had happened, what she'd found, what she'd seen. She hadn't been sad. If she'd been stuck being Harrow's parents, she would have done the same years ago. "Listen," said the reverend daughter of the 9th, rising to stand. The enthroned lord and lady should have taken charge of the sacred ritual, but they couldn't, because they were mega dead. Harrowhark had handily gotten around this by giving them a vow of silence. Every year she added to the penitent's vows of fasting, of daily contemplation, of seclusion, so blandly and barefacedly that it seemed inevitable that someone would eventually say, "Hang on a minute, this sounds like a load of hot garbage," and she'd be found out. But she never was. Crux covered for her, and so did Iglamine, and the Lord's Cavalier had helpfully decided to die the day that Priam died. And so Gideon covered too, hating every moment, saving up this last secret in the hopes that with it she could extort her freedom. All prayer beads stopped clicking. The hands of Harrow's parents stilled unnaturally in unison. Gideon slung her arms around the back of her pew and kicked one foot atop the other, wishing her head would stop ringing. "The noble house of the 9th has the noble house of the 9th has called you here today," said Harrowhark, "because we have been given a gift of enormous import. Our sacred emperor, the Necrolord Prime, the king of the 9 renewals, our resurrector, has sent us summons." That got asses in seats. The skeletons remained perfectly still and attentive, but a querulous excitement rose from the assorted 9th congregation. There were soft cries of joy. There were exclamations of praise and thankfulness. The letter could have been a drawing of a butt, and they would have been lining up thrice to kiss the edge of the paper. "I will share this letter with you," said Harrowhark, "because nobody loves their people, their sacred brothers and sacred sisters, as the 9th house loves her people, her devotees and her priests, her children and her faithful." Gideon thought Harrow was slathering it on pretty thick. if the Reverend Mother will permit her daughter to read. Like she'd say no with Harrow's hands on her strings. With a pallid smile, Polyamina gently inclined her head in a way she never had in life. Alive, she had been as chill and remote as ice at the bottom of a cave. With my gracious mother's permission, said Harrow, and began to read. Addressing the House of the Ninth, its Reverend Lady Polyamina Hight Novenarius, and its Reverend Lord Priam Hight Priam Hight Nonus Salutations to the House of the Ninth, and blessing upon its tombs, its peaceful dead, and its manifold mysteries. His celestial kindliness, the first reborn, begs this house to honor its love for the Creator, as set in the contract of tenderness made on the day of the resurrection, and humbly asks for the first fruits of your household. My name is listed here, said Harrowhark, simpering modestly, then with less enthusiasm, and Ortis's. For in need now are the Emperor's hands, the most blessed and beloved of the King Undying, the faithful and the everlasting. The Emperor calls now for postulants in the position of lictor, heirs to the 8 stalwarts who have served these 10,000 years, as many of them now lie waiting for the rivers to rise on the day they wake to their king, whose lonely God remaining petition for their numbers. Those lonely God remaining petition for their numbers to be renewed, and their lord above lords to find 8 new liegemen. To this end, we beg the first of your house and their cavalier to kneel in glory and attend the finest study, that of being the Emperor's bones and joints, his fists and gestures. 8 we hope will meditate and ascend to the Emperor in glory in the temple of the first house, 8 new lictors joined with their cavaliers, and if the Necrolord Highest blesses but does not take, they shall return home in full honor with trump and timbrel. There is no dutiful gift so perfect, nor so lovely in his eyes. Harrowhark lowered the paper to a long silence, a real silence, without even the hint of a prayer knuckle clacking or a skeleton's jaw falling off. The Ninth seemed completely taken aback. There was a wheezing squeal from one of the pews in the transept behind Gideon, as one of the faithful decided to go the whole hog and have a heart attack, and this distracted everyone. The nuns tried their best, but after a few minutes later, it was confirmed that one of the hermits had died of shock, and everyone around him celebrated his sacred good fortune. Gideon failed to hide a snicker as Harrowhark sighed, obviously calculating inside her head what this did to the current 9th census. I won't! A second hand disturbed the community tomb as Ortis's mother stood, finger trembling, her other arm draped around her son's shoulders. He looked completely affrighted. She looked as though she were about to follow the faithful departed to an untimely grave, face frozen beneath her alabaster base paint, black skull paint slipping with sweat. My son! My son! She cried out, shrill and cracked. My firstborn sweet! His father's endowment! My only joy! Sister Glorica, please, said Harrow, looking bored. Ortis's mother had wrapped both arms around him now, and was weeping fully into his shoulder. Her own shook with very real fear and grief. He looked wetly depressed. She was saying between sobs, I gave you my husband, Lord Nonius Vianus. I gave you my spouse, Lord Nonius Vianus. Do you demand my son of me? Do you demand my son? Surely not now. You forget yourself, Glorica, Crux snapped. I know the things that befall cavaliers, my lord. I know his fate. Sister Glorica, Harrow said, be calm. He is young, quavered Ortis's mother, half pulling him into the safety of the chevet when she realized Lord Nonius Vianus would not intercede. He is young, he is not robust. Some would say otherwise, said Harrowhark, sotto voce. But Ortis said, with his big, somber eyes and his squashed, disheartened voice, "I do fear death, my lady Harrowhawk." "A cavalier should welcome death," said Aglamene, affronted. "Your father welcomed death unflinching," said Crux. At this tender piece of sympathy, his mother burst into tears. The congregation muttered, mostly reproachful, and Gideon started to perk up. It wasn't quite the worst day of her life now. This was some A-grade entertainment. Ortis, not bothering to disentangle himself from his sobbing parent, was mumbling that he would make sure she was provided for. The heinous great aunts had returned to prayer and were crooning a wordless hymn. Crux was loudly abusing Ortis's mother, and Harrowhark stood in this sea, mute and contemptuous as a monument. "Leave and pray for guidance, or I'll have you. I'll take you off the sanctuary," Crux was saying. "I gave this house everything. I paid the highest price." "What comes of Mortis marrying an immigrant eighth, you shameful hag?" Gideon was grinning so hugely that her split lips recommenced bleeding. Amid the massed heads of the uncaring dead and the disturbed devout, Harrowhark's eyes found hers, and that disdainful mask slipped in its blankness. Her lips thinned. The people clamored. Gideon winked. "Enough!" snapped the reverend daughter, voice like a knife's edge. "Let us pray." Silence sank over the congregation, like the slowly falling flakes of luminescent dust. The sobbing of Ortis's mother hushed into silent, shuddering tears, buried into her son's chest as he put his doughy arms around her. He was crying soundlessly into her hair. The hymn of the nasty great aunts ended on a high and tremulous note, never relieved, wasting away in midair. Harrow bowed her head, and her parents did too, simultaneous in obedience. The great aunts nodded their heads to their chests. Aglamene and Crux followed suit. Gideon stared up at the ceiling and recrossed her ankles over each other, blinked bits of luminescent grit from her eyes. "I pray the tomb is shut forever," recited Harrowhark, with the curious fervidity she always showed in prayer. "I pray the rock is never rolled away. I pray that which was buried remains buried, insensate, and in perpetual rest, with closed eye and stilled brain. I pray it lives. I pray it sleeps. I pray for the needs of the Emperor all-giving, the undying king, his virtues and his men. I pray for the second house, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and eighth. I pray for the ninth house, and I pray for it to be fruitful. I pray for the soldiers and adepts far from home, and all those parts of the empire that live in unrest and disquiet. Let it be so." They all prayed, "Let it be so," with much rattling of bones. Gideon had not prayed for a very long time. She looked over the bald, gleaming skulls of the assembled skeletons, and the short-haired heads of the faithful ninth, and wondered what she'd do first when she left for Trentham. The sobs of Ortis's unfortunate mother interrupted the clatter, and her less than realistic thoughts of doing chin-ups in front of a dozen clapping ensigns. And she saw Harrow whispering to Crux, gesturing at mother and son, her face a painting of bloodless patience. Crux led them off the sanctuary none too gently. They passed down the center of the nave, Crux hustling, Ortis lumbering, Ortis's mother barely able to stand in her misery. Gideon gave the unfortunate cavalier a thumbs up as they passed. Ortis returned a brief and watery smile. Muster broke up after that. Most of the congregation stayed to keep praying at their good fortune, knowing that the secundarius bell would be ringing in a scant hour anyway. Gideon would have vaulted up to leave and sprint back to her shuttle first thing, but the skeletons flooded out in neat, serried ranks down the center of the nave, two abreast, blocking all of their progress in their readiness to get back to their snow leaks and the heat lamps of their fields. The disgusting great aunts removed themselves behind the parcloses to the claustrophobic family chapel off to one side, and Harrowhark ordered her parents' complacent mummies out of sight to wherever she usually hid them. Back in their lavish household cell, probably, and to bar the door after. Gideon was massaging sprains from her fingers as her sword master came seesawing down the aisle. "She lies," said Gideon absently, by way of greeting. "If you hadn't noticed, she never keeps her promises, not a one." Aglamene did not answer. Gideon didn't expect her to. She just stood there, not meeting her student's gaze, one liver-spotted hand clutched tight to the grip of her sword. Eventually, she said gruffly, "You have always suffered from a want of duty, Nav. You can't argue that. You couldn't spell obligation if I shoved the letters up your ass." "Gotta say, I don't think that would help," said Gideon. "God, I'm glad you didn't teach me my spelling." "A soldier's best quality is a sense of allegiance, of loyalty. Nothing else survives." "Ah, no," said Gideon, and experimenting rose from the pew. She was standing fine, but her ribs ached. One was probably cracked. Her butt hurt from being dragged. She was going to be swollen with bruises before nightfall, and she needed to have a tooth put back in. Not by one of those nuns, though. Never again. The cohort would have bone magicians aplenty. "Oh no, it's fine. Don't get me wrong, Captain. Where I'm going, I promise to piss fidelity all the livelong day. I have lots of fealty in me. I feel the Emperor with every bone in my body. I feel hard." "You wouldn't know fealty if it—" "Don't hypothetically shove stuff up my butt again," said Gideon. "It never does any good." The lopsided old woman took a scabbard off her back and wearily handed it over. It was Gideon's. Her sword had been sheathed safely inside it. Aglamene tossed her the abandoned suitcase, too, to boot. This would be the closest to an apology she would get. The woman would never touch her, and she would never give her a word that had no edges. But this was nearly tender for the captain of the guard, and Gideon would take it and run. Determined footsteps sounded down the center aisle alongside the sound of ancient lace rustling over slick obsidian. Gideon's gut tightened, but she said, "How the hell are you going to get out of this one, Nona Gesimus?" "I'm not," said Harrow, surprising her. The reverend daughter's sharp-angled, foxy chin was thrust out, and she still had a thick rime of blood circling each nostril, but with her burning black eyes she looked exalted as a bad bone saint. "I'm going. This is my chance for intercession. You couldn't comprehend." "I can't, but I also couldn't care less," said Gideon. "We all get our chances, Nav. You got yours." Gideon wanted to punch her lights out, but she said instead, with forced jollity, "By the way, I worked your nasty little trick, jackass." Aglamene did not cuff her for this, which was also some sort of apology. She just jabbed a warning finger in her direction. Harrow cocked her chin up in genuine surprise, hood falling away from her dark, short-cropped head. "Did you?" she drawled. "Really?" "Your mother's signature on the commission. A sting in the tail. If I come clean," she said, "that renders the signature null and void, doesn't it? It buys my silence. Well played. I'll have to keep my mouth shut when I hand that one over, you know." Harrowheart cocked her head one way, lightly. I hadn't even thought of that," she said. "I thought you meant the shuttle." Alarm bells rang in Gideon's head, like the first and second peal all mixed together. She could feel the heat drain from her face, and she was already backing out of the pew, into the aisle, wheeling away. Harrowhark's face was a painted study of innocence, of perfect unconcern. At the expression on Gideon's, Aglamene had put a hand on her sword, moving herself between the two with a warning stump of the leg. Gideon said, with difficulty, "What about the shuttle?" "Oh, Otis and his mother stole it," said Harrowhark. "They must be gone already. She still has a family back on the 8th, and she thinks they'll take them in." At her expression, Harrow laughed. "You make it so easy, Griddle. You always do." Gideon had never confronted a broken heart before. She had never gotten far enough to have her heart broken. She knelt on the landing field, knees in the grit, arms clutched around herself. There was nothing left but blown out, curly patterns in the pebbles where the shuttle had passed. A great dullness had sunk over her, a deep coldness, a thick stolidity. When her heart beat in her chest, it was with a huge, steady grief. Every pulse seemed to be the space between insensibility and knives. For some moments she was awake, and she was filled with a slow-burning mind fire, the kind that never went out and crumbled everything from the inside. For all the other moments, it was as though she had gone somewhere else. Behind her stood the lady of the 9th house, watching her with no satisfaction. "I got wind of your plan only last week," she admitted. Gideon said nothing. "A week before," Harrow continued, "I wouldn't have known at all, if I hadn't gotten the summons. You've done everything right. They said if I put my reply on the shuttle I'd previously scheduled. They said I could put my reply on the shuttle I had previously scheduled, if I wanted to write in paper. I will give you your due. There was no way I could have accounted for that. I could have spoiled it before, but I wanted to wait until now to do anything. I wanted to wait for the very moment when you thought you'd gotten away, to take it from you." Gideon could only manage, "Why?" The girl's expression was the same as it had been on the day that Gideon had found her parents dangling from the roof of their cell. It was blank and white and still. "Because I completely fucking hate you," said Harrow Hark. "No offense." And that's the chapter. Another break for discussion. How are we feeling? Please excuse me, I am. Hey, AC, how are you? You just in time. We've been reading. I hope you've been well. I hope the world's treating you okay. I know it's been a little crazy out there, but fingers crossed. It's really good to hear from you. Chapter 4. It would have been neater, perhaps, if all of Gideon's disappointments and woes from birth downward had used that moment as a catalyst. If, filled with a new and fiery determination, she had equipped herself down there in the dark with fresh ambition to become free. She didn't. She got the depression. She lay in her cell, picking at life like it was a meal she didn't want to eat. She didn't touch her sword. She didn't go and jog around the planter fields and dream of what days looked like to cohort recruits. She stole a crate of the nutrient paste they put in the gruels and soups fed to the 9th Faithful, and squirted them in her mouth when she got hungry, listlessly leafing through magazines or lying back on her bed, crunching her body into sit-ups to make time go away. Crux had snapped the security cuff back on her ankle, and she rattled it when she moved, often not bothering to turn on the lights, clinking around in the dark. A week's grace was all she got. The Reverend daughter turned up, as she always goddamn did, standing outside the locked door of her cell. Gideon knew she was there because the shadows in front of the little peephole changed, and because it would be nobody else. By way of hello, she said, "Fuck you," and switched to push-ups. "Stop sulking, Griddle. Go choke on a dick." "I have work for you," said Harrow Hark. Gideon let herself rest on the apex extension of her arms, staring down sightlessly at the cold floor, the sweat frosting on her back. Her ribs still hurt when she breathed, and the cuff was heavy on her ankle, and one of the nuns had jammed her tooth back in too hard, and it was like the woe of the Emperor every time she sneezed. "Nona Gesimus," she said slowly, "the only job I'd do for you would be if you wanted someone to hold the sword as you fell on it. The only job I'd do for you would be if you wanted your ass kicked so hard the locked tomb opened and a parade came out to sing, 'Lo, a destructed ass.' The only job I'd do would be if you wanted me to spot you while you backflipped off the top tier into Dreaba." "That's 3 jobs," said Harrow Hark. "Die in a fire, Nona Gesimus." There was a rustle from outside, the light scrape of a pin being pulled from a stud before it was pushed through the mesh of the peephole. Belatedly, Gideon scrambled up to toss it back as one did a grenade, but the head of Harrow's earring had landed in her cell. And from that tiny mote of beads sprang Humorous, Radius, and Ulna. A skeletal hand groped blindly at the key in the lock and turned it even as Gideon swung her boot around to smash it into splintery bits. It crumbled away to dust, including the stud. Harrowhark Nona Gesimus swung open the door, haloed faintly in the electric lights from the tier, her acerbic little face as welcome as a knee to the groin. "If you want to do something interesting, come with me," she commanded. "If you want to wallow in your shockingly vast reserves of self-pity, cut your throat and save me the food bill." "Oh, damn! Then I can join your old man and lady in the puppet show?" "How in the world I would suffer without your wit," said Harrowhark, blandly. "How the world would suffer without your wit," said Harrowhark, blandly. "Get your robe. We're going down to the catacomb." It was almost gratifying, Gideon reflected, struggling with the black folds of her church gown, that the heir to the House of the Ninth refused to walk with her hand inside of the tier, or with her on the inside of the tier. She walked close to the wall instead, keeping pace a half step behind Gideon, watching for Gideon's hands and Gideon's sword. Almost gratifying, but not quite. Harrow could make even overweening caution offensive. After long days with just her little reading lamp, Gideon's eyes stung from the lukewarm light of the ninth drill shaft. She blinked myopically as the lift rattled them down at the doors of Drearba. "We're not going into the inner sanctuary, you recreant," Harrow said as Gideon balked. "We're going to the monument. Come." The lifts that went down into the fetid bowels of Drearba were death traps. The ones they entered now, down into the crypts, were especially bad. This one was an open platform of oxygen-addled, creaking metal, tucked behind an iron door that Harrow opened with a tiny chip key from around her neck. As they descended, the air that rushed up to meet them was so cold that it made Gideon's eyes water. She pulled the hood of her cloak down over her head and shoved her hands up its sleeves. The central buried mechanism that made their pit on this planet possible sang its low, whining song, filling the elevator shaft, dying away as they went deeper and deeper into the rock. It was profoundly dark. Stark, strong light swamped their landing, and they walked out into the labyrinth of cages filled with whirring generators that nobody knew how to work. The machines sat alone in their carved-out, chilly niches, garlanded with black crepe from ninth devotees, long dead, their barred housings keeping the two at arm's length as they passed. The cave narrowed into a passageway, and the passageway terminated in a pitted door. Harrow pushed this open and led the way into a long, oblong chamber of bone-choked niches and bad copies of funerary masks, of wrapped bundles and seriously ancient grave goods. At one niche, Iglamine kneeled, having set herself the task of ransacking as many of the wrapped bundles as she could. Instead of a ninth robe, she wore a thick wool jacket and gloves, which gave her the appearance of a marshmallow pierced with 4 toothpicks of differing lengths. She was wearing a particularly po-faced, battle-weary expression as she picked through around 100 swords in varying states of death. Next to her was a basket of daggers and a handful of knuckle knives. Some were rusted to hell, some were halfway rusted to hell. She was examining a sword and gloomily rubbing a bit of built-up plaque on the blade. "This plan is doomed," she said to them, without looking up. "Success, Captain?" said Harrowhark. "They're all archaeology, my lady." "Unfortunate. What was Ortis preferring these days?" "Speaking freely," said Iglamine, "Ortis preferred his mother and a book of sad poems. His father trained him to fight sword and buckler, but after his death," she gave a somewhat creaking shrug, "he was a damned poor swordsman at his peak. He was not his father's son. I would have trained him sword and powder, but he said he had the guitar. But the guitar. But his sword must be good, surely." "God, no," said Iglamine. It was heavy oil amalgam, and it had a rubber tip, lighter than Nav's head." "Harsh," said Gideon. "No, lady. I'm looking for a blade in the style of his great-grandmother's, and a knife, or a knuckle." "Powder," said Harrowhark decidedly, "or chain." "A knife, I think, my lady," her captain said again, with more gentle deference than Gideon had known the old woman possessed. Knife or knuckle? The knife will be impossibly difficult to adjust to as it is. You fight in a crowd. A chain in close melee will be more of a danger to you than will anyone else. Gideon had long since decided that this was not a good place to be, and that the plans being hatched were not the plans she liked. She started to edge backwards, toward the door, picking her path as lightly as possible. Suddenly there was Harrow, squeezing herself between two pillars, and draping her arms above her head. Long folds of black robes shook down from her arms, making her look like a road-blocking bat. "Oh, no, Nav, no," she said calmly. "Not when you owe me." "Owe you? Why, of course," said Harrowhark. "It was your shuttle my cavalier ran off in." Gideon's fist jacked out towards Harrow's pointy nose. Less by design than accident, the other girl stumbled out of the way, half tripping, dusting herself off, and narrowing her eyes as she circled around the pillar. "If you're going to start that again," she said, "here." She reached down and hauled up one of the discarded blades. It was at least mildly hilarious to see Harrow have to heave with all the might of her, 3 muscles. Gideon took it while the necromancer rubbed fretfully at her wrists. "Try that," she said. Gideon unsheathed and examined the sword. Long, black pieces of crooked metal formed a decaying basket hilt. A terrifically worn black pommel seal depicted the tomb wrapped in chains, the sign of the 9th. The blade itself was notched and cracked. "Only way this kills someone was with lockjaw," she said. "How are you going to get Ortis back, anyway?" Did Harrowhark look momentarily troubled? "We're not. Aglaminae's too old for this. And that is why you, Griddle," said the lady, "are to act as Cavalier Primary of the House of the 9th. You will accompany me to the first house as I study to become a lictor. You will be my personal guard and companion, dutiful and loyal, and uphold the sacred name of this house and its people." Once Gideon had stopped laughing, leaning against the icy pillar and beating on it with her fist, she had to breathe long and hard in order to not crack up again. The beleaguered grimace on Aglaminae's hard-carved face had deepened into an outright sense of siege. "Whew!" she managed, scrubbing away tears of mirth. "Oh, damn! Give me a minute, okay. Like hell I will, Nona Gesimus." Harrow ducked out from behind her pillar, and she walked towards Gideon, hands still clasped together. Her face held the beatific, fire-white expression she had the day she told Gideon she was going off-planet, an unwavering resolve, almost like joy. She stopped in front of the other girl and looked up at her, shaking the hood from her dark head, and she closed her eyes into slits. "Come on, Nav," she said, and her voice was alight. "This is your chance. This is your opportunity to come into glory. Follow me through this, and you can go anywhere. House Cavaliers can get any cohort position they like. Do this for me, and I won't just set you free. I'll set you free with a fortune, with a commission, with anything you want." This nettled her. "You don't own me." "You don't own me." "Oh, but Griddle, I do," said Harrowhark. "You're bound to the locked tomb, and at the end of the night, the locked tomb is me. The nominated hands are to enter the first house. Now, their names will be written in history as the new Imperial Saints. Nothing like this has ever happened before, and it may never happen again. Nav, I'm going to be a lictor." "Hello, I'm the woman who helped Harrowhark Nona Gesimus's fascist rise to power," said Gideon to nobody in particular. "Yes, the universe sucks now. I knew this going in. Also, she betrayed me afterward, and now my body has been shot into the sun." Harrowhark came too close, and Gideon did what she'd never done in the past. She raised the rusted sword so that its naked point was level with the other girl's forehead. The necromancer adept did not flinch, just made her black-smeared mouth a mocking move of shock. "I will never trust you. Your promises mean nothing. You've got nothing to give me. I know what you'd do given half a chance." Harrow's dark eyes were on Gideon's, past the blade pointed at her skull. "Oh, I have hurt your heart," she said. Gideon kept it absolutely level. "I boo-hooed for hours." "It won't be the last time I make you weep." Aglaminae's voice rattled out, Put that damn thing down. I can't bear to see you holding it with that grip. And, shocking Gideon, consider this offer, Nav. Gideon peered around Harrow's shoulder, letting the blade drop, trashing the miserable things scabbardless into the nearest niche. Captain, please don't be a proponent of this horseshit idea. It's the best idea we have, Nav, said her teacher. Our lady is going off planet. That's the long and short of it. You can stay here in the house you hate, or go attain your liberty in service to the house you hate. This is your one chance to leave, and to gain your freedom cleanly. Harrowhark opened her mouth to say something, but surprising Gideon further, Iglamine silenced her with a gesture. The crappy swords were set aside with care, and the old woman pulled her bockety leg out from underneath her and leant the good one against the catacomb wall, pushing hard to stand with a clank of mail and bone disease. You care nothing for the 9th. That's fine. This is your chance to prove yourself. I'm not helping Nona Gesimus become a lictor. She'll make me into boots. I have condemned your escapes, said Iglamine. They were graceless and feeble. But, she turned to the other girl, with all due respect, you have dealt her too ill, my lady. I hate this idea. If I were 10 years younger, I would beg you to condescend to take me. But you won't vouchsafe her, and so I must. Must you? Said Harrow. There was a curious softness in her voice. Her black gaze was searching for something in the captain of her guard, and she did not seem to be finding it. I must, said Iglamine. You'll be leaving me and Crux in charge of the house. If I vouchsafe the freedom of Gideon Nav, and it is not given to her, then begging pardon for my ingratitude, it is a betrayal of myself, who is your retainer, and was your mother's retainer. Harrowhark said nothing. She wore a thin, pensive expression. Gideon wasn't fooled. This look usually betokened Harrow's brain percolating outrageous nastiness. But Gideon couldn't think straight. A horrible dark red heat was traveling up her neck, and she knew it would go right to her cheeks if she let it, so she pulled the hood up over her head and said not a word, and she couldn't look at her swordmaster at all. If she satisfies you, you must let her go, said Iglamine firmly. Course, with all the gracious promises of the 9th. Oh, if she pulls this off, she can have whatever she likes, said Harrowhark easily, way too easily. She'll have glory squirting out each orifice. She can do or be anything she pleases, preferably over on the other side of the galaxy from where I am. Then I thank you for your mercy and your grace, and regard the matter settled, said Iglamine. How is it settled? I have patently not agreed to this shit. Both of them ignored Gideon. Getting back to the original problem, said the old woman, settling painfully back down among the swords and the knives. Nav has had none of Ortis's training, not in manners nor in general scholarship, and she was trained in the sword of heavy infantry. Ignore the first. Her mental inadequacies can be compensated for. The second's what I'm interested in. How difficult is it for a normal swordswoman to switch from a double-handed blade to a cavalier rapier? For a normal swordswoman, to reach the standard of a House Cavalier primary, you'd need years. For Nav, 3 months. Here Gideon died briefly of gratification. She revived only due to the rising horror consequent of everything else. And she'd be up to the standard of the meanest, most behindhand cavalier alive. Oh, nonsense, said Harrow languorously. She's a genius. With the proper motivation, Griddle could wield 2 swords in each hand and 1 in her mouth. While we were developing common sense, she studied the blade. Am I right, Griddle? I've agreed to stone-cold dick, said Gideon, and I don't care how badass cavaliers are meant to be. I hate rapiers. All that bouncing around makes me feel tired. Now a 2-hander, that's a swordsman's sword. I don't disagree, said her teacher, but a house cavalier, with all her proper training, is a handsomely dangerous thing. I saw the primary cavalier of the House of the Second fight in his youth, and my God, I never forgot it. Arrow was pacing in tiny circles now, but she could get to the point where she might believably, possibly be mistaken for a trained cavalier of the House of the 9th. The reputation of the Ninth Cavalier Primary has not been what it was since the days of Matthias Nonius, said Iglamine, and that was 1,000 years ago. Expectations are very low. Even then, we'd be bloody lucky. Gideon pushed herself up from the pillar and cracked her knuckles, stretching her chill-stiff muscles out before her. She rolled her neck, testing her shoulder, and unwrapped her robe from around herself. I'll live for those days when everyone stands around talking about how bad I am at what I do, but also it gives me hurt feelings, she said, and took the sword she had abandoned for trash. She tested its weight in her hand, feeling what was to her an absurd lightness, and struck what she thought was a sensible stance. How's this, Captain? Her teacher made a noise in her throat somewhere between disgust and desolation. What are you doing with your other hand? Gideon compensated. No! Oh, Lord, put that down until I formally show you how. The sword and the powder, said Harrowhark eagerly. The sword and the knuckle, my lady, said Iglamine. I'm dropping my expectations substantially. Gideon said, I still have absolutely not agreed to this. The reverend daughter picked her way toward her over discarded swords, and stopped once she was level with the pillar that Gideon had reflexively flattened her back against. They regarded each other for long moments, until the absolute chill of the monument made Gideon's teeth involuntarily chatter, and then Harrow's mouth twisted, fleetingly, indulgently. I would have thought you would be happy that I needed you, she admitted, that I showed you my girlish and vulnerable heart. Your heart is a party for 5,000 nails, said Gideon. That's not a no. Help Iglamine find you a sword, Griddle. I'll leave the door unlocked. With that languid and imperious command, she left, leaving Gideon lolling her head back against the frigid stone of the pillar and chewing the inside of her cheek. It was almost worse getting left alone with the swordmaster. An awkward, chilly silence spread between them as the old woman grumpily picked through the pile, holding each rapier up to the light, pulling rancid strips of leather away from the grip. It's a bad idea, but it's a chance, you know, Iglamine said. Take it or leave it. I thought you said it was the best idea we have. It is, for Lady Harrowhark. The best swordsman that the Ninth House has produced, maybe ever. Can't say. I never saw Nonius fight. Yeah, you would have been what, just born, said Gideon, whose heart was hurting keenly. Shut your mouth, or I'll shut it for you. Swords rattled into a leather case as Iglamine selected a couple at hand, shaking a few of the knuckle knives into boot. The case creaked, and she creaked as she had to tip herself forward, painfully with dignity, getting on her one half-good knee in order to pull herself up to stand. Gideon moved forward automatically, but one look from the woman's working eye was enough to make her pretend she'd just been getting back into her robes. Iglamine hauled the case over her shoulder, kicking unwanted swords back into a niche, yanking the useless sword from Gideon's nerveless hand. She paused as her fingers closed over the hilt, her haggard face caught up in her consideration, a titanic battle apparently going on somewhere deep inside her head. One side gained the upper hand, and she said gruffly, Nav, a word of warning. What? There was something urgent in her voice, something worried, something new. Things are changing. I used to think we were waiting for something, and now I think we're just waiting to die. Gideon's heart sagged. You really want me to say yes? Go on and say no, said her captain. It's your choice. If she doesn't take you, I'll go with her and gladly. But she knows, and I know, and I think even you damn well know, that if you don't get out now, you won't get out in a box. So what happens if I agree? Breaking the spell, Iglamine roughly shouldered the leather case into Gideon's arms, slapping it there before stalking back the way that Harrow had left them. Then you hurry up. If I'm to turn you into the Ninth Cavalier, I need to start 6 years ago. And that is chapter 4. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope everyone is having a good evening. I'm going to update Take some moments just to rest for a second. Rest my poor voice. Alright, let's update my live stream on YouTube. I hope everybody's been enjoying so far. I have. Don't think I've been getting any chat from YouTube, but I see a couple people sitting there in the chat, so hello. I hope you're doing well. All right. Gideon the Ninth is a book that originally this is just an interesting note. I originally hated Harrow as a character. She's now my favorite character in the story, but I used to hate her so much. I struggled a lot with forgiveness when I was younger. There's a lot. I mean, I've been through some stuff in my life, and so it was really hard for me to move past some of that into a state where I felt comfortable, like, moving on and forgiving people for things that they'd done to me. I kind of had this very solid idea in my head that there were good people and there were evil people, right? And I didn't think that bad people changed very much. But I think this story helped me understand that that's not necessarily true. Sometimes it's important to see where other people come from, because, and this is something I advocate for, obviously, in all things, you know, to widen your horizons, talk to people that you don't understand, because that is how you grow. It's how you sharpen the tools in your I guess toolbox. It's how you know that you're growing. It's how you get better. Your arsenal, right? Exactly. So, big suggest. I believe the paperback and the hardcover version have, like, some extra stuff in them, so good to pick up, good to read. Plus, it's full of lesbians, which we love. We love that. Ooh. Back. Ooh. All right. Shall we continue, friends? The second letter that they received care of the resurrecting king, the gentle emperor, was somewhat less prolix than the first. They were lurking in the personal nonagesimus library, a stone-arched room packed tight with shelves of the musty and neglected books Harrow Hark didn't study, and the musty, less neglected books that she did. Gideon sat at a broad, sagging desk piled high with pages covered in necromantic marginalia, most of them in Harrow's cramped, impatient writing. She held the letter before her with one hand. With the other, she warily painted her face with a piece of fiber wadding and a pot of alabaster paint, feeling absurdly young. The paint smelled acid and cold, and working that damned stuff into the creases next to her nose meant sucking globs of paint up her nostrils all day. Harrow was sprawled... Excuse me. Heading out for now. See ya! Sorry. Harrow was sprawled on a sofa spread, with tattered brocade, robes abandoned, scrawny, black-clad legs crossed at the ankles. In Gideon's mind, she looked like an evil stick. Gideon reread the letter, then again, twice, before checking her face in a little cracked mirror. Gorgeous. Hot. I know you said first house, like 3 times, she said, but I thought you were being metaphorical. I thought it would fill you with a sense of adventure. It damn well doesn't, said Gideon, rewriting the wadding. If you're taking me to the planet where nobody lives... You're taking me to the planet where nobody lives. I thought we'd end up on the 3rd or the 5th, or a sweet space station or something. Not just another cave filled with all religious nutjobs. Why would there be a necromantic gathering on a space station? This was a good point. If there was one thing Gideon knew about necromancers, it's that they needed power. Thanergy, death juice, was abundant wherever things had died or were dying. Deep space was a necro's nightmare, because nothing had ever been alive out there, so there was no big puddles of death lying around for Harrow and her ilk to suck up like a straw. Or with a straw. The brave men and women of the cohort looked on this limitation with compassionate amusement, never set an adept to do a soldier's job. Behold the last paragraph, Harrow said from the sofa, turning your benighted eyes to lines 5 and 6. Unwillingly, Gideon turned her benighted eyes to lines 5 and 6. Tell me the implications. Gideon stopped painting and leant back in her chair before thinking the better of it, easing it back down to the chill tiles of the floor. There was something a little soggy about one of the legs. No retainers, no attendants, no domestics. Well, you'd be shitted all to hell otherwise. You'd have to bring around crux. Look, are you really saying that nobody's going to be there but us and some crumbly old hierophants? That, said the reverend daughter, is the implication. For crying out loud! Then let me dress how I want and give me back my longsword! 10,000 years of tradition, Griddle. I don't have 10,000 years of tradition, bitch, said Gideon. I have 10 years' worth of two-handed trading and a minor allergy to face paint. I'm worth so much less to you with a pizza face and a toothpick. The reverend daughter's fingers locked together, thumbs rotating in languid circles. She did not disagree. 10,000 years of tradition, she said slowly, dictates that the 9th house should have been at its leisure to produce, at the very least, a cavalier with the correct sword, the correct training, and the correct attitude. Any implication that the 9th house did not have the leisure to meet even that expectation is as good as giving up. I'd be better off by myself than taking you qua you. But I know how to fake this. I can provide the sword. I can provide a smattering of training. I cannot even slightly provide your attitude. 2 out of 3 is still not 3. The con depends on your shut mouth and your adoption of the minimal requirements, Griddle. So nobody realizes that we're broke and nearly extinct, and that your parents topped themselves. So nobody takes advantage of the fact that we lacked conventional resources, said Harrow, shooting Gideon a look that skipped warning and went straight to barrage. So nobody realizes that the house is under threat. So nobody realizes that my parents are no longer able to take care of its interests. Gideon folded the paper in half again, and made it into corners. She rubbed it between her fingers for the rare joy of feeling paper crinkle, and then she dropped it on the desk and cleaned paint off her fingernails. She did not need to say or do anything except let the quiet roll out between them. We are not becoming an appendix of the 3rd or 5th houses, continued the necromancer opposite. Do you hear me, Griddle? If you do anything that suggests we're out of order, if I even think you're about to... Here Harrow shrugged quite calmly. I'll kill you. Naturally, but you can't keep this a secret forever. When I am a lictor, everything will be different, said Harrow Hark. I'll be in a position to fix things without fear of reprisal. As it is, our leverage now is that nobody knows anything about anything. I've had 3 separate communiques already from other houses asking if I'm coming, and they don't even know my name. What the hell are you going to tell them? Nothing, idiot, said Harrow. This is the house of the 9th, Griddle. We act accordingly. Gideon checked her face and put down the paint and the wadding. Act accordingly meant that any attempt to talk to an outsider as a kid had led to her getting dragged away bodily. Act accordingly meant the house had been closed to pilgrims for 5 years. Act accordingly had been her secret dread that 10 years from now everyone else would be skeletons and explorers, would find Ortis reading poetry next to her and Harrowhark's bodies, their fingers still clasped around each other's throats. Act accordingly, to Gideon, meant being secret and abstruse and super obsessed with tomes. I won't have people asking questions. You'll look the part. Give me that, commanded Harrow, and she took the fat stick of black char from Gideon's hand. She tried to turn Gideon's face up to hers by force, fingers grasping beneath the chin, but Gideon promptly bit her. There was a simple joy in watching Harrow swear furiously and shake her hand and peel off the bitten glove, like in seeing sunlight or eating a good meal. Harrow began fiddling ominously with one of the bone pins in her ear, so with extreme reluctance, as of an animal not wanting to take medicine, Gideon tilted her face up to get painted. Harrow took the black and stroked it beneath Gideon's eyes, none too gently, making her anticipate an exciting jab in the cornea. I don't want to dress up like a goddamn nun again. I got enough of that when I was 10, said Gideon. Everyone else will be dressing exactly how they ought to dress, said Harrow, and if the ninth house contravenes that, the house least likely to do any such thing, then people will examine us a hell of a lot more closely than they ought. If you look just right, then perhaps they won't ask you any tricky questions. They may not discover that the cavalier of the house of the ninth is an illiterate peon. Hold your mouth closed. Gideon held her mouth closed, and once Harrow was done, said, I object to illiterate. Pin-up rags aren't literature, Nab. I'll read them for the articles. When, as a young and disinclined member of the locked tomb, Gideon had painted her face, she had gone for the bare minimum of death's head that the role demanded, dark around the eyes, for a bit of the nose, a slack black slash across the lips. Now as Harrowheart gave her little palm of cracked mirror, she saw that she was painted like the ancient, tottering necromancers of the house, those ghastly and unsettling sages who never seemed to die, just disappear into the long galleries of books and coffins beneath Drirba. She'd been slapped up to look like a grim-toothed, black-socketed skull, with big, long black holes on each side of the mandible. Gideon said drearily, I look like a douche. I want you to appear before me every day like this, until the day we leave, said Harrowhark, and she leant against the desk to view her handiwork. I won't cut you bald, even though your hair is ridiculous, because I know you won't shave your head daily. Learn this paint. Wear the robe. I'm waiting for the and, said Gideon. You know, the payoff. If you let me have my head, I'd wear my breastplate and use my sword. If you're an imbecile if you think I'll be able to fight properly wearing a robe, and I could cavalier until the rest of them went home. I could cavalier until they just made you a hand on the first day, and put sexy pictures of me on a calendar. Where's the and, Nonagesimus? There is no and, Harrow said, and pushed herself away from Gideon's chair to throw herself back down on the sofa once more. If it were merely about getting what I wanted, I wouldn't have bothered to take you at all. I would have had you packed up in 9 boxes, and sent each box to a different house, the 9th box kept for Crux to comfort him in his old age. I will succeed with you in tow, and nobody will even know there was aught amiss with the house of the 9th. Paint your face. Train with the rapier. You're dismissed. Isn't this the part where you give me intel? Gideon said, standing up and flexing her stiff muscles. Tell me all you know of the tasks ahead, who we're with, and what to expect. God, no, said Harrow. All you need to know is that you'll do what I say, or I'll mix bone meal in with your breakfast and punch my way through your gut. Which was, Gideon had to admit, entirely plausible. And that's the chapter. Ooh. Alright, just doing a double check on some stuff real quick. Oh, goodness. think perhaps they're going along so smoothly. Well, I'm glad. I agree. I really like the dialogue between the characters too. I think that Gideon and Harrow are really good foils. They play off each other really well. They've got years of experience doing it, so that makes sense, right? It's the only thing that they've had for entertainment is to kick the shit out of each other for however many years. I just love how sassy they've gotten, and they're, like, always try to one-up each other. We're packing a bowl. I hope everyone else is having a good evening. Oh, I'm going to take a momentary break and use the restroom. So please grab yourself some water, do a little stretch, do your breathing exercises, take your meds, and I'll be back in just a little bit. Yeah, I'm currently playing a game, so I kind of don't want to know. Are you hungry? Hello, my loves. I'm back. I hope you're all having a nice, relaxing evening. I hope it's been nice to be here reading. It is a good time spent to spend with all of you here. I really appreciate having you along for the ride through this beautiful story. I'm not sure if we're probably not going to finish the book tonight. but we can definitely get pretty decently in. I imagine we're at least gonna get into like the start of like where things really start happening. There's some real edge of your seat stuff in this. My glasses off because they're starting to get sore on my head. It's hard to wear the glasses at the same time as the headphones. I wish I didn't need the headphones, but I want to be able to hear all the sound alerts. Alrighty. If Gideon had worried that the next 3 months would see her in close proximity to the Reverend daughter, she was dead wrong. She spent 6 hours a day learning where to put her feet when she wielded a one-handed sword, where to rest what seemed to her to be her useless, unused arm, how to suddenly make herself a sideways target, and always move on the same stupid foot. At the end of each punishing session, a Glamine would take her in a one-on-one fight and disarm her in 3 moves. "Parry, damn you, parry!" was the daily refrain. "This isn't your longsword, Nav. You block with it again and I'll make you eat it." On the few early days when she had foregone the paint, Crux had appeared and turned off the heating to her cell. She would end up slumped on her tier, screaming with cold, numb, and nearly dead. So she wore the goddamn paint. It was nearly worse than her pre-Cavalier life, except that as a small mercy, she could train instead of going to prayers, and as a bigger mercy, Crux and Harrow were nearly never around. The heir to the house had ordered her marshal to do something secret down in the bowels of Drirba, where bowed and creaking ninth brothers and sisters worked hour after hour at whatever grisly task Harrowheart had set. As for the Lady of the Ninth herself, she locked herself in the library and didn't come out. Very occasionally, she would watch Gideon train, remark on the absolute lack of progress, make Gideon strip her paint off her face, and command her to do it again. One day, she and Iglamine made Gideon walk behind Harrow, up and down the tiers, shadowing her until Gideon was nearly mad with impatience. The only dubious advantage to this was that she would sometimes hear snatches of conversation, standing motionless and rigid-backed with her hand on the pommel of her sword and her sightline somewhere beyond Harrow's shoulder. Gideon was hungry for intel, but these exchanges were never very illuminating. The most she got was the day Harrow, too fretful to modulate her voice, said outright, "Naturally it's a competition, Captain, even the wording. Well, the third house will naturally be the best equipped, and the second will have spent half their lives at the front and be covered in cohort decorations. It doesn't signify. I don't care about soldiers or politicians or priests. It's a Greer house that I worry about." Iglamine said something that Gideon did not catch. Harrow gave a short, hard laugh. "Anyone can learn to fight. Hardly anyone learns to think." Otherwise, Harrow stayed with her books and studied her necromancy, getting leaner and more haggard, crueler and more mean. Each night, Gideon fell into bed and was asleep before she could tend her blistered feet and massage her bruised body. On days when she had behaved very well, Iglamine let her train with her longsword instead, which had to pass for fun. The last week before they were due to leave, it came all at once, like startling awake from a half-remembered and unsettled dream. The Marshal of Drirba appeared like a chronic disease to stand over Gideon as she loaded her trunk, all of it with old hand-me-downs of Ortises that could be hastily remade into 3 different Gideon-sized articles. These reclaimed robes were like her normal clothes, dour and black, but better made, dourer and blacker. She spent a significant amount of time boring slats into the bottom of the trunk so that she could squirrel away her beloved, deserted longsword, packing it like precious contraband. Iglamine had found and reforged the sword of Ortis's grandmother's mother and presented it to a nonplussed Gideon. The blade was black metal, and it had a plain black guard and hilt, unlike the intricate messes of teeth and wires that adorned some of the other rapiers down at the monument. "Oh, this is boring," Gideon had said in disappointment. I wanted one with a skull poking another smaller skull, and other skulls flying all around. But tasteful, you know? She was also given knuckles. They were even less ornate, being obsidian and steel set in thick, heavy bands. There were 3 black blades on the back of the gauntlet, rigidly fixed in place. But for God's sake, don't use them for anything but a parry, said her teacher. This is confusing. You made me trade empty-handed. Gideon, said her teacher, after 11 ghoulish weeks of training you, beating you senseless, and watching you fall around like a dropsical infant, you are on a miraculous day up to the standard of a bad cavalier, one who's terrible. This was a great praise. But you fall apart as soon as you start to overthink your offhand. Use the knuckles to balance. Give yourself options if someone gets inside your guard. Though better yet, don't let them get inside your guard. Keep moving. Be fluid. Remember that your hands are now sisters, not twins. One executes your primary action, and the other supports the move. Pray they don't watch you fight too closely. And stop blocking every blow. On the final day, the entire House of the Ninth filled the tier of the landing field, and they left room to spare. It was sad to watch their eagerness, their kissing Harrowhark's hem over and over. They all knelt in prayer with the god-awful great-aunts as their reverend daughters stood and watched, tranquil and bloodless as the skeletons plowing in the tiers above. Gideon had noticed the absence of the ex-reverend mother and father, but hadn't thought anything of it. She was too busy thinking about her itchy second-hand clothes, and the rapier buckled at her side, and the paint that was now a second skin on her face. But she was still surprised when Harrow said, "Brothers and sisters, listen. My mother and father will not be with you. My father has sealed shut the passageway to the locked tomb that must always be locked, and they have decided to continue their penitence behind that wall until I return. The marshal will act as seneschal for me, and my captain will act as marshal." Testament to Harrow's timing for drama, the secondarius bell began ringing. From above the drill shaft, the shuttle started to make its descent, blotting out the ever fainter light of the equinox. For the very first time, Gideon did not feel the overwhelming sense of dread and suspicion. A pinprick of anticipation curled in her gut instead. Round 2. Go. Harrowhark looked out at the people of the Ninth. So did Gideon. There were all the assorted nuns and brethren, old pilgrims and aging vassals, every gloomy, severe, and stern face of adept and mystic, of joyless and wasted men and women, of the gray and monotonous population that had made up Gideon's life and never shown her one single moment of sympathy or kindness. Harrow's face was bright with elation and fervor. Gideon could have sworn there were tears in her eyes, except that no such liquid existed. Harrow was a desiccated mummy of hate. "You are my beloved house," she said. "Rest assured that wherever I go, my heart is interred here." She sounded like she really meant it. Harrow began, "We pray the tomb is shut forever," and Gideon found herself reciting simply because it was the only prayer she'd ever known, enduring the words by saying them as sounds without meaning. She stopped when Harrowhark stopped, her hands clasped, and added, "I pray for our success, for the house. I pray for the lictors, devoted hands of the Emperor. I pray to be found pleasing in his eyes. I pray for the cavalier." At this, Gideon caught the dark, black-rimmed eye, and could imagine the mental accompaniment, to choke to death on her own vomit. "Let it be so," said the lady of the Ninth House. The rattling of the assorted prayer bones very nearly drowned out the clank of the shuttle, docking. Gideon turned away, not meaning to make any kind of goodbye, but she saw Iglamine, hand crooked into a stiff salute, and realized for the first time that she might never see the woman again. God help her, she might never come back. For a moment, everything seemed dizzyingly unsure. The house continued on in grand and grisly majesty because you were always looking at it. It continued because you watched it continue, changeless and black before your eyes. The idea of leaving it made it seem so fragile as to crumble the moment they turned their backs. Harrowhark turned towards the shuttle, and Gideon realized with an unwelcome jolt that she was crying. Her paint was wet with tears. And then the whole idea became beautiful. The moment Gideon turned her back on it, the house would die. The moment Gideon walked away, it would all disappear like an impossibly bad dream. She mentally staved in the sides of the enormous shadowy cave and buried Drirba in rock, and for good measure exploded Crux like a garbage bag full of soup. But she saluted Iglamine as crisply and as enthusiastically as a soldier on her first day of service, and was pleased when her teacher rolled her eyes. As they pulled themselves into the shuttle, the door mechanism sliding down with a pleasingly final wunk, she leaned into Harrow. Harrow, who was dabbing her eyes with enormous gravity. The necromancer flinched outright. "Do you want," Gideon whispered huskily, "my hanky?" "I want to watch you die." "Maybe, Nonagesimus," she said with a deep satisfaction. "Maybe. But you sure as hell won't do it here." Chapter 7. Another pause for grace, another pause for contemplation. Or discussion, if you will. Yeah. She's such a miserable little bitch, and I love her. She's like a wet cat. She's pissed. She's always pissed. And she's always got something fucking sassy and sharp to say. Harrow is my ideal, right? I want to be able to be that sassy. I don't know if I want to be that mean, but I love that she's just horrible. She's the worst. My horrible little PTSD skeleton baby. Ugh, what a wet cat of a woman. Chapter 7. From space, the House of the First shone like fire on water, wreathed in the white smoke of its atmosphere, blue like the heart of a gas-ignited flame. It burned the eye. It was absolutely lousy with water, smothering it in all the bluest of blue conflagrations. Visible even up here were the floating chains of squares and rectangles and oblongs, smudging the blue with the gray and green, brown and black. The tumbled down cities and temples of a house long both dead and unkillable. A sleeping throne. Far away, its king and emperor sat on his seat of office and waited, a sentinel protecting his home but never able to return to it. The lord of the House of the First was the Lord Undying, and he had not come back in over 9,000 years. Gideon Nav pressed her face up to the plexiform window of the shuttle and looked as if she couldn't ever get enough of looking, until her eyes were red and streaming, and huge migraine motes danced along the edge of her vision. All the other shutters were closed up tight, and had been for most of the trip, which had taken about an hour of rapid travel. They had been surprised to find that behind the Plex privacy barrier Harrowhark had coolly slid up the moment they were inside, there was no pilot on board. The ship was being remotely piloted at great expense. There was no clearance for anybody to land at the first house without an explicit invitation. There was a button to press if you needed to talk to the remote navigator, and Gideon had been eager to hear another voice, but Harrow had slid the barrier back down with an air of distinct finality. She looked worn and exhausted, even vulnerable. For the journey's length, she had kept her prayer knuckles in her hands and moodily clinked them into each other. In Gideon's comics, cohort adepts always sat on plackets of grave dirt to ameliorate the effects of deep space and the loss of their power source. Trust Harrowhark not to take the placebo. Gideon had warmed herself with the thought that it was the perfect time to kick her ass up and down the shuttle, but in the end, the natural embarrassment of arriving with one's necromancer's elbows on backwards saved Harrow's life. All thoughts of ass-kicking had subsided as the approach of the first house reflected light through the open window, light that spilled into the passenger bay in fiery gouts. Gideon had to turn her face away, half blind and breathless. Harrow was tying a piece of black voile voile around her eyes, as calm and uninterested as if what hung outside their window was a dreary ninth sky. I had never seen that word to pronounce. I've never heard that word pronounced out loud, we should say. Sorry. Gideon cupped her hands over her eyes to shade them and looked again, getting her fill of the explosive brilliance outside, the velvety blackness of space with innumerable pinprick white stars. The first, a searing circle of incandescent blue, strewn with dazzling white, and the outsides of 7 more shuttles lining up in orbit. Gideon gave a low whistle to see them. To an inhabitant of the sepulchreous ninth house, it seemed amazing that the other houses that made their homelands on To an inhabitant of the sepulchreous ninth house, it seemed amazing that the whole thing didn't just combust and crumple into flame. There were other houses that made their homelands on planets closer to the burning star of Dominicus, the 7th and the 6th, for instance. But to Gideon, they could not imaginably be anything else than 100% on fire. It was incredible. It was exquisite. She wanted to throw up. It seemed stolid insanity that Harrowhark's only reaction was to slide up the plexiform barrier and hold down the communication button to ask, "How long must we wait?" The navigator's voice crackled back. "We are securing your clearance to land, Your Grace." Harrow didn't thank him. "How long?" "They are scanning your craft now, Your Grace, and will move the moment they have confirmed you're free to leave orbit." The Reverend Daughter sank back into her chair, stuffing her prayer beads into a fold of her robe. Quite unwillingly, Gideon caught her eye. The expression on the other girl's face wasn't disinterest or distraction, as she'd assumed. Even through a layer of veiling, she could tell that Harrow was near incapacitated with concentration. Her mouth was pinched in a tight ripple, worrying the black-painted blotch on the lower lip into blood. It took less than 5 minutes for the thrusters to creak to life again, for the ship to slowly glide out of orbit. Next to them, in a line, 7 other shuttles were drifting to one side, sliding into the atmosphere like dominoes falling. Harrow shook her head back into her hood and pinched the bridge of her nose, and said in tones between pleasure and pain, "This planet's unbelievable." "It's gorgeous. It's a grave," said Harrowhark. The shuttle broke orbit, haloed by coruscating light. This burn-off meant there was nothing to see but sky, but the sky of the first house was the same improbable, ludicrous blue as the water. Being on the outside of the planet was like living in a kaleidoscope. It was a lurching blur for long moments. A whine as air pockets in the thick atmosphere made the engines scream, a jolt as the craft repressurized to match. And then the shuttle was a slingshot bullet, an accelerating shell. The brightness was too much to bear. Gideon got the impression of 100 spires rising, choked with green stuff from blue and turquoise waters, before she had to squeeze her eyes shut and turn away wholesale. She pressed the fabric of the embroidered 9th robes to her face and had to breathe through her nose. "Idiot!" Harrowhark's voice was distant and full of badly suppressed adrenaline. "Here, take this veil." Gideon kept mopping at her eyes. "I'm all good." "I said put it on. I'm not having you struck blind when the door opens." "I came prepared, my sweet." "What are you even saying half the time?" The glow changed, strobing, and now the shuttle was slowing down. The light cleared, brightened, dazzled. Harrowhark threw herself upon the shutter and slammed it down. She and Gideon stood in the center of the passenger bay, staring at each other. Gideon realized that Harrow was trembling. Little licks of whole black hair were pasted to her pale gray forehead with sweat, threatening to dissolve the paint. Gideon realized with a start that she was trembling and sweating in concert. They looked at each other with a wild surmise, and then they started dabbing at their faces with the insides of their sleeves. "Put up," breathed Harrowhark. "Hide that ridiculous hair." "Your dead mummified mother's got ridiculous hair." "Griddle, we're within the planet's halo now, and I will delight in violence." A final thudding clunk, complete stillness. The seals on the outside were unlatched by some outside force, and as light blazed around the edges of the hatch, Gideon winked at her increasingly agitated companion. She said, sotto voce, "But then ye couldn't have admired these," and whipped on the glasses she'd unearthed back home. They were ancient smoked glass sunglasses with thin black frames and big mirrored lenses, and they grayed out Harrow's expression of incredulous horror as she adjusted them on her nose. That was the last thing she saw before the light got in. And then the outside of the first house was open to them, a rush of warm air ruffling their robes and drying the sweat on their faces. Before the hatch had even shuddered to a halt, Harrow, aggravated, had disappeared completely. Lady Harrow Hark Nonagesimus, the reverend daughter of the House of the Ninth, swept onto the docking ramp instead. Counting 5 full breaths to mark time, Gideon Nav, Cavalier of the Ninth House, came following behind, praying that her unfamiliar sword wouldn't tangle in her robes. They were on the enormous metal-plated dock of what must have surely been the most impressive structure the first house had ever built. It might have been the most impressive structure anyone had ever built. Gideon didn't have a lot to go on. Rearing up before them was a palace, a fortress of white and shining stone. It spread out on the surface of the water like an island. You couldn't see over it, and you could hardly see around it. It lapped back in terraces of what must have once been fabulous gardens. It rose up in gracious towers that hurt the eye with their slenderness and precision. It was a monument to wealth and beauty. I can do that, Rain. They were on, excuse me. Back in its day, at least, it would have been a monument to wealth and beauty. In the present, it was a castle that had been killed. Many of its white and shining towers had crumbled and fallen down in miserable chunks. Jungling overgrowth rose from the sea and wrapped around the base of the building, both green slimes and thick vines. The gardens were gray, flimsy canopies of dead trees and plants. They had overtaken the windows, their balconies and the balustrades, and clung there and died. They covered much of the frontage in a secretive mist of expired matter. Gold veins shone dully in the dirty white halls. The docking bay must have also been elegant in its era, a huge landing swath that could have held 100 ships at a time. Now 92 of the cradles were desolate and filthy. The metal was caked with salt from the water, salt that now assaulted Gideon's nose, a thick, briny scent, overpowering and wild. The whole place had the look of a picked-at body, but hot damn, what a beautiful corpse. The dock was alive with movement. 5 other ships had landed and they were expelling their contents. But there was no time for that. Someone had come to meet them. Harrowheart did not care for any herald. She had drifted out like a black ship in a sail, a bony figure wreathed in layers and layers of night-colored cloth, with a lace overcloak trailing behind her, adorned with bones, painted like a dead woman, eyes blindfolded with a black net. Now she dropped to her knees 5 paces from the shuttle door and began counting prayers on the knuckle beads in a click-clack monotone. Showtime. Gideon ambled over and knelt next to Harrow on the sun-warmed metal of the dock, her own robes pooling black around her, staring inscrutably at the tint-dimmed chaos of what was really going on. The clacking beads made her almost feel normal. "Hail to the lady of the Ninth House!" warbled a voice delightedly, bringing the count of people who had ever been happy to see Harrow up to 3. "Hail to her cavalier! Oh, hail, hail! Hail to the child of the far-off and shadowed jewel of our empire! What a very happy day!" A little old man stood in front of them. He was small and reedy, in the way that reminded Gideon of the oldest of the House of the Ninth, but he had the straightest back and rudest good health of any old man Gideon had ever seen. He was like an old and twisted oak still covered with leaves. He was bald, with a neat, clipped white beard and a golden circlet at his brow. His white robe had no hood and was long enough to brush his calves, and he wore a half-cloak of brushed white wool. Around his waist was a gorgeous belt. It was made of some shimmering gold stuff, and it was embroidered with a multitude of jewel colors in intricate patterns and shapes. They looked like flowers or flourishes or both. They looked as though they had been made 1,000 years ago and kept in loving perfection. Everything about him was ageless and pristine. Harrowhark pocketed her prayer beads. "Hail to the house of the first," she intoned. "Hail to the king undying." "Hail to the lord over the river," quailed the little priest, "and welcome to his house. Blessed Lady of the Ninth, the reverend daughter, the Ninth has not visited the first house for most of this myriad, but your cavalier is not Ortis Niganad." The slightest pause. "Ortis Niganad has abdicated his post," said Harrow, from the depths of her hood. "Gideon Nav has taken his place as cavalier primary. I am the Lady Harrowhark Nonagesimus." "Then welcome to the Lady Nonagesimus, and to Gideon the Ninth. Once you have finished your prayers," said the little priest effervescently, "you must stand and be honored, and come into the sanctum. I am keeper of the first house, and a servant to the Necrolord Highest, and you must call me teacher, not due to my own merits of learning, but because I stand in the stead of the merciful God above death, and I live in hope that one day you will call him teacher. And may you call him master, too, and may I call you then Harrowhark the First. Be at rest, Lady Nonagesimus, be at rest, Gideon the Ninth." Gideon the Ninth, who would have paid cash to be called absolutely anything else, rose as her mistress rose. They exchanged glances that even through one layer of veiling and one layer of tinted glass were violently hostile, but there was too much going on to stand and pull go-to-hell faces at each other. Gideon saw other white-robed figures darting to and fro between the shuttles, coming out of open double doors, but it took a moment to realize that these were skeletons in plain white, with white knots at their waists. They were using long metal poles to work the mechanisms that held the shuttles safely coupled to their latches, with that strange lockstep oneness in which the dead always worked. And then there were the living, waiting in twos, awkwardly shuffling their feet next to their ships. She had never seen so many different people not of the Ninth, and it almost dizzied her, but not enough so that she couldn't pick out when something was amiss. "I only count 6 shuttles," said Gideon. Harrowhark shot her a look for speaking out of turn, but the little priest-teacher cackled as though he were very pleased. "Oh, well noticed. Very good. Yes, there's a discrepancy," he said, "and we don't much like discrepancies. This is Holy Land. We might be called over careful, but we hold this house as sacred to the Emperor our Lord. We do not get many visitors, as you might think. There is nothing that much the matter," he added, and with a confiding air. "It's the house of the third and the house of the seventh. No matter, no matter. I'm sure they will be given clearance any moment now. We needed clarification, and inconsistency in both." "Inconsistency," repeated Harrowhark, as though she were rolling the word around in her mouth like a sweet. "Yes, the house of the third will, of course, push the boundaries. Of course they would. And the house of the seventh, well, it's well known. Look, they're landing now." Most of the other heirs and cavaliers had left their shuttles, and the skeletons were busy pulling their luggage out from their holds. The last 2 shuttles slowly spiraled down to earth, a fresh gust of warm wind scything over everyone as they came to their fluttering rest. Skeletons with poles were already there to greet them, and other living priests, one for each arriving shuttle. They were alive and well, dressed in identical vestments to the teachers. This made just 3 priests total, which made Gideon wonder why the Ninth always scored so much geriatric attention. The 2 new shuttles had both alighted next to the Ninth's, the Seventh's closest, and the third's one over, which was close enough to see who or what was inside as the third's hatch opened. Gideon was hugely interested to see 3 figures emerged. The first was a rather sulky young man with an air of hair gel and filigree, an ornate rapier at the belt of his button coat, the cavalier. The other 2 were young women, both blonde, though the similarity ended there. One girl was tall and statuesque, with a star-white grin and masses of bright gold curls. The other girl seemed smaller, insubstantial, with a sheet of the hair the anemic color of canned butter, and equally bloodless smirk. They were actually the same height, Gideon realized. Her brain had just deemed that proposition too stupid to credit on first pass. It was as though the second girl were the starved shadow of the first, or the first an illuminated reflection. The boy just looked like a bit of a dick. Gideon rubbernecked until a white-robed priest with another particolored belt hurried over from the trio of them, tapping on Teacher's shoulder and murmuring in worried half-heard snatches. "We're inflexible. The household's backing. Born at the exact... both the adept." Teacher waved it off with an indulgent hand and a wheezing laugh. "What can we do? What can we do?" "But it's impossible. Only trouble at the end of the line," he said, "and a trouble confined to them." Once the other priest had gone, Harrowhark said repressively, "Twins are an ill omen." Teacher seemed tickled. "How delightful to say an ill omen could come from the mouth of the Emperor." From the shuttle that carried the seventh house came consternation. The skeletons had pried a hatch open, and someone tottered out. It felt like painful slow motion, like time had decided to slow to a gruesome crawl to show itself off. They had fainted dead away into the arms of the waiting priest, an old man who was singularly unprepared for it. His legs and arms were buckling. The figure was dragging on the ground, threatening to spill entirely. There was red blood on the priest's front. He cried out. Gideon never ran unless she had to, and Gideon ran now. Her legs moved as swiftly as her awful judgment, and all of a sudden she was scooping the crumpled, drooping figure out of the priest's buckling arms, lowering his cargo to the ground as he murmured in amazement. In response, the ice-cold point of a blade bit gently through her hood to the back of her neck, right up to the base of her skull. "Yo!" said Gideon, her head absolutely still. "Step off!" The sword did not step off. "This isn't a warning," she said. "I'm just saying, give her some air." For the person folded up in Gideon's arms seemed a her. It was a slender young thing whose mouth was a brilliant red with blood. Her dress was a frivolous concoction of seafoam green frills, the blood on it startling against such a backdrop. Her skin seemed transparent, horribly transparent, with the veins at her hands and the sides of her temples a visible cluster of mauve branches and stems. Her eyes fluttered open. Excuse me. They were huge and blue, with velvety brown lashes. The girl coughed up a clot, which ruined the tableau, and those big blue eyes widened in dismay. "Protezalowis," said the girl, "stand down." When the sword didn't move an inch, she coughed again and said unhappily, "Stand down, you goof. You're going to get us in trouble." Gideon felt the pressure and the edge remove itself from her neck, and she let out a breath. Not for long, though. It was replaced with a gloved hand pressing over the place where the blade had been, a hand which was pressing down as though its owner would quite like to punch her occipital bone into crumbs. That hand could belong to only one person. Gideon braced to be dropped headfirst into the shitter, and Harrowhark's voice emerged as though it had been dredged up from the bottom of a charnel house. "Your cavalier," said the Lady of the Ninth quietly, "drew on my cavalier." As Gideon died gently of shock, buoyed back to life only by the weird bruises forming at the top of her spine, the other girl broke out into miserable coughs. "I'm so sorry," she said. "He's just overprotective. He never would have meant... Oh my God, you're Black Vestals! Oh my God, you're the Ninth's cav!" The girl in Gideon's lap covered her face and seemed to break into sobs, but it became apparent that they were gurgles of mirth. "You've done it now, Pro," she gasped. "They could demand satisfaction, and you'd end up a mausoleum centerpiece. Lady or Lord of the Ninth, please accept my heartfelt apologies. He was hasty, and I was a fool." "Come on," said Gideon, "you fainted." "I do that," she admitted, and gave another wicked chuckle of delight. This appeared to be the greatest thing that had ever happened to her. She fluttered her hands like she was having the vapors. "Oh, God, I was rescued by a shadowy cultist. I'm so sorry, thank you. This is one for the history books." Now that the threat of violence had passed, the priest, with difficulty, had dropped to his knees. He unwound the exquisite prismatic scarf at his waist and hesitated before her. The girl gave an imperious little nod, and he began wiping the blood away from her mouth, reverential, seeming far less worried about the entire mess than Gideon didn't know. Discouraged? Disconcerted? "Ah, Duchess Septimus," he said in a tweedling old voice, "and is it so advanced as all that?" "Yes, indeed." "Oh, lady," he said sadly, "you should not have come." She gave it a flashing, sudden smile, the edges of her teeth scarlet. "But isn't it beautiful that I did?" she said, and looked up at Gideon, and strained past her to look at Harrow, and clasped her hands together. "Protesilaus, help me up so that we can apologize. I cannot believe I got to look at real tomb maidens in the face." Great rugged arms thrust past Gideon's vision, and the girl in her lap was lifted up by a 6-foot collection of sinews. The man who'd put the sword to her neck was uncomfortably buff. He had upsetting biceps. He didn't look healthy. He looked like a collection of lemons in a sack. He was a dour, bulky person whose skin had something of the girl's strange, translucent tinge. He was waxen looking in the sunlight, probably with sweat, and he wore the girl half draped over his shoulder as though she were a baby or a rug. Gideon sized him up. He was dressed richly, but with clothes that looked as though they'd seen practical wear, a long cape of washed-out green, and a belted kilt and boots. There was a shining length of etched chain rolled up and over his arm, and a big swept-hilt rapier hung at his hip. He was staring at Gideon emptily. "You're gigantic," she thought, "but you move awkwardly, and I bet I could take you." The hand at the back of her neck relaxed a fraction. Gideon didn't even get a hard flick to the skull, which boded ill. Whatever punishment Harrow was going to mete out would be meted out later, in private, and vicarious, and viciously. She'd screwed up, but she couldn't quite regret it. As Gideon brushed herself off, she picked herself up to stand. The lady of the 7th house was smiling. Her babyish face made it difficult to give her a timestamp. She might have been 17 or 37. "What must I do to gain forgiveness?" she said. "If my house blasphemes against the house of the 9th in the first 5 minutes, I'm going to feel like a bore." "Keep your sword off my cavalier," said Harrow, in tones of the sepulchre. "You heard her, Pro," said the girl. "You can't just get your rapier out willy-nilly." Protesilaus did not deign to reply, his gaze fixed on Gideon. In the awkward silence that resulted, the girl added, "But now I can thank you for your aid. I'm Lady Dulcinea Septimus, Duchess of Castle Rhodes, and this is my Cavalier Primary, Protesilaus the 7th. The 7th house thanks you for your gracious assistance." Despite this pretty, even coaxing introduction, Gideon's lady merely bowed her hooded head, her bound eyes giving away nothing. It was with a glacial disregard that she said, "The 9th wishes health to the Lady Septimus, and prudence to Protesilaus the 7th," turned on her heel, and left in an abrupt swish of black cloth. Gideon was obliged to turn heel and move after her. She wasn't such a fool as to stay. But before she left, she caught Lady Dulcinea's eye. Rather than being missish or horrified, she looked as though giving offense to the house of the 9th might prove the highlight of her life. Gideon swore that she was even favored with a coy wink. They left the priest of the 1st house there to worry, brow furrowed, folding his scarf now encrusted with blood. That caused a general ruckus. The curious eyes of the other adepts and their cavaliers rested upon the black-robed 9th. Gideon was discomforted to find the gaze of the bloodless 3rd twin on her and Harrowhark both, her pale eyes like sniper sights, her mouth exquisitely chill. There was something in her stare that Gideon disliked on impact, and she held that gaze until the pale head was dropped. As for teacher's expression, well, that one was hard to fathom. In the end, it was something like melancholy, and something like resignation, and he did not say a word about what Gideon had done. "A blood flaw runs through the ruling house of the 7th, was all he said, "sparing most who carry the gene, but fatal to a few." Harrowhark asked, "Teacher, was the Lady Septimus so diagnosed?" "Dulcinea Septimus was not meant to live to 25, said the little priest. Come along, come along. We are all here now, and we've had ample excitement. What a day, what a day! We will have something to talk about, won't we?" 25, thought Gideon, distantly ignoring the ugly twist behind Harrow's veil that promised there would be much to talk about later, and that would not go well for Gideon. 25 years, and Harrowhark was probably going to live forever. They billowed obediently into the priest's wake, and Gideon remembered the coy wink and felt terribly sad. And that's the end of the chapter. Gone for 3 hours already. Jeez. Still hoping everybody's having a good night. I'm gonna take a moment, smoke. I really want to sit down and watch the recent Jubilee video. The one that Sam Seder was in. Goodness gracious. I started watching it. It was fantastic. Interested to see what Seder says in response to the interview too. I haven't seen. Actually, why don't we take a break here? Chapter 8. Bookmark the page. Let's take a moment here and switch gears for a moment. I'm sure that I marked it in my playlist. Here it is. Ta-da! All right, just gonna do a quick update to I actually don't. Let's take a look at this video. I'm going to do a quick update to there we go. All right, cut this volume up a little. I've got the captions on.
Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
To
Like,
be xenophobic,
Yes.
nationalism is
We
better.
should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
I mean, look, I got to be honest with you. Like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. Hi, I'm Sam Seder, host of the Majority Report, and today I am surrounded by 20 conservatives.
It's crazy what some people will say if you just let them talk. Shout out to the blonde lady. She just wants to be racist.
My first claim is Trump's attack on DEI hides his real goal, which is to give corporations more power.
Sorry, Sam.
No worries.
All right. I think
It's interesting.
issue with the
I imagine. I mean, Sam Seder, I think, is maybe one of the more like one of the better people I can imagine do something like this. It is very silly, like to do this to him. I guess, like, just just to bombard him with a bunch of stupid opinions. But I think he's a fairly well prepared person. This is definitely gonna look a lot better for Sam Seder than Ben Shapiro's recent one did, where a guy yelled at him for the whole fucking time.
the
Awesome.
back end of the premise, I guess.
I'm not
Trump's
watching that
attacks
video.
on
I can't
DEI
look at
being
that
a
man's
real
face. I
goal to,
hate it.
you know,
I hate
give
him.
corporations more power. I'd rather center the conversation
He's a
around the
weaselly little
democratic,
rat.
you know, especially as conservatives, the issues that people have with DEI and why I believe Trump would, you know, want to support the issues that, you know, people are voting for him for.
I mean, I'm talking about his whole
Right.
attack on DEI. It's actually DEIA, right? You know that.
Yeah, he's
in,
miserable.
government agencies. The A being for accessibility.
Right. Yeah, and I think the attack on DEI isn't an attack on people's protections. It's on the other end of the spectrum, right? Wanting to end DEI doesn't want to end protections for someone being disabled.
But that's what it is. Like that's what DEI is, right? Is people say it's like, oh, it turns into hiring quotas, but there's no evidence for that. Especially not in the federal government. It's a lot of the time these DEIA programs exist to give people, you know, protection from discrimination, just to say that they can't be fired from their job, that they might be doing just fine just for being, you know, in a minority group.
Someone being, you know,
Like,
inaccessible to
I know
the job, but
we've
rather
seen
wants
like
to
quotas at
de-incentivize corporations to push them to hire these people on unfair bases, right?
Okay, but DEIA
Right.
is not about quotas or anything like
Obviously
that.
Sam is
It
going to say all
about
the same shit I'm going to
protections
say,
for
but
people within these organizations, or to make sure that you have different communities that
Right.
have the opportunity to apply to these things.
Right.
it's literally
within government agencies,
it does
administrations,
affect
like,
hiring, but
let's
it's
pay
about
interns.
that's what it's saying. That's what he's saying again. But it's about widening the range of your search so that you might get more diverse employees rather than hiring only in white neighborhoods, right? It's protections that specifically are put in place so that these things can't happen because we have seen them happen when they're unregulated, right? Like these things need to be regulated because we have seen people go against them who actively want to make the world worse for these people, for like minority groups. They wouldn't even offer the job to that population of people if they got the chance to. But you know, that's why we have this kind of
So
restrictions.
that not only wealthy people can have their kids do internships in these agencies.
And-
or let's put out notices around different parts of town, metaphorically speaking, so that people know this job exists.
Right. And this is where it begins, but this isn't the ultimate goal that conservatives have an issue with. Conservatives don't have an issue with trying to spread job applications to poorer communities.
Well,
so
then
everyone
why
gets,
rescind DEI
Some do.
requirements
problem
in
with-
government agencies?
See, this is my issue, right? Is he says conservatives don't have this, and it's like I don't believe you because some do, right? Some definitely do have that, like that bias, that that goal, and they're in your party. So like, I don't know, man. If I feel like if you, it's this is kind of the if you let a Nazi into your bar, it's a Nazi bar situation. Like you gotta kick them out, and it's just that these people are okay. To me, the Conservative Party is made up of a core of very hateful people and a swath of people who are okay at turning a blind eye to the hateful evil that these people do, as long as it gets the people they don't like hurt more.
problem with DEIA is there may not be like perceived actual number quotas, but that's what it devolves into, and especially with
Do
corporations,
you have
it
the
devolves.
evidence of that?
There,
I mean,
yeah.
sure,
Do you have?
We can look at corporations that are government agencies that are hiring people on not true proper bases. We can even look
Well,
at.
I mean,
we can even look at
would
the
you have
DNC's.
any evidence that that's happening?
Yeah, even the DNC's nomination of Kamala as president this year. There was no reason to nominate Kamala as she wasn't Democratic.
Okay, there was no reason to do that. I don't. She was the vice president. In the case that the sitting president drops out of the race there, the vice president is supposed to take the nomination. I'm pretty sure that was just like the way it was going. Like, yeah, I would have liked a different nominee too, but I'm pretty sure, like, this guy's gonna say she has, like, no qualifications for, running for president or whatever. She wasn't chosen in a primary. There was no time for a primary because Joe Biden dropped out way too late. And, like, yeah, she wasn't, like, there's just the one little qualifier that she's the fucking vice president. Like, of course she's eligible to run for president. She was supposed to be the backup president. That's like why the vice president exists.
Radically selected. She wasn't. She didn't go through a single primary. None of these things.
So you're saying that Kamala was the vice president of the United States after the president drops out 2 months before the convention. You think that's a DEI
She wasn't
hire?
You just don't like that she's black woman.
Democratically selected to be the nominee for that party.
You're just implying that she couldn't have possibly been.
1972.
She couldn't have possibly. They're implying that she couldn't have possibly been qualified because she's a black woman. So she must have been a DEI hire. It's just bald-faced racism and sexism. Like, this person just genuinely doesn't believe a woman would do a good job, or that a black woman would do a good job, and I think that's fucked up. I think that Kamala would have done like an okay job, fucking better than Trump's handling it.
Sure, but this isn't before.
Like, yeah, it might have been bad still. It's not like they were gonna stop sending bombs to Palestine, but Jesus fucking Christ. At least it would have been not this. At least there wouldn't have been an executive order that says trans people ain't real. I know that's not what it says, whatever, but you know what they're going for. Like, there's a very clear pathway. There's actually a really cool plan about it, and it's this cool project called 2025.
In those 2 months?
Well, sure.
Joe Biden should have dropped out even 3 years ago, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, sure, but even before, when Kamala was running in primary, she wasn't the next man up. None of this. She wasn't the next person.
Well, she was the vice president,
right? Of course, but she wasn't in primaries.
Detail. But
right.
listen, aside from, I would have might have wanted a different candidate as well. But that has nothing to do with Trump rescinding orders that basically say you need to search for a wide range of candidates, not necessarily give any different benefits, but you need to make sure different communities have access to the awareness of this job. You need in your office accessibility for people who have physical handicaps.
Sure.
If you have folks who,
like, especially for government jobs, you need to be putting, like, notice of these out in communities that might not normally get. Again, they won't normally get it because they're not being shared with these people because of systemically racist hiring processes, where we're only hiring for government positions in places where there are wealthy white people. And it would be nice to see more non-wealthy, non-white people in government, in all levels of government. I think that's that's probably why they're pissed, is because this is happening, is that the government is now quote unquote infested with all of these people they don't like. But, like, I think that's a good thing. Like, I think that more diversity is always good because it's going to give you more access to more diverse lines of thought and background. I think that it is extremely silly to say that having like a diverse background of people working in the government would be bad for the government somehow. Like, clearly they have been hired for the jobs. They're doing their jobs. I don't understand what makes you think these people that have been hired for the position are not being managed correctly or something. But it ultimately just comes down to they're being, bigoted against the kind of people that they don't want working in government. And stripping, and I totally agree with Sam's point here that the attack on DEI is meant to give corporations more power over who they can hire and fire. They want, corporations to have more. He wants corporations to have more power in government in general. He's going in and gutting. He's saying, we're gonna cut a bunch of all this DEI shit, but he's cutting a lot of other stuff too. You got Musk with his fucking chainsaw, causing huge problems, firing swaths of people illegally. They're going after the kinds of businesses that are meant to regulate corporations. That's the whole point. They want to deregulate the government, and the best way to do that is through fucking chaos. They're just gonna make it as bad as possible so it takes too long to fix it, and they're already able to fuck everything up. It's insane, and like we just it's frustrating the slowness with which Democrats have started to speak out. I mean, we've seen a few. There have always been some very outspoken Democrats. Obviously, Bernie Sanders and AOC have both been very outspoken. There's been a couple of others. I know that I believe it was Al Green was recently removed from the Senate during the presidential speech, which I thought was ridiculous that the Democrats didn't just all walk out in a sign of solidarity there. Insane. Just insane cowardice I've been seeing over and over again from people that are supposed to be on my side. And it's not like the idea is that I'm just going to start voting for the other team either, right? Like that's I don't understand that viewpoint that people went with. It's like, well, the Democrats are betraying me, so I'll go for the bad guys. Like insane capitulation.
Identify as, as trans, you need to make it at least hospitable and not, this is all non-discriminatory stuff. That's what this is all about.
But you're cherry picking the portions of DEI that even conservatives don't have issue.
I don't agree. I don't believe you.
The whole DEI apparatus within our government was a function of doing exactly what I said, had nothing to do with quotas.
It is unfortunate that those things get taken out, and there might not have been a specific
what
numerical
else was he trying to take out?
It's trying to take out people getting jobs that don't deserve those jobs. People getting pushed into positions they have no qualification.
There is no evidence of what you just said happening in these government.
They're giving people that are unqualified the jobs. Prove that. Like they're giving unqualified people jobs. I don't believe that. I don't think that's ever happened. Okay, well, not that unqualified people have gotten jobs, but like I don't think that this is happening on this scale. Right? And again, he's not going to provide any evidence. He's going to get mad that we're asking, you always want evidence. Like, yeah, I want you to substantiate your claims that you're making.
That's not true at all. I mean, we're not allowed to sit here and have notes and numbers to pull up for you. You can't,
give me one example.
You can't ask me to pull up numbers.
What do you mean? Are you not?
I'm not able to sit here and look on a computer for you, but these are the problems that conservatives...
Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, immensely insane.
See ya.
Okay, so I think the roots.
I think it's kind of sad that we don't get everybody's. I mean, obviously, this is like Jubilee's format is never going to allow for like real conversation to happen. It's all sensationalized and like whatever. But it is a little sad that we're not going to see everybody's in this crowd talk. I would like to get more from all of them.
Conservatives aren't necessarily have issues with those things like accessibility to people who.
Yeah, obviously, like this is meant to be like it's sensationalized. It's not meant to be good discussion. It's just meant to do whatever. This is meant to make Sam Seder look kind of good and give him a little brain aneurysm as these stupid people talk to him.
DEI was heavily abused in practice. It was great in theory. It's idealistic, which is sure is fine, that a lot of people can get behind, but it was abused in a lot of ways. When you have actors, like we're in California right now, when you have actors, white male actors who are being told, we do not want white men, we're not gonna cast any white men, we only want this particular.
Okay, so actors get typecast like all the time. Like, if you're hiring for a role that needs a black actor in the role, you're allowed to want to hire a black actor. No white people are getting turned away because they're not casting white people, right? No, there is no there's no widespread Hollywood problem of not hiring white people. Trust me, I've seen movies. This is insane. This is such a silly point to say that, like, to try to argue that actors not being hired even is like at its on its face such a silly choice of career to like to say for this, because like there's no fucking DEI programs for actors. That's not how it works. That's not how you cast for shows. Also, that's the media, not the fucking government. That's not what this quote is about. This is about the attacks on DEI are the attacks specifically by Trump on the government to remove DEI programs. That's like, actors are not the federal government, believe it or not. Well, okay, actually, I can't say that anymore because an actor's our fucking president and has been elected by the majority of America twice.
Kind of
insane.
Gender, race, right? That is an abuse of a system.
It's the worst
no longer
fuck up since Ronald Reagan.
About just perpetuating one aspect of, visual compelling aspects, because at the end of the day, what's going to happen is companies are going to say, well, we want to look the most diverse. Okay, well, and what that is it's moral grandstanding. It's like, because we have more black women, we sell better soda, like that. I got you. That is not.
Well, that's getting a little far afield from what Trump's DEI orders are. But I can tell you, as somebody who was a sitcom actor in the 90s, I would walk into a room and everybody I would see would look like me. And I was doing a second position, which doesn't even exist anymore, where you do 2 pilots a year. And I was looking around basically every part of television when I was a kid. I was centered in some fashion. It was either this is about my mother, or this is about my father, or someone like me was centered. So, we can argue as to whether or not Hollywood is overcorrected in some fashion. But on a governmental level, the DEIA directives that agencies were following for the past 4 years is nothing. I don't know what you mean by abuse on it, but there is no evidence that it was an affirmative action program in those instances. It was about anti-discrimination. You cannot discriminate against these people.
They're talking about an entirely different, like, affirmative action programs for hiring are completely different than like the DEI programs that exist, again, to stop discrimination and to be able to persecute against people who discriminate. The only reason that you would want to go after these sort of things is because you are a racist and you want to discriminate. And like, I don't know what else to say. Like, why would you want to take these things away from people? And the answer is either you're stupid and you don't understand, in which case you shouldn't be arguing about it, or second, you're evil and you want these people to suffer for no reason other than your petty hate. Your petty hate.
And you want to open up opportunities for a broad swath of people. Again, the internship is like one of the most material things that exist there, where the idea that you need to pay interns. And that's important because you want low-income people to have the same sort of like opportunities to see these things as wealthy people. My kids can maybe afford to do an internship for the summer instead of going to get a job.
I think what's happening is we're talking about two different.
But, I mean, yeah, we are talking about two different things, but what Sam is talking about is closer to what the actual discussion topic is, which is up here. I mean, it's just, like...
The thing is,
well, but I'm talking about Trump's DEIA rescission is a way of basically driving people.
I love it when people go,
making it
you're saying Trump specifically, and I understand why you're saying Trump, but I think the American people as a whole have kind of, and I won't say whole because obviously it's not 100%, but a majority of the American people have kind of rejected DEI because, again,
I don't think a majority of Americans know what DEIA is.
That may be the case, but again, my point is we're talking about abuse of a system. What you're talking about is not necessarily what was happening. What people were seeing were...
they don't know about what it is because even you arguing here do not clearly know what it is. Like, you're just mad about the diversity. I and you're saying it's all these hiring programs and whatever, but like there's no evidence of that.
Hey, because you're white, you can't do this. And liberals like to do this thing where they
Don't
create
this
systems
fucking
and then
that fuck stick with his little nod. I want to punch him in his stupid little nose. Holy shit. That was such a fucking disdainful little nod. What a shithead little Nazi.
they created the whole idea of woke, and then they backed away, and then conservatives say woke, and then they're like, we don't know what woke is. They created DEI.
You are constructing a narrative. That's not what happened. That's insane. The right co-opted a term from African American vernacular English. And the only reason people are saying, I don't know what that is because you don't know what that is. You don't know what woke means. Woke means I don't like it. Woke means a gay people exist. Oh my god, what the fuck? What was that? Woke. Everybody fucking scream.
Biden literally said Kamala Harris is being chosen because she is a black woman, and then all of a sudden, Democrats for the rest after that said that's not why she was chosen, even though Biden literally said that. And then we have this cognitive dissonance.
I don't think that happened. I do not believe you when you say Biden said that she was chosen because she is a black woman.
Biden wanted to make sure that there was that there was an opportunity for a black woman to be his vice president.
But so why did Democrats move away from that and say no, it wasn't because she was a black woman?
Because it's not because she's a black woman, it's because she's a capable politician who happens to be a black woman. The importance of it is that the position is being offered to a black woman. And like you might say, I think that like a racist here might say, but then they are over considering her for the position because of her, because of her race, and therefore that's oppressing white people. Because they're getting not considered for the job. And I would argue then that historically, white people have held power in the United States. White people have been in positions of power very, like, the representation of the white population in Congress and in the House of Representatives and in government in general is still much higher than the black population. It is important that that position is offered to someone in this, marginalized group. It's very silly. It's a very, very silly argument.
It's not because she's a black woman.
But that's what they said. I can agree that it's not because she's a black woman, but that's what they said. Why did they say that then?
No, because there are plenty of black women, right? Like, he could have picked any.
And even if that is this isn't a gotcha either, because okay, even if we live in fantasy world and we say that like that's what Joe Biden said and what he meant, which I don't believe either of those things, but if we're living in this fantasy world, then all you prove is that Joe Biden is a racist, which we already know. Like, whatever.
Anybody, but he picked specifically her. You're positing the idea that there wasn't a black woman who would have been qualified for that position.
No,
and I don't believe that.
No, that's not what conservatives aren't saying, that there aren't, because again, and even in the Republican Party,
the conservatives are always going to look at every appointment of a person of color, every appointment of a, of any marginalized person into power as a removal of power from white people. Racists are going to be scared by that because they know that means they have less power. And they don't want that. They want to have all of the power be concentrated in white hands because they're racist. And it's sad to see someone who is clearly, been on the receiving end of racism at least one point in their life, um, whether systemically or outright. Uh, it's a shame to see somebody get duped into this simply because of their whatever other beliefs that they hold where they're aligned with this. Because again, the reason you're opposed to DEI, the reason you have to be opposed to DEI for whatever reason, is you believe that there is a group of people who are not going to be as qualified as another group of people just by the merit of them being from a minority group. And it's sad that I truly believe that like belief in this sort of stuff is motivated by hatred at its core, where they don't care what happens as long as the people that they don't like lose more. And I think that's really sad.
Trump's cabinet, there are people of color that Democrats pretend don't exist, like J.D. Vance's wife, and
J.D. Vance's wife is not in the cabinet.
No, but if J.D. Vance was a Democrat, his wife would be lauded all over everything.
No, I would still think J.D. Vance was a racist if he was a Democrat. I think that J.D. Vance can be racist and still be married to somebody of color. I think, like, not for nothing, I'm not exactly convinced J.D. Vance isn't the kind of person who doesn't believe that he owns his wife. I'm almost certain J.D. Vance thinks of his wife as property, and all I'm saying is that makes J.D. Vance a person who thinks he owns another person who happens to be a person of color. And like, yeah, there are a lot of fucking racists in history who loved their slaves too. I don't think that means anything to me. It's not a convincing argument. I think it's kind of gross to just try to hand wave and say, oh, the conservatives can't be racist because J.D. Vance has a wife who is a person of color.
I'm not, listen, I'm not here to defend the Democrats' choice on every policy.
Absolutely.
There is one party in this country that is identitarian. There is one party that is represented and it is homogenous, and it is the Republican Party. 85% of Republicans are white. That's just the reality of it.
So does that
Some
mean
people
that?
don't necessarily have a problem with that.
But here's the thing. You said even if let's just say, okay, that's true. 80% of Republicans are white. Does that mean that they're less moral? That they can't run an effective government? What does race have to do? What does race have to do? Hold on. What does
Donald Trump didn't have to say my vice president's going to be a white male.
No.
Because they all knew it was going to be.
No, this is the premise of DI. What does race have to do with running an effective government? What does race have to do? If let's say DEI on the micro level.
I will tell you right now.
DEI on the micro level at McDonald's.
I'll tell you.
McDonald's is not McDonald's DEI is not being affected by Trump's current attacks on DEI. Silly point, stupid point. Stop. It's the federal government that we're talking about specifically. The fact that you don't understand that is very silly to me. But like, I'm sure Sam is just about to say it, but like the fact that you don't see the benefit of having a diverse set of viewpoints in your government, a diverse set of representatives in your government that like more accurately represent the population of the United States. The fact that you don't understand the benefit of that is very silly to me. Like, just tell me you have not talked to very many people without telling me you haven't talked to very many people. Go to a rave once. I fucking dare you. Then just people would change their life.
Better nuggets.
I'll ask you a question.
If the cashier is black or white, what does that have to do with anything?
I'll tell you what it is. First of all, DEIA means that if you come into this agency or corporation, you're not going to be discriminated against because you don't look like everybody else, or you don't have the same like physical
Exactly. Like
abilities
that's
as everybody
what.
else, or you may require handles on the bathroom or whatever it is. That's what DEIA does. But does it make a government
Don't
better
just
if
shake
there's
your
no
head, you little
representation of
fuck. You can't just shake your head at that. That's what it is. That's what it exists for, and you just don't like it. You think you don't. You think you like that part of it. You think you like disabled people. I don't think these people like disabled people. I think these people find disabled people irritating. I think they find them a distraction, another thing they have to pretend doesn't exist, so that they can live their perfect little lives.
the people it's supposed to govern, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong.
I will.
Regardless of DEI, don't we already have things in our Constitution that protect people's
No.
rights, protects people?
No.
We don't?
No.
Do we or do we not?
No, we do not. Tell me. Tell me what.
First of all, the rights that were granted in the Constitution, most of them had to be added in the Bill of Rights directly afterwards to give us all, like, we're talking amendments. Those are amendments to the Constitution. So no, the Constitution didn't have those things. But second of all, like, there's no, like, you're not protected from, like, rent abuse, or protected in the Constitution that you should have to not pay for health, like, you should be able to have affordable health care. Like, there are things that you are not protected against. The actual rights to, like, food and shelter.
What protects people from discrimination in housing and in work and hiring or getting loans? It's all statutes. It's all statutes.
Those aren't
And
in the Constitution.
There was nothing except for that order. That's why Trump just rescinded it.
I'm gonna tap out because I think someone else.
Coward, runner.
Specifically, better than me.
All right, please
Coward.
take your seat.
You can say whatever you want, but you're a little coward. You're a wimp. Fight. If you think you understand shit, you got caught in a lot. That dude got caught in a logical knot, and he had no way out. Fucking
essentially,
crazy.
If a person was not racist, he would hire someone regardless, right? So
What?
why would we need a policy to protect a person if we've moved past racism? So would you consider yourself?
Do you think racism's over? When did it end? What year? What year did we make racism illegal? Tell me. I want to see the law.
Racist.
Wait, are you suggesting we've moved past racism?
Would you consider yourself racist?
Answer that
I
question.
consider myself, and sometimes I practice, I think
Howard?
we all practice like some form of, white supremacy. I think actually, like, we all do to some degree.
Well, I'm glad that you're saying that. So I guess going to the LGBT topic, it seems like it's very prevalent for you as an issue.
Just moving on. I felt that goalpost move from here. Holy shit.
Well, it seems like a big issue. I mean, the Republican Party spent literally hundreds of millions of dollars demonizing trans people.
Well, the reason
Thank
they
you,
did
Sam.
something like that, and I think you're misconstruing the narrative. They haven't demonized them. They simply want protections back for their own children, because children are being stripped away from
Who's
their
their
parents.
own children? Wait,
Parents?
children are being stripped away from their parents?
Yes.
Ooh.
Due to AB 954, they've now included gender identity as a premise to remove and strip parental rights for children who maybe they are rejecting their gender ideology.
So, but you'd be okay with parents who agree with their children's doctors to provide gender-affirming care?
I do not agree with that. Do you?
Yeah.
I believe that parents and doctors can make those decisions with the kids,
If
of
a
course.
child can't smoke, drink, or have sex before the age of 18, they should not be able to
They can't do those things because they cause harm. What harm? You have to demonstrate the harm that gender-affirming care would cause. If you're going to claim that they can't do something, it has to be because it's harmful. If we're going to ban minors from smoking and drinking and driving, that's because they are potentially harmful actions.
consent to a sex change. Now, in terms of
They can't. This person doesn't know what he's talking about. He's going to go on later, I'm sure, because this is a queer person, which is very sad. Again, the queer person's getting duped into this, or they're just accepting money to be evil. I don't know which it is. I would like to give them the benefit of the doubt and say they're just evil instead of stupid. But like, children do not consent to sex changes. Bottom surgery is limited to people 18 years or older who, I believe, we should all be able to agree, can make their own decisions legally. Whether or not that, whatever, they can make those decisions medically. If you're gonna say that a child can't consent to a medical procedure that would potentially change their life, then I would also argue that a child shouldn't be able to then consent to, like, getting an organ replaced or setting a limb. Those are medical procedures that could potentially change alter the course of their life naturally. They have a risk of failure. They actually have a higher regret rate than that of sex change operations, which is less than 1%. I think the average for surgery in general is closer to 10 or 15%, but I would need to look up the exact number. I do, however, know that the regret rate for gender-affirming care in general is quite low.
DEI initiative, in terms of a DEI
These people just don't, and
don't.
it gets frustrating seeing all these people because they're going to talk about, they talk about all of these things. Also, does sex change operations on children or whatever have anything to do with the question at hand? You just wanted to say buzzwords because you don't understand because they're not. If you really understood what was going on, you wouldn't say the stupid thing that you said.
Military bans on trans women and trans men is because they do not have the ability to cooperate at a mental capacity when they're constantly undergoing hormone treatment, as well as depression pills, as well as different mood stabilizer pills. And
so no soldier should be allowed to have a mood stabilizer? No soldier should be on SNRIs? Are you saying that now? Like, we should unmedicate our soldiers? That sounds like a fucking great idea. Let's just give them no medication for their mental health issues and then put a gun in their hands. That sounds awesome. Like, you're just implying that soldiers don't deserve medical care because it might make them worse at killing? What are you talking about? Where's the logical argument here? What's the conclusion of what you're actually saying? Is it that trans people are worse at murder?
Go out to combat.
I don't know.
You really think you're going to bring an ice cooler pack with your, whether that be hormone, estrogen, or whatever it may be, while you're about to shoot someone of the opposing war?
Bro, of the opposing war. Awesome sentence. Very cool, bro. He looks like he really feels like he got him there. But holy shit. Like, again, this is just with anything. Like, what if they have, like, what if the soldier has a different medical condition that doesn't affect their thing? Like, what if they have, like, diabetes and they need insulin? Like, should we not let diabetic people get into the military? I don't think diabetics are banned from the military. I guess I could be wrong there, but are you just saying people with a chronic medical condition that needs medication are not suited for war because they can't take their medicine? Are people that need to take their medicine worse at war? What the fuck are you talking about?
Executive orders that Trump gave were DEIA orders that had to do with agencies that have nothing to do with the military.
Incredibly good point. Salient point, Sam. Thank you for bringing us back to the fucking point.
The ability of the Air Force to teach Air Force members about the Tuskegee Airmen
Well,
like,
we're not.
what are we talking about here?
Okay, well,
Honestly, like they're rewriting history.
well, that's your perspective, right?
Diabetes
But at the
can
end of the
disqualify
day,
from the
if a
military, except
person-
maybe if you develop it while
CPN, I mean, come on,
deployed.
it
Okay.
existed,
Just
right?
listen
Fair
to
enough,
this.
I guess.
If you were racist, right, and you were an employer, and if you wanted to
I mean, if
absolutely
you're,
be racist and exercise
that's the
that-
thing. That's the thing, right? That's a way better argument then. In that case, like if diabetic people are barred from the military, then I mean, yeah, maybe if they need like recurrent, hormone therapy, hormone treatment, like that's closer to a real argument. But that's not what Johnny Fuckhead over here thinks.
you would. I think DEI sort of.
You wouldn't
prevents
die without
people
hormone
from saying the
therapy. Yeah,
reality.
exactly.
If a person truly wanted
It won't kill
to
you.
hire
You'll just be
you based on your
unhappy.
intellect, based on your skill set, they would. DEI essentially provides tax cuts for the.
You can also
end of the
just
year
be
when you
socially
pay your tax
transitioned,
returns,
right?
They give you a tax credit for hiring someone who is black or a person of color. I don't know if you knew that.
In these agencies?
In agencies and private
In government
businesses.
agencies, they don't get tax cuts for hiring people
And
of
the other
color.
thing I
This
wanted
is
to-
The government
the
doesn't
other
pay
thing I wanted
taxes to
mention-
itself.
the other
The
thing I wanted
FDA
to
doesn't pay taxes.
state here is that I've realized that a lot of the times with the liberals is that you guys push for example, for DEI and people of Latino or Hispanic descent. And a lot of the times what you don't realize is you're actually doing more harm than good by putting them in positions where you make them believe that it's based on the color of their skin. It's based on
What?
DEIA does not is not.
it's based on merit. DEI emphasizes color, skin color,
No,
physical
it
attributes.
Says fucking prove it. What are you fucking talking about? You're gonna make people feel like they got hired because they were. I feel like they'll be happy they got a job. What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, oh no, you might give a black person imposter syndrome?
The people who work in your
What?
agency, it's about anti-discrimination.
Discrimination against what?
Against
Against people who
against
may have
racism and
different,
what?
Cultural mores may have different.
But that's irrelevant to a job, right? It should be based on merit.
What?
And that is the emphasis
People
here.
But that's not.
hired as a merit, but if the
Not
DEI,
if you
excuse
get
me,
a
if the
tax
DEIA,
Not if you're getting
I'm
taxed,
talking
they're
about
not.
Trump's rescission of
If
these
you
orders
received a
on
tax
these
cut as
agencies,
an employer, wouldn't you hire a person of color?
dude.
Yeah, dude, proceed.
If you could pay them less?
Listen, we're talking about government agencies that do not get tax cuts. They don't. Government agencies.
They don't.
No.
No.
Yes, they do.
No!
They absolutely do.
They don't pay taxes!
Every
Parts of-
private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies operate on are funded.
They are funded by the taxes you pay.
That's not true. And you know what? I think the whole juxtapose of this entire
He looks right at the
What month is
camera.
this?
This is January.
Okay, so we can agree on that. The FDA does not pay.
Oh, he feels so
taxes.
stupid.
It does not get a tax cut because it doesn't pay taxes.
Oh, he's scared.
DEIA
Mm-hmm.
forces them
Fuck
as
off.
an agency to say if you have
This
a
evil
job opening,
twink.
you must do your best.
This is an
effort to
evil
make sure
twink.
that every
I like that. I
part
love
of
me a
society-
buzzword. You must do your best effort.
That's not what a buzzword is. Buzzwords are not you must. That's not what that means, and you don't know what you're talking about. Go sit down.
I love that buzzword.
Okay,
Because you
pause.
feel like you have to, you're pressured to.
Yes.
You shouldn't be
What?
pressured to hire someone based on skin color.
No, not to hire someone on skin color, but put up notice about that the job exists. Make sure that you put it in different communities so that you have as wide an application pool as possible.
And therefore you get
All
tax
right.
cuts.
All right, return to
At
your
the
seat.
end of the year when you file taxes, you get a tax cut for hiring someone who speaks a
Please
different
return to your
language.
That's not how that works. That's for maybe for the private sector. I don't know about that, but we're specifically talking about the public sector for federal government. And you don't know what you're talking about. Ugh, I need to go pee. I need to pee and I need a glass of water. I'm senior saint. Back. Pokey pokey. My seat. It's shocking how rare it is to find somebody who genuinely knows what the fuck they're talking about this shit. They just feel like they do, and they get mad, and they start, and then then they start virtue signaling and everything, right? Like, do you think it's okay to give surgery to kids? Like, what the fuck does that have to do with this? Virtue signaling, virtue signaling. Goodness gracious. I need a Jolly Rancher.
Or different skin color.
I don't know how to respond to that. How you doing?
So I want a little bit more clarification because I don't even know if we got it yet on which part benefits corporations, like from your perspective.
So agencies, the U.S. government agencies, the vast majority of them, what they function to do is inhibit corporations from essentially externalizing their costs onto society.
Sure.
So the example would be, I used it before, but it's a good one. I'm making Teflon, C8, for instance, okay? And C8 is supposed to be burned because instead of deposited, because it's a forever chemical. And I can go out and instead of burning it, it's too expensive to burn it, I'm gonna dump it into a river. And the EPA comes in and says, you can't do that. We're gonna fine you. You're not allowed to do this. But what the company is doing when they do that is they're gonna take the profits that come with lowering their costs by dumping it into the river, and those costs are then borne by everybody who lives around that river. They're gonna get cancer, they're gonna get gastrointestinal problems, whatever it is. And society bears the cost of that.
Can you connect the dots for me, though? Because it sounds like we're talking about something completely different.
And so,
if you take away, if you're gonna fire people because they're quote DEI hires, you're attacking this whole system. You're taking people out of their positions, especially at key government organizations that are meant to control and curb capitalists and corporations. Then if you're gonna take people out of those positions of power that have and then strip these agencies, you're going to give these corporations more power in the fact that nobody's going to come to stop them. They can just do whatever they want. Again, everyone's so happy with the free market. Everyone wants free market capitalism. Everybody's talking so much about all that shit. But bro, we had a free market and that didn't work very well. Before regulation, we had children working in factories, getting their arms cut off in fucking giant machines. We had people trapped in fucking mines and working under horrible conditions in factories, and unregulated capitalism creates suffering on a vast scale. It needs to be curbed by somebody, and the corporations cannot be trusted to govern themselves when they have profit as a motive.
the DEIA stuff is just the beginning of demoralizing these agencies and trying to wreck them from the inside. It's all part of Russell Vought's thing, the OMB, the whole Schedule F, where they get rid of civil servants and they demoralize people and they don't want them to be able to function.
So then, would you agree if this is about demoralizing? I mean, over 75 million people voted for Trump, right? He won the popular vote. Do you not think that in part, you even said yourself that Americans don't really know it?
I have a conspiracy theory about election vote numbers. There's been some pretty stunning evidence I've seen about, and it sucks to I'm gonna sound like a conspiracy theorist just because crazy conspiracy theorists were talking about the election last time. But there are a lot of votes that got completely discarded or got questioned by conservative people using, huge spreadsheets of thousands and thousands of names, making a lot of people's votes ineligible, and then a ton of people getting thrown out for, quote unquote, not living in the state when they did. Or having votes thrown out because people had similar names. It's interesting.
DEIA is, according to your definition of it.
Hopefully we will see litigation about that, but
the government's definition of it.
Okay, well, I would argue that
You
the
never know.
average American is demoralized by what they've seen, the way that the government goes about their DEI policies and the military and other organizations, not just the military.
Please return to your seat.
Okay.
My next claim is, unless you're a billionaire, a religious fundamentalist, or a xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake.
Okay, so let's tackle one aspect: religious fundamentalists. What benefit would religious fundamentalists get? And also, can you define what is a religious fundamentalist?
And maybe you could say more of like a Christian nationalist.
Okay.
In this instance, but things like the attacks on trans folks, the attacks on a woman's right to choose, the idea that we're going to get stuff like an enhanced RFRA, which is going to mean that if you're a pharmacist and you don't want to provide birth control, you may not have to.
Don't you think you're assuming that
if you believe that public education, we should take that money and pour it into religious schools, you're gonna get a benefit out of a Trump administration.
Yeah, but don't you think you're assuming that the vast majority of Americans who are moderates?
What do you think you're gonna get out of the Trump administration?
Economic relief. That was
what kind of economic relief? They're going to cut Social Security. You're going to have to pay for your parents. They're going to cut when they go after the agencies like they're going after, right? This is outlined in Project 2025. Russ Vought, who's going to be the OMB head, he was the OMB head the first time around. He wrote all the book on this stuff.
Okay, well, you bring up Project 2025.
When you cut agencies and go after them, and you fire all the inspector generals so that they're not being able to make sure that the agencies are working, who do you think profits from that? It's corporations. They're going to go after agencies that make sure your food is not full of botulism, that your air is not full of mercury, that your water is not full of C8. This is what they're going to do. Agencies exist to curb corporations from externalizing their costs and privatizing their profits. So it may be cheaper for a company to dump their chemicals into a river than it is for them to dispose of it in a safe way. And so they get the profits from that, but the costs are borne by society. They're borne by society in the form of like people get cancer. They're borne by society in terms of like we've got to do the cleanup. That's what agencies do.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
That's good. Hey. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay, so I would like to touch on the religious fundamentalist aspect.
Yeah.
Are you an atheist?
I'm a Reformed Jew.
Why does that matter? Relevance.
I don't have a strong belief in the existence of God, but I don't.
Like, again, the claim is that unless you're these three things, voting for Trump was a mistake. Why are you trying to, like, say, you're trying to argue about religion, when that's not what he's saying? This guy just wants to fight about religion, but that's not what the claim is. The claim isn't about religion. It's about saying that religious fundamentalists are going to get a lot out of what Trump is doing. Like, xenophobic nationalists are going to get a lot out of what he's doing. Like, you're just being like, you're just walking up and saying, yeah, but being a religious fundamentalist is good, actually. When he's not even saying that religious fundamentalists are bad, as much that religious fundamentalists are going to get what they want out of this, and therefore for them voting for him wasn't a mistake. But nobody's coming up here saying they're none of these things, and yet voting for them was still not a mistake.
I think that religion in and of itself is bad.
Okay, so what's wrong with religious fundamentalists?
That's not the claim.
Trans rights and women's rights or something like that?
They're not.
Well,
It's
the
not.
problem I have with religious fundamentalists, and really more, I guess it's really theocrats, is that they
Again,
want to
relevance. He's
impose
just
their,
whether or not
morality that comes from
whether or not Sam Cedar specifically doesn't like religious fundamentalists is against the point.
their religion on the rest of us, and I don't.
But morality, from your view, is going to be a preference, right? It's not morality; it's a preference.
What?
What's
So morality without a foundation is going to reduce you to a preference.
What are you
well, I
talking
have a
about?
foundation for my morality.
Which is what?
It's a humanist vision of what basically creates as little suffering as possible for as many people.
Okay, so you're like a consequentialist, utilitarian.
I don't really bother myself
fine.
with being a consequentialist or a utilitarian.
It's always going to reduce you to a preference. So if you say that killing is wrong and I say it's right, you would really have no contention with that.
Well, no, I don't base my understanding of civil society on religion. And so we have a civil society. We have laws that we have decided as a society in a democratic way. And for some people, it's okay for it to be informed by their religion. That's okay.
Okay, perfect. So if tomorrow society comes together and we say, hey, trans folks don't deserve rights, you would be okay with that?
No, I would be against it, but I mean, it would be.
It would be morally right under your
not
view.
morally right. No. I'm not talking.
You're not saying that society.
Here's where I'm getting to, right?
Are you trying to say? Don't just steamroll past him. Fucking idiot. This guy sounds so stupid.
Foundations provide an ethical framework for one to live their life off
I
of.
believe you can have an ethical framework without religion.
And if we take the leftist view to its logical tail end, to its extreme view, you have low reproductive birth rates. You have a reproductive dead end, so two men together can't reproduce unless they have to take from a healthy straight couple. Religion provides this foundation where you do prioritize the nuclear family.
So do you have a problem with gay people being married?
It's not that I have a problem. I just don't see a justification for why they ought to be gay outside of it just feels good. Can you give me another justification for it?
Well,
I think maybe that's the way they were born.
That's not what we're arguing about. Why you hate gay people? What the fuck, dude? That's wrong. You're being an asshole, and that's not what we're talking about. You just wanted to come here and say you hated gay people.
Okay, what about pedophiles? Are they born that way?
They may be, yeah.
Okay, so should we let a pedophile off the hook since they were born that way?
No.
What?
Society is
Should implement duties to prevent them from acting on that innate urge, correct?
Well, yeah, but that would be if harm was being done, right? Pedophilia is wrong because pedophilia in action is wrong because you're committing harm, right? You're inflicting a sexual act upon someone who cannot legally consent, and you're causing harm that way. You would have to argue that two gay people having sex causes harm.
Between consenting adults, it's a different thing than.
Okay,
than
so you're okay
preying
with
on
a
children.
45-year-old dad with a 19-year-old daughter as well? Incest.
No.
If they consent, you're okay with that?
No, I think society has also determined that it's like it's not beneficial.
Right. There's duties and obligations that we have. So religion provides those duties. Life isn't about freedom and exercising what you want.
I mean, well, you want to impose your religious doctrine
No,
on me,
because
and I don't want that.
you just admitted we need duties. We have responsibility as a society to keep us functioning, to keep us thriving. Your leftist view, the liberal view, doesn't provide anything besides it just makes me feel good. Religion does. So what's your argument?
What's my argument as to why I don't want
You have no
your
contention.
religion to? Well, because first of all, I don't think that you have the right to corner what God is telling us is right or wrong. And there are differences between religions. And so my argument is, like you're not going to keep halal or kosher, right? I mean, I don't believe that someone has a corner on religious truth. And the reason why we have a democracy is because we didn't want a king. And the kings came from the idea that their God said that they're the ones who's supposed to be king. And so we can disagree on this. I don't want to live in a country that is ruled by religious fundamentalism.
And if I do, you have no issue with that.
And no. And this is why I say, under Trump, yes, you have won.
Yes.
You have a
Only
bunch
male
of
and
Christian.
female. You're right.
You have a
We
Christian
won.
nationalist.
God, he's such a piece of shit. This guy needs to get punched in the nose.
Yes.
What a huge piece of shit.
So I concede the point that under Trump, your Christian nationalism has gained an advantage
Yes.
under this.
Sorry, we're going to
And
have
so
more kids. We're going to have less abortions. We're going to have more family. We're going to have stable family households. Sorry about better
Trans
education.
people, gay people.
Bro, Trump's not making policy that does that. What? It's not what the policy is doing. The policy is just taking shit away from people. What are you talking about?
People should be outlawed.
They should be straight. They should be straight.
Women should be secondary to their husbands.
Women should submit
right?
to the husbands.
Women
that doesn't
should
mean they,
submit to
they
the
that doesn't mean they are
husbands.
slaves.
Right,
It doesn't
no,
mean they are
I
slaves. It means
understand.
they are
I
protected.
understand. You
Okay,
got
let
a
me ask you then.
hierarchy.
Let me ask you.
No.
Should
I
women
want
be
you-
drafted?
listen,
Should women be
listen,
drafted?
Listen, I think
If they're equal, should they be drafted?
I think this is the vision that you have, and I think Trump supports it.
Yes.
I think the Christian nationalists he has throughout his government are all going to work towards your vision.
Yes.
And my hope is that when people look at this, they say, hey, wait a second. I don't want my life to be dictated by the notion of a Christian nationalist prescription. Now, you may win out. I mean, certainly, like if you look at a country like Iran, they have a theocracy there, and apparently that's good for them if they want it.
My final point is whenever
but
we
I
see,
don't want to live in a
my final point is
theocracy.
whenever we see people live out Christian values to its full extent, we see a great society. When we see people deviate from that, that's where all the problems arise.
All right,
I
pause.
think you are at home in the Trump. Trump
Thank you very
world.
much.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
What a horribly evil man.
Sorry, guys. I think I have an issue with the implications of the prompt. I mean, of course, I'll stick on the religious fundamentalism. I think it's unfair to view Christianity separated from the ideology that Christianity informs, right? You have an ideology that you vote upon because you view it to be the truth that benefits everyone in a society. That's how a democracy works. I, as a Christian, have an ideology that informs my opinions, and I believe that it is the most moral and correct way for a society to function. So I think if we put religious fundamentalism in a box where you say any moral implications that I draw from this, religion is unable to be voted upon, unable to be pushed onto you because simply it's a religion, is unfair to view it that way. Religion is an ideology like all ideologies are. It's you vote away.
I don't mind you. I don't dispute the idea that you could have a religious ideology and want to see it imposed upon others, and it's not inconsistent with my claim. My claim is that Donald Trump is ushering in an element of Christian theocracy that I can't remember his name, and you may be excited about, but I'm not excited about it. I don't think the vast majority of Americans are, but maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
I mean, I don't think this country was set up to be a theocracy, and I find it problematic that it will be, but others will be happy about it.
I think it's unfair as well to label any morals that comes from religion inherently immediately theocratic. Like having a
That's
theocracy
not.
is something different than having.
I think love thy neighbor is a good precept, and I don't know that we should necessarily legislate it, but I think it's a good precept.
Cool.
I think there are things from religion that are good.
Yeah.
I interviewed Desmond Tutu years ago, who said that religion can be. Is like a knife. It can be used to spread butter, or it could be used to stab people. But that doesn't mean that I want religious doctrine to be the same as the law of the land. We have a democracy, and it was founded on trying to get out from some type of like religious oppression, which means one religion shouldn't dominate in this country. That's my sense.
Yeah, and I see that, but I think I have an issue with where you would perceive religious doctrine is derived from, right? A guy doesn't, at least in Christianity, a guy doesn't go in a room and come out and say that he is a secret message from God that everyone now has to follow. Religious doctrine is ruled over, it's reasoned over, the same way any ideology is discovered.
I agree that that's happening, right? This guy's saying that, like, it's okay, or like that we shouldn't discard stuff just because it's technically from religious doctrine. or whatever. But I'm like, my argument to that is just that I think that your religion is stupid and evil. I think the way that people want to use your religion to legislate is stupid and evil. And I don't want to see that in power. Like, convince me the things that your religion thinks aren't stupid and evil.
I'm not talking about the validity of religious doctrine.
Right.
I'm talking about religious doctrine supplanting democracy in civil society.
And I'm saying that religious doctrine is democratic inherently, and in the way that you.
Well, I mean, look, we can have a
No.
debate as to whether or not women should be subservient to
Exactly.
men.
Right.
I don't think they should be,
Right.
and in a democracy, I don't think it's healthy.
Right, but when you said earlier with him that someone shouldn't have I don't know the exact word, like a chokehold on what is, religious truth and what isn't religious truth, that's not how religious truth itself works, and that's not how religious truth is brought to the political table to have that work either, right?
I don't know, when Pete Hegseth is in a bar yelling, we're going to kill all Muslims.
Well, that's, yeah.
I mean, well, yeah, but now he's in charge of the largest military in the history of the
Sure.
world. And
We mean
and
sure.
he's informed by his Christian
Don't just say sure. Like, what do you say to that? Like, how is he not?
nationalism. I think that's a problem.
Right. Well, but we
can
don't-
disagree on
Yeah,
that.
we don't
but-
take.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thanks,
Please
Sam.
return to your seat.
Okay, so
Okay.
Eleazar mentioned his views on gay marriage, and I saw that you believe that essentially conservatives don't believe that gay marriage should be allowed. I want to ask everybody in this room, is there any law or legislation that Donald Trump has passed to prohibit same-sex marriage in the last 4 years?
But who wants
Is
to?
there anyone in here who would potentially oppose two people kissing in public that are of the same sex? You could raise your hand if you want. Yes, in public, kissing in public. No law against it. Just your own opinion. Okay, so these are all people's opinions, right?
I hate them.
The same way
They're
you
all
have
bad
your
people.
opinions about Christians
Like what?
is the same way these people are
No,
allowed.
I don't have a problem with Christians.
Well, you do not believe that theology should be at its as a.
We should not have a theocracy.
Correct. And so what I'm saying is, I think that Christianity. I'm a Catholic. I think that Christianity is.
And I think you
fundamentally-
shouldn't be. Like, I think that Catholics hate you, and you shouldn't be Catholic. I have an unpopular opinion, and it's that I think that religious queer people, like Christian queer people specifically, maybe. I think it's a little silly. I feel like it requires you to not fully examine the views that you have. I think that's foolish. I think you should take all of your thoughts to their natural conclusion.
Very important to instill family values in myself as well as every person who wants to have children. Now let's talk about.
I'm okay with that too.
Let's talk about Order 14,166. That is an executive order that Donald Trump just imposed on identifying what is male and female. So I personally believe, as well as many transsexuals, friends of mine, believe that.
Relevance. What does this have to do with the prompt?
That a woman is a biological female, as well as a man being a biological male. You are assigned what you are at birth. You are not assigned.
Bro, were you born a man? I was born a baby, but I don't know about you. I'm just saying.
Your gender later on. What you choose.
You're not assigned your gender later on. Gender is immutable. Everybody has a gender identity. They just take time to find it. Because society obfuscates it. Purposefully.
To express.
Again, like the nail that sits up gets hammered down. People don't get to explore themselves fully. Who gives a shit? Why do you care? Why do these people care so much? Why do these people care so much about what I want to do?
Is something that.
Reiki, it's weird. I don't give a shit what they want to do.
environment.
It's woke, but he's woke. Like, this guy's woke. Why does he care? Why the fuck does he care about me? If he says he's got trans friends, I don't believe him. I think every trans person can see an evil gay from a mile away. That or he has not been honest with his fucking friends, and that's even more sad. Conservative queers scare me. They have to either not be paying attention, or they need to be, like, actively evil. And that's so weird. That's so scary.
Similar to what you decide to put on your face, and I don't think there should be laws or legislations dictating people or imposing laws to
Okay, but others in your party do.
for example, to castrate their bodies at such a young age.
That's not what happens. You don't know what you're talking about, because that's not what happens. The fact that you think that's what happens means you're stupid. You're either dishonest or you're stupid. Pick one. It's just wrong. Show me where that happened. Show me someone who got castrated way underage for a trans surgery that was approved of by everybody, and everything was super ethical about it, apparently.
How many children are treated over the past 5 years, let's say? I think it was from 2018 to 22. There was a study that just came out from Harvard. Do you know how many children received gender-affirming care, but broken down into puberty blockers and then hormones?
You don't know what gender-affirming care is. These people don't understand what gender-affirming care for minors actually is. They don't understand that you are socially transitioned before you hit puberty and nothing else happens. They don't understand that you are only given puberty blockers if you meet stringent requirements of being persistent, insistent, and consistent for over 6 months. They don't give a shit that there's standards for these things that are honestly too grueling in a lot of places. That, like, they don't know. They don't know what HRT is. Like, access to this information is purposefully hard to get because they want to take advantage of this weird wedge issue of all of these people not understanding things, and they want to lie at them and get them to believe this hurtful, harmful lie and all of these terrible things. And then again, you're just... This is all just virtue signaling too, because it has nothing to do with the quote or with the prompt. The prompt is that if you're a billionaire, unless you're a billionaire religious fundamentalist or a xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake. And none of this, nothing about trans people. How did we get here? It has nothing to do with anything in the prompt. Are you, like, what are you just saying? Yeah, I'm a religious fundamentalist? Okay, then he's still right.
Give me the numbers.
You tell me. I'm curious.
Well, I'm curious because you're bringing it up.
No, I have the numbers.
Okay, tell me.
I do, but I'm curious if you know.
Tell me what the numbers
I promise to tell you after you tell me what you think it is.
I'm not gonna play that game.
Because I have a feeling
we're not playing this game.
No, I am playing this game because
Why?
I think you think it's much higher. When you tell me that kids are being castrated, I know you don't really know what these numbers are, and I do know these numbers.
Okay, well, I can tell you this much.
What?
It was reported that scientifically every single child who has received gender-affirming care, about roughly 50% of them regret it.
No,
50%
that's
of them are
wrong.
suicidal because of it. They're actually more.
Studies on this subject often suffer from research's bias and methodological errors, including inadequate follow-up, imprecise measurement, and poorly chosen sample bases. Doctors agree more research is needed. I think that's not correct. I think that this should have been a little more firm on this and say, like, this should have had the percentage numbers of regret, which again, I can pull up. Average surgery regret rate, 14.4%. Trans surgery regret rate, less than 1%. Like, you want me to do my own research? Here you go. Okay, then maybe you don't believe the conversation.com. How about .gov, National Institute of Health? Like, oh, did it say less than 1%? Wow. Wow. They go, oh, maybe we don't agree with the AI model. How about the other? How about this one from the same, the National Institute of Health? PubMed. Oh, 20% of concerts. So the average prevalence of 14.4%. You don't know. You don't know. They don't know and they don't care to know. They just hate trans people. They just don't like us. They think we're icky and they want us to disappear from life.
Depressed because of it.
How many of those kids? How many?
A psychologist,
how
by
many
the way.
over the course of 5 years?
Well, tell me.
You tell me.
Tell me.
Just give
I
me
know
a
what you're trying to
ballpark.
do. You're trying to put me in this chokehold of like,
No, I'm
I
not trying to
gotcha
put you in a
moment.
choke. No, this is definitely a gotcha moment.
This is definitely a gotcha moment. I already gotcha. You don't know.
Because I'm suggesting to you that you think this problem is much bigger than it is.
It is a huge problem.
Okay.
Medical, you know,
But how big?
Inmate trans women.
I understand that, yes. And I know
medical coverage.
one person has had that surgery.
I don't understand how my taxes should go for an inmate prisoner who wants to.
One inmate has ever. Why your taxes should go to it? Your taxes go to people having surgery all the time. Why do you only care when it's a trans surgery? Why do you only care when it's that life-saving surgery? It's because you don't like trans people, and I think that's fucked up. You don't have any reasons. You just don't like them. You just think they're gross. Demonstrate the harm that a trans person causes.
Transition.
Well, I think because we got to do health care for prisoners, and you don't consider it real health care. But hold on, I don't want to get. Listen,
$2.6
it's
billion in
900 kids over 5 years.
That is a lot of children.
Puberty blockers.
That is a lot of children.
900 kids over 5 years.
900 kids over 5 years is a lot? In the entire United States, dude? Are you fucking kidding?
7 just passed, including gender identity to allow children to be separated from their parents just due to not affirming their gender identity.
But here's the point. Listen, Trump is.
Don't give us a little You fucking you sound like you think you did something there, but you're not her. I'm sorry, girl. You're just not her. Go sit down. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You sound stupid. Never speak again. The gay community does not forgive this guy.
How is he hurting these people? He just rescinded the.
Data compiled by Reuters and the health technology company Komodo found that from 2017 to 2021, 4,780 adolescents started puberty blockers and had a gender dysphoria diagnosis. A new study from JAMA Pediatrics found that only 0.1% of young patients in the study were transgender and prescribed puberty blockers or hormone therapy. 0.1% of people were able to get a diagnosis in one study, and in another one, only less than 5,000 kids started puberty blockers with a gender dysphoria diagnosis. Because again, they might start puberty blockers for a different reason, because there are other reasons that puberty blockers are given, because we have the studies, we have the research, we know what they do, they're used for other things. You just don't like trans people. You don't like it when they're trans people, even though trans people are 0.1% of young patients that were in this study. Why should we make this thing illegal?
The Labor Bureau to investigate discrimination in workplace.
Any children is too many children. Think of the children.
Being discriminated?
Are
Hold on.
you for trans people being discriminated with
I'm
housing?
very passionate about that question, and can I answer it? Okay, so I believe that affirmative action should be.
It's not affirmative action.
Oh, then what is it?
It's anti-discrimination.
It's
not
just,
saying
it's not the same thing.
It's saying
Not regardless. Those are different things, you ding dong.
fire someone when you find out they're trans.
Okay, well, hold on a minute. So when you hire someone or when you interview someone, for example, you are supposed to interview them based on their knowledge and their work ethic, not based on sex.
I'm not saying affirmative
not based
action.
on their sexual
Are
orientation.
you allowed to fire?
What does it have to do with the prompt? Where are we? We're in the fucking weeds with this guy. What the fuck are you talking about, you virtue signaling piece of shit? You grift monster.
Fire them if you find out they're trans.
If you need to, then you should. If you need to, then you should.
So we have a disagreement. I don't believe people should be discriminated against.
Pause.
And that's not discrimination. It's based on your knowledge.
It's not discrimination? When you fire them because they're trans? For the reason of them being trans, it's not discrimination? You just aren't listening. You're listening to the argument that you're having in your head with this fake made up person that's sitting in front of you. But what Sam Seder is actually saying against you doesn't line up with that. So, I don't know.
Not what you sleep with, not who you sleep with. Just saying.
It's just amazed. I'm incredible. What a fucking idiot. Last minute goes to this lady.
Sam.
Oh, is this the racist lady?
I actually think that this liberal world order needs to be thrown away completely, and I think Christian nationalism would be a good
Hell yeah, let her talk.
alternative. What we're seeing right now is
And
just
congratulations.
yeah, and thank you. And
Oh, you're such a piece of shit. That guy's such a piece of shit. I hate his face. But this late, again, not inconsistent with the claim that he's making. Like,
what we're seeing right now is a culture of death. This is the most suicidal generation ever. We have millions of children dying by abortion. People aren't even reproducing. We don't even have like a...
people aren't reproducing.
Should we mandate people?
People aren't reproducing.
No, I don't think we need to mandate. We can just stop them from killing their kids. There
So
are like...
you want to outlaw abortion?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, we have a fundamental disagreement on this, and my claim was that if you voted for Trump, it would be to your benefit if you want to outlaw
I think it would
abortion.
benefit everyone.
Yeah, I disagree. I
disagree.
think that women should have the right to choose.
I think that it would benefit everyone to bring back the family unit, to stop having women just thrown into the workforce.
Maybe we shouldn't allow women to choose to divorce unless their husbands say it's okay.
I mean, I don't really believe in divorce in general, so, like, sure.
All right, I mean...
I really hate seeing a woman... I really hate seeing a woman, like, get, voting for her own oppression. It's... Like, girl, if you got a fetish, I don't want it pushed on me. I don't want to be subservient to any man. I really don't.
This, I think, though, reinforces my point that if you are
But it would be better for society. It would be better for everybody in society. And same with xenophobic national. Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Do you think that's better for Americans in general?
To be xenophobic,
yes.
nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
What is
based
the dominant
on
culture?
European and Christian values and identity. That is the dominant culture.
White
It's
Christian-
rooted in European identity.
White. So your argument is that
That has been the dominant culture.
just to be
and
clear-
we're not letting people assimilate to that. We're saying you should keep your culture, and this is why our culture's so divided.
Your argument is that Trump is good for those who want a dominant white European culture.
I mean, that is what America is. It's rooted in European identity and Christian values. That's what it has been. Would you really disagree with that? What is it then if that's not the identity of America?
Well, I think
She's like trembling. She's like trembling angry. That's insane.
America's been a country. You don't think that's been the identity?
I don't think that's been the idea. No.
No, I think actually the identity
Oh my God.
of America has been, you know, for better or for worse, a melting pot in that regard.
Yeah, maybe since like the 1960s. Even then, like even we had this idea of a melting pot literally means assimilation too. It means melting. It means you're assimilating to the dominant culture. Is that not what melting means?
That's fascinating. Like incredible. Like, do you not think that food, like you can melt different kinds of cheese together and it becomes like mixed up cheese? Like like I guess it's one unit of cheese now, but it's still a bunch of different kinds of cheese that are in there. It doesn't unify it into one cheese. What are you fucking talking about? This lady is just racist, and like, God bless her, I guess. She's just wearing it on her sleeve, full pussy. I hate all people, and you should just be xenophobic.
No, it doesn't
and now instead we're saying there's something wrong with xenophobia.
Culture. No, I mean, look, I got to be honest with you. Like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. It's a choice. And people, I think what you're expressing...
Fix your heart or die, lady.
...really what the Trump movement at its heart is about. And I think that's problematic.
I disagree. I don't think Trump's like anywhere close to being a Christian nationalist. That's ridiculous. Like Trump's basically a Democrat from like 15 years ago when it comes to social issues.
So you don't think that he's conservative enough for you?
Oh, Trump isn't evil enough. Okay, he needs to be more evil.
No, he's trying to import a bunch of H-1Bs. Are you kidding?
Right. Oh, so you want to get them out too? Yeah. No, I mean, I think you're making my argument for me.
All right. Well,
amazing. Incredible. Woof.
My next claim is the GOP will destroy Social Security and health care. Nice to see you.
So, what if Social Security should go away? That's my...
What? Why do you think that? Are you serious? Do you think that we should, like Social Security is a welfare program, the most successful program in United States history. It takes care of 2/3 of our elderly. Like, what are you talking about? I want my grandma to keep buying soup.
Social Security keeps 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. And not only does it keep our
You just hate people. You just don't think you don't think poor people deserve things.
Insurance program that protects you if at the end of your life
It's really sad.
you don't have enough money to survive.
For right now, do you know that it's also the albatross around our generation's neck?
No, it isn't.
Okay, so
let me just explain this.
Well,
It's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding there is a misunderstanding that that's being peddled, that Social Security is going to dry up before people are going to have access to it, which I believe economically is not true, but it is very useful to convince people that Social Security is already going to die so that you can raid its coffers legally. So if you wanted to steal its money and put it somewhere that you thought it should go instead, like your pocket, that would be a good place to start, I guess. Just saying.
Social Security is one of the top 3 funded.
Social Security is almost the biggest thing that our government does.
This guy's face says "useful idiot" to me.
Exactly, and we are more than $30 trillion.
He should probably get it tattooed on his forehead.
First of all, Social Security cannot contribute legally to the deficit.
Because they don't even account it in the federal deficit every year.
Correct,
we have 30 years.
Self-funding. When Social Security started in 1936, you have more workers than retirees because people haven't entered into retirement. By 1970, it was at 3.5 to 1. Now it's at 2.5 to 1. But productivity has increased during that time, so the amount of money paid into Social Security has been up there. The reason why we are running out of money just for the trust fund, not for Social Security, like I say, if we do nothing with Social Security now, it is statutorily unable to contribute to the debt. The math is right there. The reason why the trust fund is running out is because wealth inequality has hoarded so much money above the cap.
You don't think it's because the government does a terrible job managing their money? They have a huge spending problem, and they go, oh, look at all this money we have for Social Security that's earmarked for 60 years from now that we're just going to spend on something right now.
40 years ago, they predicted this. This is an actuarial table. Accountants sit there and look at it. This is a very easy math problem.
Accountants in the government are always right? That's totally the thing that you're saying? That they're always correct about money, right? That's why we have a $40 trillion debt problem.
The problem isn't the math with the $40 trillion debt problem. It's the you have tax
It's
cuts.
the spending problem. I totally agree with you, which I would argue is part of why Social Security's gone in the hole already.
That's simply not true.
Oh, okay. So we're out of money from the Social Security bucket.
No. Statutorily, by that I mean by law.
What does somebody gain by telling you that? I implore people to look critically at this kind of thing. Like, what does somebody telling you that Social Security is already empty have to gain from that? And the answer is to get it to be dismantled. Like, to get you to support it being dismantled when it shouldn't be. They're trying to get you to move against your best interests because they want that money. And you clearly, by what you're saying, this guy doesn't want them to take all of the money from it, so he should stop them from taking all of the money from it. You just think that these people aren't gonna do it to you because you think that the coffers are already empty.
It pays for itself. If we do nothing, the 6.2% that your employer and your employee pays into it will pay out 78% of benefits starting in 2033.
And why is it going down? If everything's so much better, why is it only 78%?
If we raise the cap, there's a cap right now at $176,000. So for instance, if you make $100,000, you pay $6,200 into that.
A year,
A year. But if you make $4 million, do you know how much money you pay into Social Security? $6,200.
And so why should wealthy people hang on? Why should wealthy people pay a higher percentage?
No, they should pay the same percentage. 6.2 on $400,000, 6.2 on $1 million.
And why should they pay even more money at all? Because they make more money? Again, you fundamentally have this idea that because somebody you have an idea that because somebody makes more money...
Because the money is worth less to them. They still have more money. The idea is to take from the people that are your highest earners and provide them to the people that that need it to survive. The high earners still get to keep their high profits. They still have a lot of money. The rest of it gets distributed to people that are in the labor force so that they can live their lives. I feel like this is just a net benefit, right? Like, I don't understand why these people are so desperate to suck a billionaire's dick. Like, Elon Musk is not going to save you from poverty, sweaty. He doesn't like you. Elon Musk wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. You're literally not worth his time.
Fundamentally wrong, right?
No, I don't think it's fundamentally wrong. I think that they should pay more taxes into it. Now, I do think as a society, we should not allow billionaires. So, for instance,
they can pay more taxes generally, but why should they?
The highest tax rate was in the greatest expansion of our economy.
Hang on,
in this
does a
country?
Billionaire get more money from Social Security if they went to go take it than I would?
No,
of course not.
Insurance.
So why should they pay more?
I'll tell you why. Because it is a social insurance program that keeps you from being in poverty when you're...
If you are already rich, you don't need a social insurance program to keep you off the streets. This is to keep the elderly off of the streets when they can't work anymore. This is like, wanting to dismantle Social Security is like maybe the most evil thing I can think of. You just want to put grandma on... You just want to make grandma homeless. That's insane.
Senior. And the reason why I think billionaires should pay more taxes than other people, even a higher percentage, is because it works better for society. the greatest expansion we've had in this country in terms of economics and the least amount of wealth disparity was in the 40s and 50s and 60s in this country. Do you know what the top marginal rate was?
It was high.
Do you know
yeah,
what it
I don't
was?
know the exact number, but
If you made over $470,000 in 1955, every dollar you would make above that was taxed at 90%.
So I have a question.
90 cents on every dollar was taxed above 470. So if we had in today's dollars,
which is wild, by the way. But
and it's also the greatest expansion we had of the economy.
Okay, so they fact checked. They fact checked him here. It was actually 91%.
So the greatest
Fact
expansion
checked.
we had of the economy.
Yeah, you can expand for a time, and then
Got
you
him.
see places.
then
you
the
see
tax
like Nordic
cuts-
countries that were like, oh, let's tax the hell out of our rich people, right? And then they go, whoops, we messed up. We can't actually live off of our terrible. We basically are able to live off our economic boom that they had between like the 40s and the 90s, and then we have to revert all of that because we made a terrible choice and we were able to have a party for 50 years until we realized we ran through all the money that capitalism got us. So let me ask you real quick. So the average person, right? Right now they fundamentally look at Social Security, young people like me, and they go, I'm going to have that money sitting, waiting for me when I retire. Since your opinion is whatever works best for the average person is best.
Well, because some assholes in the 70s and 80s, such a Reagan convinced conservatives that folks are leeching or stealing from the system. Which is disgusting because who the fuck cares? Yeah, if people are asking for assistance, they should get it. Agreed. It's fundamentally, I mean, it's fundamentally evil. It's fundamentally like there's just these people don't think that poor people deserve nice things, and in fact, they don't even think poor people deserve to be alive. They don't want to even think about it because they're like they then work harder, sweaty, I guess, even though they don't work a fraction as hard. I'm sure this nice white collar job that this guy's got is way harder than a McDonald's employee. Like he definitely deserves to make 100 times more money. I don't know, man. I think maybe the entirety of society is fucked up, and maybe we should all earn like a universal basic income. So that we're all like, you can earn more if you work a job that pays you more, and you're like part of a business or whatever that's gonna make you more money for luxuries that you want to buy. But I think like maybe you should just we should maybe just pay artists and let them live their lives and make art. I don't really think there's anything wrong with that. I don't care, man. I'll pay taxes. I'll pay taxes to let people live their fucking lives. I don't know why you hate it so much. Why do you hate other people so much? Folks will say we can't find a universal income while our military consumes massive amount of capital. And yeah, it's like, oh my god. Yeah, well then move those jobs somewhere else. Like, I would love to see the funding that the military gets put into things like, green energy and creating jobs in that sector. I would love to see that.
Shift towards something that I would agree with, which is getting people that are 19, 20 years old into funding their own retirement rather than relying on other people to fund it for
You're talking
them.
like the 401k.
Why? But what if, what if you can't, though, right? This guy is talking with such a level of privilege because, and I don't even think he realizes it, because he has lived his whole life, and I'm sure this guy is like me, right? I did the things I was supposed to do. I was getting married to my high school sweetheart. I went to a college. I got a high paying job. I was doing all the things I was supposed to do. And it didn't work out for me. It wasn't good for my brain. Maybe it's good for his. Good for him. I think that's great. I'm just saying, not everybody's that fortunate, buddy, and the fact that I can understand that and you can't seems a little weird. Feels like you need to fix your heart or die.
Sure.
Social
Well, not
Security
just a
would-
401k, but
Social-
Like,
IRAs.
this guy just doesn't even consider the possibility that people can't fund their own retirement. Or if you think they should be able to fund their own retirement, then maybe you should be in favor of an increase to the minimum wage, but you wouldn't be, I bet. Because poor people don't deserve nice things. That's what it boils down to. You just don't think poor people work hard enough.
Would we agree with that?
Social Security was set up as part of a three-legged stool where back in the day, when I was a kid, we had defined benefit pensions, where you'd know how much money you would get out.
Yeah.
That all shifted in the 80s to defined contribution, where you know how much you put in. 401k started during that Reagan era. It has been a disaster. Because the fact of the matter, for better or for worse, people just don't save in the way that you're talking about.
Why?
It would be nice.
Because they can't.
If the government were changing the mindset and actually
It's not... Ugh.
pushing that cultural
It's not about, like, it's not about telling kids that they should save more money. It's about the fact that, like, literally these people maybe cannot save the money because they need it for, like, food or rent. Like, I am betting this person doesn't pay more than half of his daily wages on rent, but some people do. Like, just because you have never had to starve doesn't mean other people don't. That's so fucked up. Yeah, and saving money is a luxury. A luxury that many people cannot afford. Living paycheck to paycheck is the way capitalism is supposed to get you. You're supposed to always be wondering where your next money is going to come from so that you're always, like, you're always working harder. It's supposed to push you into anxiety. And the fact that you don't understand that is scary.
when you're 65, you have
We've
to
had
plan
a
for right now.
40-year experiment with that, the government affecting the cultural mindset, and it failed.
We've had a 40-year experiment of everybody. You know what my parents say? Do you know what grandparents say? They go, "Well, I'm just waiting for my social security check to come in," rather than I have $800,000 waiting for me because I thought about it when I was 19 and 20 because I didn't have this grab bag of money waiting for me. You're assuming that young people
I try and tell my kids.
So we agree. We should get rid of Social Security and phase it out. Well, no. So we should phase out. How would you listen to this idea?
Pathetic.
You phase out Social Security to where people who have 5 years left before they retire get 100% of the benefits, and then people like me who have 40 years until we retire,
Dude,
I'm not going to get it. I'm going to get screwed either way.
No,
you
you're
really
not.
think I'm going to get Social Security?
Yes.
I guarantee you, at the very least, you're going to get 78% of your benefits.
That's
if
awesome.
You
I'll get $9,000 a year. That's great.
In calling for our government to increase the cap, in fact, get rid of the cap, then your grandkids will get Social Security.
I would much rather, and again, maybe we'll just disagree, but I would much rather result to, hey, 20-year-olds, please save for your own retirement, invest for your own retirement, because the government is bad.
But what if they can't?
Don't rely on them. What happens if what?
What happens if those 20-year-olds don't listen to you?
The same thing that happens if a 20-year-old just doesn't go and get a job because I tell them to.
No.
They're going to have a problem, but that's not my fault.
No, I got news for you. It's not your fault, but there used to be in New York City 30,000 people sleeping on the Bowery.
You just don't care. They just don't care. What the answer is, like, what happens to them? Like, they don't just disappear because they did something wrong. Like, he's acting like they're just gonna go away. Like something bad's gonna happen to them and then they're gonna go away. They're gonna die. And that shouldn't die. You just want them to die. Yeah, exactly. You want them to die or be homeless. And then you want the homeless people to die because you don't want the homeless people to be able to be visible. You want the homeless people to disappear. So you want them all to die. You just don't think there should be poor people.
Under this, just like the
and it
income
has
tax.
been the most successful government program in the history of our government.
Things that are successful don't just start to die out and end up in the.
It's not dying out.
Grab bag of money,
The baby boomers are getting old enough that it's starting to affect the system and strain the system, but it's not going away. There are still, again, 2.5 to 1. I think it said earlier, like 2.5 to 1 ratio of people paying into Social Security and people taking benefits out. That is still more going in than is coming out. Why does a society that prides itself on being the home of the free want folks to work for that freedom? Because you should work harder. You're free in America. You're free to fucking die on the assembly line. But by God, I'll protect your right to do it.
Excess that was there in the early years because of the 42 to 1 beneficial.
There wasn't a massive excess in 1936.
42 to 1
Dude,
is
that was
a
just
massive
because
excess.
There weren't that many people who had entered into the Social Security program.
And the fact that
in 1970 it was 3.5 workers to 1. Now it's 2.5, but productivity has increased it. I've told you why the Social Security Trust Fund is running out.
42 to 1 is 42 people paying into 1 getting money out, you ding dong. He's got it backwards. He just doesn't know.
Hiding and hoarding their money above the cutoff line, which is 176,000. That's the cap. If you remove the cap,
their money.
Yes.
Billionaires aren't keeping $2 billion under their mattress. They're investing it back into.
They're just putting it into some stock market, or they're just looking around.
And what do you think a 401k or an IRA relies upon? It relies on the stock market and things like that.
Yeah, a 401k relies on the stock market, and I knew people who were retiring in 2008 when the stock market tanked and they got screwed.
Well, that's a whole other problem. I would argue that's largely driven by the government being once again terrible.
You are blaming them again. You're blaming the victims. You know what that's called? It's crazy.
That is the problem.
Bad economic hazards.
Social Security is there regardless of what happens with the stock market.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Yeah, again, like that, I feel like it's a great counterpoint. Like that was a mismanaged, like their retirement money disappeared because of the crisis, and Social Security still existed to give them money. Like, if something that's no fault of their own happens, and they can't do it, like that, it's there as a safety net. You don't need it, but not everyone's gonna benefit from it. But that's like, it's a social safety net to make people like, you know, have that. Hey, what's up, Sam? How you doing? We're watching Jubilee. We're watching Sam Seder. I hope you've been doing all right. Hey everybody, I'm April. I do what I want. I'm a deer on the internet. And today we're watching Sam Seder yell at a bunch of fucking idiots. And I'm yelling at them too. This guy's face, like this guy has a very punchable face. Tell me I'm wrong. It's Minecraft Steve.
These problems, right? If you didn't save for retirement, well, then the government can just come in, swoop in, and save you from that.
Well, not swoop in. It starts on.
It's you stream some Minecraft? Hell yeah. It's a highly individualist view of society, but it misses how it doesn't matter what an individual does. They're still beholden to the systems that they are embroiled in. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, you participate in capitalism, and yet you but you do not like capitalism, and yet you iPhone. Curious. Go back, there was a guy with a square head. Was it just in the overview? Oh, is it this guy? The one down here? Maybe.
There's an idea that you have that basically government can kind of fix all these problems, right? If you didn't save for retirement, well, then the government can just come in, swoop in, and save you from that.
Well, not swoop in.
No, that's not, like, Social Security exists again as a social safety net. It keeps our elderly from, it keeps, like, again, two-thirds of our elderly out of poverty. It is a good benefits program that helps support them at the end of their life after they've paid into it their whole life. Here's a close-up.
Literally the day you get your Social Security.
Sure. It swoops in once you retire, right? Once you can.
Well, you pay into it.
Right, exactly.
Was it the guy over his right shoulder, the guy with the Amish beard?
That government is an effective
He's just, I think he gets up there. He's so.
Time again, if you look at history, that's proven to not be true.
When you're hitting at retirement, you don't know. This is an insurance.
They're also, again, not talking about the and healthcare part. Like, the and healthcare is like a thing, right? Like, this is.
That's it. It's an insurance program, and it basically says you're insured against eating cat food when you're 65, and it works. It works.
No, it doesn't. You should have, well, one, you should have your own personal.
How doesn't it work?
How doesn't it work?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've already discussed the details of how it is just completely failing as a program.
But it's not. But it's not. You're not demonstrating that it's actually failing. Like they keep saying, "Oh, it's failing. It's failing," but like again, Sam has said that like it's being paid into at a 2.5 to 1 rate, which yes is less than there are, but that's just again because there are less people in the workforce right now.
How is it failing?
Because I'm not going to.
I don't remember where that was. I'm sorry. I'm not going to go back.
I know.
It's not a big deal.
Hash out that debate.
Well,
the main
look
issue.
At the numbers. You've just been told this, and you know why you've been told it? Is because they want to rate it to give tax cuts to rich people. That's why.
So are you saying there are the Trump tax cuts were only for rich people? You're saying
No,
people...
I'm not saying they're only for rich people.
Oh, okay. Then how could
rich
they
people
only...
benefited more from it than low-income people. And I would
And
say,
what do you mean benefited more from that? Because
Like
we already went over the percentage numbers, and we know that's not true.
They don't need the money as much, and they don't need it.
What are you talking about? These rich people are the people.
This
that
guy's
are
no
investing
fucking
in
idea
small
what he's
businesses.
talking about.
These are the people that are giving other people jobs to allow them to provide.
Oh my god. Will someone think of the poor rich people? They're making jobs appear out of thin air. God, please, won't somebody think of the rich guys?
Good to be back.
Nice to see you.
Okay, yeah, nice to see you too. I want to zoom out a little bit.
Okay.
So obviously you're pinpointing on Social Security, and there's a reason for that.
And healthcare too.
Yeah, and healthcare.
But Social Security is the program that you're very concerned about. And
No, it's what they were.
I'd love a.
Okay. They're focusing on it because they kept asking him questions specifically about Social Security. That's why he was focusing on it. That's how the direction of the conversation went. You all focused on Social Security, and you're not talking about the healthcare part because you're too scared to talk about it.
Medicare for All program, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the reason you're focusing in on Social Security
You're not.
precisely
You're
is
not.
because Social
He's
Security
not.
was successful in a shadow of.
He's just talking. He's just like, except he's like, he's saying you're focusing on this. He's like, yeah, and this other thing that you guys aren't talking about. And he's like, yeah, but you're focusing on this one thing. But he's like, it's so disingenuous.
Programs and government spending that it's like the Democrats.
It's also the biggest bucket of money.
It is the biggest
government's
bucket, but the
thing.
Democrats have these social programs and this deficit spending, and it just never ends. It's never enough money. So you're focusing on Social Security because it is the one successful child, but you're ignoring all the social welfare state that we become.
Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid make up
the majority.
Over like a
Right.
But like, the rest of the programs being not successful are because they are underfunded. This is what Sam is saying, that this one is extremely successful because it has a lot of funding. Because it's well managed and has more people paying into it than taking out of it currently.
So 70% of our federal spending is mandatory, and that, you're right. It's Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, interest on debt. 8% of our.
In the Center on Budget and Priorities, 61% of spending is mandatory, and 13% is on interest payments for a total of 74%. I don't.
We're paying for that. So the Democrats run on this. Essentially, they want a welfare state. So yes, Social Security might help a lot of people, but it's like we're closer to a welfare state than we've ever been. 38%.
Why is that bad? Why is it bad that there are social welfare programs? Why? I don't understand. Again, this is one of those things where I would have to ask this person to demonstrate the harm that it's causing. Even if we are closer to a welfare state than we've ever been, which I don't necessarily believe is true, I think you would have to demonstrate me the harm that being a welfare state, quote unquote, actually causes.
The GDP in the U.S. is government spending. That's the highest since World War II. So us conservatives, we're trying to tell you, like, you guys are fiscally.
To the Treasury Department, the government spending is equal to 23% of U.S. gross domestic product. Laboratory peaked at 40. 31% at the height of the COVID-19.
Really,
So that's okay. So that was incorrect.
About
But
the tax cuts and what that does to the debt and deficit?
The tax cuts increased revenue.
No.
Yes.
I want to tell you about Kansas.
Okay, tell me about Kansas.
Sam Brown back in 2012 brought in Arthur Laffer. You know the Laffer curve, right? That's
Laffer curve, yeah.
The argument that if you cut taxes, you're going to get more revenue.
And that's exactly what happened.
Kansas.
No, that's exactly.
Kansas enacted tax and spending cuts in 2012 and 2013. Brownback argued that this fiscal potion would generate an explosion of economic growth, but overall growth and job creation in Kansas underperformed both the national economy and neighboring states. I don't know, it sounds a lot like you don't know what you're talking about.
It destroyed Kansas. By 2016,
Let's
a
look at the
Republican
numbers.
legislature raised taxes again. They destroyed their education
Reality
system.
is against you, my friend.
Look up the Kansas.
The number.
He's just confidently wrong. He's confidently wrong.
The numbers
During the Trump administration, they sent Sam Brown back. They made him the ambassador to faith because they didn't want this guy around because it was
tax
a
the
disaster.
rich, you should vote Republican because
What?
we pay more in taxes under Republican. It was the same as
Revenue went
Reagan.
down.
It
Look
was
at
the same as
Kansas.
Trump.
Look at
the
Kansas.
U.S. Look at the
Look
U.S.
at
We
Kansas.
have the numbers
It
for
was
this.
the perfect
Obama's
experiment.
best year,
It destroyed
federal income
Kansas.
revenue, is pales in comparison to Trump's worst year. Do you get what I'm saying? Does more tax
Revenue isn't like economic growth, though. Like, that's not what that means. I think you're equating things that aren't equal here.
necessarily equate to more revenue?
Yes.
No, that's where you're wrong. So if you look at TCJA, and I'll say the numbers again, the top 1% paid more into the system. GDP grew, wages grew 3% year over year under TCJA. So when you're saying tax the rich, like it sounds like you're actually a Republican. You just don't know it yet.
You're confusing causation with correlation because because Obama's economic recovery was way too slow, and I agree with you on that.
Way too slow.
Way too slow.
When you have tons of stimulus, what you're doing is you're creating the Great Depression for the bottom 90%. All the assets inflate. So who does that benefit? Your policies benefit the 1%. Inflation disproportionately benefits the 1%. It's an immoral tax on the poor. And that's exactly what happens when they stimulate.
Inflation was not a function of monetary stimulus.
It absolutely was. They increased the money supply by $6 trillion.
I understand they did that, and they could pull it back on taxes with the wealthy if they wanted to. You're making an argument for higher taxation.
Okay, do you think taxing people makes the country wealthier? Is that what you think?
Yes.
Do taxes make us wealthy? Is that government increasing taxes? Are we now more wealthy? Do you think that the only way you
Yes, it will make the government more wealthy if they get more taxes. But I think you're specifically talking about social wealth, like people in the society, and I would argue that higher taxes being then paid into welfare programs would mean that you have a higher quality of life overall, which I think is a good thing.
The only way you create wealth is by producing.
If you tax and spend, government stimulus can, increase GDP, of course.
Is GDP wealth?
Is GDP wealth?
If we import 10 million immigrants and our GDP goes up, are we now wealthier? If the housing costs more, if CPI goes up because there's...
Look at that bitch back there. She's like smiling her little racist smile because they talked about immigrants and her eyes lit up. She heard her fucking command word. She heard immigrants and she like a dog hearing a whistle.
And inflation is under control, and we haven't pulled that money off the table.
Right, but I'm just saying that
inflation is back down because we had a problem.
The welfare
with
state
logistics.
makes us all poorer. Yes, it does. And you can see
it doesn't.
Across history.
If you compare,
people want to come here for economic opportunity. We don't want handouts. We want opportunity. That's
what do you think economic opportunity is? Like, they want to come here to be able to be wealthier, like to be able to be taken care of and be able to take care of their families. Do you not think that social welfare would lead to economic opportunity? Like if they had some sort of universal basic income or their healthcare was taken care of and that's money they're able to save instead of spending on healthcare, you don't think that would help their economic opportunity and growth? I feel like this is a silly argument.
That's why, as an immigrant, that's why my family came here. We left the socialist paradise. It's garbage. The people that come here want economic opportunity.
This guy does not know what he's talking about. It has been clearly demonstrated. He's just nodding along like a ding-dong, and his face is too small.
And your
It's like half the size of a normal face.
Capitalism in the free markets with your utopian vision.
There is no free markets.
Well, there's not anymore.
No, there's never
but now
been
there
a free
used to be.
market. No.
That is what makes America the greatest. That's what makes the greatest. America is the greatest economy in the world because of the free market.
The greatest
free market capitalism is the most
They thought they were so cool, but he sounds so dumb.
ethical and moral.
America had was when we had 90% tax.
That's not true. The numbers are against you.
1940, 1950, 1960, the highest top marginal
So
tax
stagflation.
rate was
So what happened in the
90%,
70s?
and we
When
had
Milton Friedman predicted stagflation in the 70s with your social welfare.
we had OPEC, we
when
had
your
an
welfare
oil shock that drove inflation way up, and that was a function of
He's just talking about a million fucking things that don't have anything to do with what's going on. Again, we're not talking about the fucking thing. The GOP will destroy Social Security and healthcare. All you're trying to do at this point is argue that they should just take those away anyway. Like, you just don't want these things. And, like, yeah, you're evil for that. I don't know what to tell you.
OPEC. But in the 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s, highest top marginal tax rate was 90%. We had wealth inequality shrink. We had something called the Great Compression, and more people enjoyed.
World War II industrial revolution. We were producing more than every other country. It's because we were producing more than every other country. That's what creates wealth.
And we were
production.
doing that with a 90% tax rate on the wealthiest
Which was
individuals.
less when
90%.
Reagan came in and brought it down, the top 1% paid more. Can you believe that?
No, they fucking didn't.
Wait. You know federal income tax? It was when it was established.
You're talking about the Laffer curve, and I'm telling you to go look at
here's my last
Kansas.
claim. When federal income tax in 1913, when it was established, was only targeted at the people making 100,000 and over. Now we don't even know, most people don't even know that. It's just a base tax. Why? Because the projections that they had of taxing the rich didn't work out like they thought. Because it doesn't work out. There's a ton of loopholes. The rich are smart. Like, rich people are smart.
So your thing is that we shouldn't attempt to regulation. We shouldn't attempt to make regulations because they'll just ignore them or try to get out of them. Is the argument literally we should do nothing because they're just gonna do it anyway? This is like the same argument for gun violence that I hear a lot of people say is like, if you make guns illegal, people are just gonna get illegal guns. And like, yeah, but it's gonna get harder for them, right? And that's the point, is we're making it harder for these sort of things to happen, not impossible. I don't know, I feel like the reduction... There's this long-standing weird thing I have seen with these kinds of arguments that I see from conservative people especially, where it's like, just because it would be hard to do something complicated or complicated to do something difficult, you know, that either way, it's, we should just throw the whole thing out, throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's no reason to do anything at all because it's not going to get better right away. It's going to be hard to do it. So we shouldn't do anything, I guess. It just feels silly. Alright, I think my YouTube stream has just dropped. I think it had dropped a while ago, actually. A violation of the community guidelines? What are you fucking talking about? What'd I do? What? Interesting. I guess somebody reported me. Neat. It's still rendering the video. I'll just come back and I'll watch it in a little while.
Our
Weird.
top marginal rate still produced an effective tax rate that is double what it is today. 50% effective tax rate.
I'm not sure what it thinks is copyrighted about the shit that I was doing. I think it got me for like copyrighted content, but I haven't been playing copyrighted music or anything.
Yes. Well, I don't know what you mean by wealth. I mean,
wealth is very simple. It's production of goods and services. That's what wealth is. That's what creates wealth. Money. People think money is wealth. Money buys wealth.
Creates less wealth inequality, and then you have wealth that is shared.
I guess reading is illegal now.
Rather than being in the hands of a plutocracy or a plutonomy, and then you get stuff like an oligarchy like we have today.
I have no idea. I'll see it when the video is there, but I'd like to. I'm gonna appeal it for sure.
No, it isn't. You cripple the economy. Guess what happens next?
Wait. When did this happen in the country? When we had a 90% tax rate?
It happens in every socialist country. This is the socialist playbook. They come in and they're like, guys.
This is not a socialist country, and I'm not calling for socialism to have a higher tax rate.
It is more socialist than ever before.
No,
we have more social welfare spending.
No.
GDP. I'll say it again. 38% of government spending of GDP is government spending. We have more social welfare programs, and look at what happens. But how come we have all these programs and the black community is still living in poverty?
What programs are you talking
I already know. This is a side thing. This is frustrating. This is like I'm gonna have to take a look at this and I'm gonna have to make an appeal. This is fucking crazy. I'll go through it. I guess I'll watch the whatever however many hours that it was and review that content. Ugh. After this video, I'll do it.
In 2021,
what do you mean, what programs?
we expended. Hold on. In 2021.
What do you mean? What program? How much money is enough? When is it enough? You have the richest country in the world.
We offered $300.
The way you guys think is just.
This is not an. This is this is virtue signaling. You're just saying, oh, you're so crazy. That's an ad hominem attack.
Insane to me. Like.
Let me just finish this.
All right, go ahead.
In 2021, we extended the child tax credit, which is basically a payment, $300 per social welfare.
Yes.
We cut child poverty in 1 year by 45%.
Child poverty in 2021 fell to 5.2%. Child poverty rate was cut almost in half from the previous year's rate of 9.7%. The decline in child poverty was driven primarily by the expanded child tax credit, including the American Rescue Plan.
By 45%, but because no Republican would join the Democrats, and Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin voted against this provision in Build Back. I'm talking 2021. From 2021 to 2022, we cut child poverty in this country by 45%. Look it up.
I feel like when I look at it,
I guarantee you. I will give you my phone number. You call me, and if I was wrong.
All right, we'll call.
I'll do it off camera. And you will see that we cut child poverty in a year by 45%.
I'll look into your claim.
All right, guys.
All right. We'll talk after.
They just don't know. They don't know this stuff. They don't know. They don't care to know. They don't look it up. They've been fed that like it's bad to have healthcare programs.
Make the rich richer and the working class poorer.
Hello, sir.
Hey,
Hunter Howell. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so do you mind if I ask what policies in specific are you referencing to?
Tax cuts for the rich. I think his idea of tariffs on countries in the way that he's talking about will make people poorer. I think all of the work that they're doing in terms of attacking the government agencies will make people poorer because, when you get agencies that are supposed to protect us from corporate interests, they will externalize their costs, those corporations, instead of actually assuming themselves. So their profits are made on the backs of all of us, whether it's our health, our protection from consumer rights, worker rights. His anti-union policies will make us poorer.
So real quick, I'm going to touch on one of the things that you said. There was a lot to unpack there, but
there's a lot of policies.
We'll start at the very beginning. You talked about taxes. Let's talk about, in his first term, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017. There are a couple things in that specific policy that actually do benefit the middle class and the lower class more than the top 1%. So you mentioned taxes, right? But in that, from the IRS data that came out, The middle class and lower class got affected. I think they ended up saving like 3 to 4% on their taxes, on their tax cuts, whereas the billionaires only saved 2%. So if we're talking an actual dollar amount, sure, the billionaires save more, but they also make a lot more, right? Also, the billionaires don't really care about an extra.
Americans making 50 to 100K saw their average federal tax liability drop by 13% from 2017 to 18, while Americans making more than 1 million saw a 6% drop. Well, yeah, okay.
In that specific policy, the child tax credit doubled from $1,000 per household to $2,000. No billionaire cares about an extra grand in their pocket, but I can guarantee you the working class does. So how?
But weren't they just arguing? Oh, there was the other guy who was arguing the child tax credit was bad or whatever. But again, that's a social welfare program, is that not? Like, again.
Would you rebuttal that?
Oh, he's saying because it's a Trump era policy.
In terms of the taxes themselves, well, the policies that Trump wants to pursue this time are to expand those taxes for wealthy folks.
Oh, okay, yeah. So the idea is the claim is on the current ones, yeah, the current policies.
What starts to happen is you have this wealth disparity, and as the wealth disparity increases, it becomes harder for working people essentially to keep up. Things become more expensive. You get inflationary pressures when you have people with more money. We have more and more billionaires than we did 4 years ago. And a large part of that was...
Why are you shaking your head?
But a large part of it is also money starts to accelerate. Once you, like you say, when a millionaire gets a tax cut for a couple of grand or 60 grand or $500,000 at the end of the day, they end up investing that and ends up growing because they're not out there working for their money. Their money is just is doing all the work.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think we can agree with you on that when it comes to, billionaires and millionaires and there being a wealth gap in our country, right? I don't think Republicans or liberals would disagree on that, but I think where we will fundamentally disagree is under Trump, right, the stats show that take-home pay was higher for the middle class and the lower class. Inflation was down. They weren't paying as much on taxes.
Inflation was down, but wage growth was actually greater during the Biden administration.
Well, that's because due to COVID, when a lot of people lost jobs.
No. I mean, I'm talking in percentage comparison between those 4 years and these past 4 years, wage growth grew, not from as a baseline on 2020, but I'm talking as a baseline from 2016.
Interesting. Okay, well then another point that I want to talk on with you real quick is you talked about slashing government agencies.
Okay, interesting. Skips topic. Okay, just you're not going to answer that? Just.
For instance, the Department of Government Efficiency.
Okay, bye.
I'm sure you've heard about that a lot in the news.
That's not a government agency. That's just some committee.
It actually an executive order was signed to make DOGE an official government agency as of less than a week ago. So yeah.
No, it didn't. It skin suited a different agency into the name of DOGE.
It is an official government agency. So obviously we're talking.
DOGE is not a full government agency. President Trump reorganized an existing group within the executive office of the president to form DOGE, which has team members working with agency heads. And again, this is not a government agency. It's an existing group within the executive office. It's not a government agency. That's not what that is.
Talking about money, we want people to be able to afford a house. We want them to be able to afford to raise a family, right? As a young man myself, I want to be able to grow up in America and be able to afford food one day, right? I mean, I can't now, but continue that. And at the way things are going, it's unsustainable for people on the left, people on the right, people in the middle. So we have to come to a common ground on how to fix that. What's unsustainable? The fact that cost of living is increasing year after year.
What does DOGE do to inhibit cost of living?
Yeah, absolutely. So what DOGE is going to do, the Department of Government Efficiency, is slash a lot of the federal spending, right? So what happens when
the feds... What spending is going to get cut?
So I'm getting there. 1 second, sir. So what's going to happen is the Department of Government Efficiency is going to slash a lot of federal spending. What happens is the government, Republicans, Democrats alike, spend a bunch of money that, excuse my language, but it's nonsense, right? They spend it out here, they spend it out there.
Be more specific.
Yeah,
are you talking about cutting defense? Because they're not going to cut defense.
Well, for example,
wait a second.
Well, no. Let me finish. Okay. $175 billion to Ukraine, first and foremost. That was a bunch of nonsense. So we're going to talk about that, but we also have a bunch.
It was a bunch of nonsense to support our ally in defending themselves against an enemy to their sovereignty? I thought America was the land of the free. What are we talking about? You just don't like Ukrainians.
of other things in the Defense Department, as well as a bunch of DEI departments.
Well, they're not touching.
DEI departments are not a thing.
First of all, there are no DEI departments.
That's
And
completely
second,
false.
Listen, defense spending is not going to be touched by Doge.
Ron.
And when you talk about the government, what's the biggest expenditure government has?
Our military and Social Security are our top two.
And Medicare and Medicaid, right?
Pentagon is looking for $50 billion in budget cuts for next year, or roughly 8% of its budget. The Defense Department is also cutting 5% to 8% of its workforce. I mean, that's good. Yeah, I would like to see less spending in the Defense Department.
Are they going to cut Social Security? Do you think that's going to...
You're asking me like I'm part of Doge.
No. Well, you're telling me that Doge is going to help everybody here. And I'm telling you, if they cut Social Security, everybody in here is going to get hit. Because these folks are going to have to pay for their parents because Social Security keeps 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. So tell me what they're going to cut that's going to make it easier for Americans.
I already did.
What?
I told you the $175 billion that we've sent to Ukraine. We're no longer going to
So
be...
he's gonna-
Yes,
so
so
wait.
Donald Trump has signed an executive order.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Thank you,
return
sir.
to your seat.
But how does that make... Again, like, what... How does that end up in your pocket? How does... Even if they do cut all of this... Even if we say that 175 whatever $1 billion was, like, all nonsense, and it... Like, how does it end up then in your pocket? How does it make me less poor? Bring back the racist lady. Not this guy again.
Okay, so
Smug little
see
face.
A higher increase in the top 1% paying as part of federal income revenue under TCJA.
Why did we see a higher increase in the...
So under TCJA, it was passed 2017. It was effective 2018. 2018 and onward, we actually saw the top 1% pay more. They had more of the federal income tax burden. They paid 45% as opposed to Obama. During Obama's tax plan, they only paid about 40 to 42% of the federal
Because they got more money.
Right, okay, so they got more money.
They got richer.
But why are they paying, and why did they get richer? So this goes on inflation that...
I mean, that's my point, is the rich are getting richer.
Right, but you mentioned,
During the Obama administration, the share of federal income taxes paid by the top 1% raised from 35 to 39.5. During the first term of the Trump presidency, share paid by the top 39% to near 46%. Yeah, they paid more because they had more money. That's what Sam's saying. They got richer.
Why would you say that they're getting richer? But you mentioned inflation? Or...
No, they're not. Well, I mean, I think that inflation, to the extent that there was money that wasn't a function of like logistics and other problems that we had during COVID. Yeah, the rich got richer. Not all inflation is a function of monetary inflation.
That's true, but when we look at COVID and we can see that they increased the money supply by 40%, they added $6 trillion, and you have a Federal Reserve System that's doing quantitative easing and pumping stimulus into the economy, you can attribute that to left-wing policy. The entire Federal Reserve System is Keynesian economics. Those are very left-wing.
Well, I can tell you this, inflation went up in Western.
Monetarists believe in controlling the supply of the money that flows into the economy while allowing the rest of the market to fix itself. Keynesian economists believe that a troubled economy continues in a downward spiral unless the intervention drives consumers to buy more goods and services.
In European countries, the same rates that it did.
That had stimulus.
No, they didn't have the same level of stimulus that we did. No, they did.
They absolutely did.
They did.
You can look at Japan. Yeah, I hear this topic all the time from the Democrats. They say, oh, inflation was global. Not true. China never went above 3% inflation during all of COVID. And they were actually, they were under deflationary pressures. Japan, which is part of the G7, was also never had deflationary pressures. They never had inflation increase. The only countries that had inflation
increase. I'm talking in Western Europe. You
like
could see inflation. Well, you could England, Germany, Italy, France. They didn't stimulate as much as we did. It wasn't monetary inflation. If you look at the cost.
In a study of advanced economies, the inflation rate at least doubled from early 2020 to 2022 in 37 of 44 countries. In 16 countries, the inflation rate quadrupled. Source, yeah, okay, cool.
Goods and logistics got screwed up because of COVID.
So let's look at the reason. all international trade, because we're the world reserve currency, is done in U.S. dollars. Because we experience it, domestic inflation was high.
So you're saying our
dollars when we.
It's been below 3% since May of 2020. Japan suffered from economic stagnation from the 1990s through 2021, resulting in deflation.
Because we experience it, domestic.
I mean, I guess I don't need to say anything about that.
Yes, it affects higher inflation.
Absolutely, because
that's not what economists say.
Well, you can look at the facts. International trade is we have dollar-denominated international trade. All international trade is that's why we're the world reserve currency. You guys claim that the U.S. recovered faster than anybody else. It's like, well,
it did.
It's because we have a privilege of being the world reserve currency, and we export our inflation. Like the strength.
We export our inflation.
Yeah, and let me explain that. Let me explain that the U.S. dollar is the most safe asset in the world. In times of great crisis and great volatility, like COVID crisis, everybody turns to the dollar.
Sure.
Many currencies are tied to the dollar. So it's like when you
the euro's not tied to the dollar.
The euro is not, but international
okay.
trade. So if the euro actually crashed against the dollar during COVID. The euro used to be above the dollar.
I'm unclear what your point.
My point is that the inflation is caused by left-wing policies, and
so inflation was caused by, you're saying,
supply shock and pumping trillions of dollars into the economy.
First of all, you understand that the Federal Reserve is not part of Biden. Didn't have control over the Federal Reserve.
Absolutely not, but the entire Federal Reserve system is left-wing in economic theory. That's the Keynesian economics. It's interventionist economics.
They just proved.
So you're saying that the
more you
quantitative
stimulate,
easing,
the more you stimulate. Yeah.
Why didn't we get it through QE?
We do get it through
Why
QE.
didn't we get inflation during the Obama years?
We did get inflation.
We didn't get
the wealth gap that you guys attribute.
Wait.
We absolutely did.
What numbers were inflation did we get during the Obama years that were outside?
Buying up treasuries to increase the money supply.
Out of like the 2% sort of Fed target.
I don't think it was as high as COVID. COVID hit as high as 9%.
No, it wasn't even remotely
right,
close.
But when we look at the effects of compounding inflation.
QE 1, 2, and 3.
Consumer price inflation hovered around or under 2%. Annual consumer price inflation briefly rose to 3.8, driven by higher food and energy prices.
All happened during the Obama years. If your theory was correct, we would have had rampant inflation. In fact, Glenn Beck was talking about how we were going to turn into Weimar Germany, and none of that happened.
Here's the factors you're missing.
None of it.
Here's the factors you're missing.
So if you look at what's happening at Western Europe, well, no, listen.
We didn't close down the economy. The Biden administration closed down the economy.
I understand.
No, that was not the entire world.
Excuse me, the Biden administration?
Yes, they forced mask mandates. They supported Democrats.
Wait.
They supported Democrat states.
Do you not remember who was president in the first year of COVID?
Yeah, it was Trump. I'm not saying Trump had a role in this, but I'm saying.
Well, wait a second. By the time in 2021, the economy was opening back up.
Yes, the economy.
All of what you're talking about.
No thanks to the Democrats.
Well, okay,
the Democrats wanted to keep it closed.
Okay. So okay, you can talk about hypothetically what the Democrats want, but
it's not hypothetically. We can look at we can look at their mandates. We can look at them closing down.
The economy closed down in 2020, March of 2020.
Well, okay, sure.
Donald Trump was president.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Good job.
How's it going, sir?
Good. How you
Ryan.
doing? Sam.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
When you're talking about inflation, in 2021, Janet Yellen said it would be transitory, and then again in 2022 she said it would be transitory, and it turned out to not be transitory. And then one major thing happened in 2022. I think we all know what that was. That was the war in Ukraine.
It kind of looks like a tall baby.
And I can explain that the war in Ukraine was explicitly caused by Joe Biden's bad foreign policy, and that shot inflation up from, there was already pretty bad inflation.
The war on inflation. Wait, sorry. Joe Biden's bad foreign policy caused the war in Ukraine. I think Russia invading them caused the war in Ukraine.
In late 2021, but it shot.
Maybe that's not what he means. I don't know.
Low kind of margins in 3 or 4%, all the way to 9% in 2022 of July at the peak.
Inflation is now down around 2%, around where
in between 2.5.
Yeah, where they're looking to get it, and we have really close to record unemployment that we've had over the past 4 years. But how does this have to do with Trump's policies not making the richer richer and the rest of us poor?
Okay, so what I was just explaining with, I was going to get into oil prices. So oil prices skyrocketed in 2022 because in 2021, when Biden got into office, he shut down our Keystone pipeline, shut down all new oil and gas leases in America. Then he took the sanctions off.
We are producing right now more oil in this country than we ever have in the history of any country everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
On top of the fact that Biden is credited by oil traders, and this isn't something that I, am terribly excited about.
What did he just do on the East Coast?
Apparently, what Biden did during the past 4 years is he used the strategic oil reserve to drive down oil prices and essentially broke and it's filled back up. And he filled it back up, and he broke the negotiating power and the price setting power.
According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the U.S. is producing more crude oil than any country ever has. In 2023, the U.S. produced approximately 3 million more barrels of oil per day than Saudi Arabia.
By oil countries across the world. Really, I mean, oil traders hail him for doing this, and frankly, I don't think it's that impressive. But let's talk about what Trump's policies are.
We only have a little bit of time left, but I was getting to that. So oil prices, in 2021, Biden took all the sanctions off of the pipeline in Russia, and then the pipeline in Russia ran straight through Ukraine originally, and he knew that if he invaded Ukraine would destroy the pipeline, and his economic success would be destroyed in Russia. And then when the sanctions,
Biden or
Putin knew that would occur in Russia if the sanctions were taken off of that pipeline. And Biden took all the sanctions off of Nord Stream 2 in Russia like the second week he was in office. And then a year later, Putin invades Ukraine. Sanctions happen all over the world, and inflation rises within 6 months all the way up to 9%. Trump is going to do great things with oil and let us drill, and what that actually does for the economy.
Like I say, we are producing more oil in this country than any country in the history of the world.
What executive order did Biden just sign to have to do with offshore drilling in the East Coast?
He stopped it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should have.
We're about to begin a new.
Well, so you want to go beyond even the record-breaking thing?
Yes, I want to become energy independent.
Climate,
and that lowers inflation.
We're going to sell this oil.
Better.
We don't use the oil. We sell
it. We sell
getting
it.
Money
in the pockets of American citizens.
We sell it. Well, how is that oil getting to the pocket of American citizens?
Because when you lower the prices of oil, that lowers the prices of all products.
I understand that the inflationary prices effect of energy. But the fact of the matter is, they're just going to sell it.
Yeah,
they're not going to sell it.
Yeah, so we're going to.
You want to produce even more oil than we are now.
Yes.
And you don't think climate change is going to impact? No. You don't believe in climate change.
Well, that's a whole nother discussion. But
it's sort of the same.
It's the same discussion.
I believe that climate change is there's obviously an element of climate change that is partially true, but lowering or raising the man-made raising temperatures by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius in the next 150 years isn't necessarily a detriment to society. Human beings.
You don't think so?
No, human beings are very good at innovation.
It's not that bad. He's not. This guy's not. He got fucking cornered. He was like, no, I'm not worried about global warming, and then he's like, actually, global warming is not that bad. Actually, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. The poor people can just die.
Create carbon
what kind of seawall are you going to build for Miami? What are you going to do about when we get?
I'm talking about the economy right now, which if we get back on topic.
All right, guys. Sorry, time's up. I let you go.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeesh.
I choose Ben because he let me lecture him about Social Security. So.
My claim is that abortion is immoral and should not be legal.
Yeah, I disagree largely because I think the primary rights that we have under a society should belong to the person, and I don't believe a fetus is a person.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's...
Okay, so that's very interesting. You don't believe the fetus is a person. When do you think that it gains personhood, in your opinion?
When it gains sentience, it's roughly 24 weeks.
Yeah, I I guess you could say that. I mean, yes, I think that's. I mean, largely, I think that claim is largely like, it's not relevant to the way that I think about it. I think about it in terms of personhood. I mean, I think like, you know, life exists all around us, and
Not human. Well, I mean, human life,
human
but
life.
not like there's
Right.
not human life in a tree.
Right,
Correct.
correct.
So
And
it's human life.
it's
but,
human life.
But it's not a person.
It's not a person.
At which point does it gain personhood and gain the value of being a human?
It gains
Well, I
the
think
ability to
it
experience.
becomes a person when it's born.
Why? So 5 seconds prior, it's not born yet, not person. 5 seconds after exits the birth canal, person. Is there a magical quality to the birth canal? What is that?
The person becomes separate from the host that has been.
Yeah, I don't personally agree with Sam here, but
So would you
that's fine.
assign that to other human beings that are attached to things? Like, for instance, if I'm attached to a machine, am I a machine now?
But the machine isn't.
That machine, or am I still a human life? I just need support in order to stay alive.
If you've never been born, and you're growing in, let's say, a test tube, for instance, then yes, I would argue you're not a person yet.
Okay, so then, but it's not really the disconnected part. It's the being born part.
Well, being born means being disconnected from your mother.
Okay, so you're specifically aligning having the quality of being birthed as what makes someone a person.
Person within the context of like our society and civilization.
So just in our society, you wouldn't say that objectively that's a person. You would say that we just decide that it's a person because it's a birth.
Yeah, rights we give to persons. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that's an interesting kind of definition of what human life and specifically personhood
Well, no,
is.
I don't. I'm conceding that it's human life, but that you're not a person until you're born, and you do not have the same like.
You don't have the same moral consideration as.
We have rights about cruelty to animals, for instance, right? But they're not persons within the context.
Well, yeah,
of
I'm
our
not
society.
saying that they are, but specifically, it seems like you're just kind of saying, oh.
But and in the point, the guy doesn't want him to get here, but like, and in that point, if you were going, you don't value an animal's life and a human life the same, right? You might value one or the other more, but like those things can't be equated because you do value one more than the other.
It's a person when it's born, but you're not actually providing any consistent reason for that. You're just saying it just is a person.
I'm saying that on some level, there's a certain amount of like arbitrariness as to when we give rights. Like one could say, like, do you say it's at conception?
Sure, yeah.
So IVF, in other words, would have to be illegal under your principle because.
I mean, I'm not sure that I would agree with IVF in that case. It really depends on the particulars in that case, but I believe.
Well, what do you mean the particulars in that?
Well, so for instance, at conception, you would still be a human life, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the fertilized egg attaches
So
to
is
the
it
uterine wall.
is it human
right?
life for you or what?
It's human life, yeah.
Okay, so human life should be protected.
Yes.
Okay, so IVF.
Yeah, I would say that.
I think like it's weird in this case. It's weird for people to argue that like we can never kill someone, like as if they believe that it's never justified to kill someone, which I totally do not think this guy believes. Almost like the personhood is socially constructed. Yeah.
That
So IVF should be illegal under your rubric.
No. So they're human lives, correct?
The IVF is when the egg and the sperm in that and then they're supplanted.
Yes.
Is it when is it human life?
As soon as it has unique human DNA, that's a human life.
Okay. So
it's a new human, correct?
Now in the IVF process, there's stuff that gets thrown out. Like
yes.
You would consider that murder.
I'm not even defending IVF or going against it. I'm specifically saying abortion. That was my claim.
But
I'm not.
But in that case, IVF but that those are abortions then, under your definition. He's asking you to like square that.
To argue IVF.
But isn't that abortion?
It's not. Yeah. This isn't a
I would say if you get rid of human life after conception, I don't think that's moral. I'm not going to argue the IVF particulars because that's not what my claim was, right?
But those things are equated, right? That you have to. You have to.
Outlaws, right? Because you want to outlaw abortion.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. When we're talking about laws, it's not just morality when we form public policy around and create laws.
Not just, but it should be moral, correct?
Well, I mean, I think like your definition of what constitutes moral and mine are different. For instance, I would prefer in a perfect world not to have abortion on demand until, up until birth, right?
Sure.
In a perfect world. However, we know in practice that when you start to restrict things, like say, only in the threat of life to the woman, let's say, that's the only way we're going to allow abortions, right? When you start to have these exceptions, they're in practice, they don't work. Because when your life is in jeopardy and you come into a hospital, the doctor doesn't see a bulb that shows up above you and say like, your life is in jeopardy. It's always a subjective assessment. And what does life in jeopardy, hold on, what does life in jeopardy mean? Does it mean a 30% chance of death? Does it mean a 50%, a 70%, or a 20%? That's why we now have women who are dying, because doctors are afraid to perform abortions on them. That's true.
Are you referencing?
What do you mean that's not true? Like, that is happening. Doctors are women are being turned. There are women who have been turned away from having abortion procedures performed on them because it would make the doctor's it would make the doctor's license invalid because of laws. They would lose their right to practice.
Misread plain text doesn't mean that that it's
when you
all of a sudden
pass
that life
laws,
is less valuable or more valuable.
No, it means that you are subjecting the woman to more risk, and it's impossible. These exceptions are they're canards.
It should be ultimately it's legislation. You're legislating what a person can and can't do with their body, and ultimately it should be up to the doctor and the person to decide what to do with their body. And I don't see any reason why anyone would be able to infringe upon your bodily autonomy in any other situation, even like someone who was entirely dependent on you somehow. Like,
When you oppose a law, it is not just about morality, it's in practice.
Sure,
in practice,
I understand that.
You cannot do this without sacrificing women's lives because
What about
of your
the unborn
morality.
children, though? Because let's go.
that's what I'm saying, is that the unborn in this case have less moral consideration than the woman. And in the case where they have equal moral consideration, then I would say it's up to the woman, and because it's her body.
Let's go back to your
Unborn
thing.
children
So let's say
are not
you have a
persons.
you have a 9
Up to the
mother has more rights in my mind than the unborn child.
Yeah, that's a claim that you can make. But so a 9-month birthed child, or just 9 months and just now born, it's a newborn baby. A 5-month could be emergency C-section and could be birthed, right? Let's say they don't do that. What's the difference between the arbitrary choice of taking that child out of the womb at 6 months or 5 months?
Why don't we take all children
what I'm
out
saying,
of 5 months?
what I'm saying is that the personhood just because of birth runs into a problem where it starts to say, well,
You're arguing about something totally different. That's semantic argument. No relevance, Your Honor.
I'm glad I was here. It was interesting. It was, I know my questions were more sort of policy oriented, I think, than maybe folks anticipated here. And I was a little bit surprised that there wasn't many people here who could address the policies. They were very, very sure of themselves as to why they voted for Trump, but a lot of it was sort of not material in any way.
So there was stuff that conservatives were saying today that I fundamentally disagreed with my entire heart, but at the end of the day, we're still part of the conservative movement. So I think there are people that I disagreed with, there are people that I completely did agree with, but the cool thing about this new conservative movement and the people here today is it's people from all different walks of life sharing their perspective.
I don't think Sam had any, like, at least when I was speaking to him, I don't think Sam really had great responses because the reality is not on his side. I don't think socialism works. I think social programs can be good up to a certain extent, but we are very socialist as a nation, and
You got fucking ruined.
I'll just say it again. Socialism does not work. Sorry. Wish it did.
No, you don't.
Debate is healthy, and I think it helps viewers sort of clarify why certain people support certain things. And
Absolute nightmare blunt rotation.
an opportunity, I think, to both have.
Oof. All right, friends. I think unfortunately it is about that time live now for nearly 6 hours. I think it is time for me to bid you all adieu for this evening, but I will be back very soon. And let's take a look and see who else is online. I'll mute that down. Twitch. I can read Kohai. I'm gonna send y'all to Kohai. I hope he's doing alright. It's been a little while since I talked to him. Alright, loves. Thank you all for being here. Please go do something kind for yourself. You deserve it. It's been hard out there, and you deserve a rest. It's late here at night, but I hope that your next day is, full of support and sunshine. Oh god, I hope the sun starts shining a little more. It was a little nicer out today, but oh god, I hope it gets better soon. Genuinely go do something nice for yourself today. Make sure to stay hydrated, stay fed, and take your meds, everybody. Alright. I'll see you all another day. So long.